I ain't never switch, I was raised in the lion's den, standing on truth. I don't follow, I inspire men, loyal to the code, got the wisdom of 1,000. Every move I make for the fam, that's the fountain. Built from the struggle, integrity in my spine. Character solid, you can read between the lines. Talk what I live, they respect me when I speak. Name hold weight in the west and the east. Lessons from the block got me sharp like a blade. Made it out the fire, but the flame never fade. Soul made of steel, I don't shake, I don't run. I'm too much, I'm the moon and the sun. Everybody know me too much. When you see me on the street, too much.
I'll be on TikTok.
Always standing on business.
What's up, y'all? Share the live, share the live. I'm a little late, but I'm up, I'm here. It's 4 a.m. where I'm at, baby. But we get it in. We work hard over here. Hit that like button. What's up? What's up, my pastor? What you do? What's up, brother? Good to see you in the live, man. We about to get into it, man. I'm about to share some new music with everybody, and we got a hot topic to talk about. I'm gonna bring some people up, and we're gonna get to it. So come up in the room, like the live, share the live. We about to get to it. But give me 1 second while I send out the invites real quick, and then we're gonna get started. See me on the street, I'll be on TikTok, always standing on business. Standing on business.
Mirror never lie, I reflect what's divine. Discipline the few, got my purpose in line. They imitate the stance, but the soul
ain't matching.
I do it for the bloodline,
never for the caption. Too much.
Realer than the lies they be living. I'm the echo of the struggle, still risen. Woke in my thoughts, still humble in my deeds. Planting righteous seeds while the world just feeds. Eyes on the prize, but my mind in the stars. Blueprint in my palms, no facade, no fraud. Speak
all is good, brother. Man, I still got to visit your church. Forgive me, brother. Forgive me, brother. Just busy. Me and the wife out here pounding it, trying to chase this money, but out here pounding it, trying to chase this money, but I'm gonna come to your church, brother. I promise you. I promise you. Just give me a little bit more time. But thank you for asking, man. I'm doing fine, brother. I'm doing good. Share the live, you guys. Hit the like button. It's going down. It's going down. It's going down. Releasing new music today. I'm releasing new music, never before heard music today. I'm gonna give y'all the backstory on that in a minute. I'm just sending out the invites real quick, and we about to get started. Give me 1 second here, you guys. Standing tall for the lineage. All right, let me give y'all some backdrop real quick. So, if I had a topic today, what we're talking about today is still we rise. In spite of everything that's going on, in spite of a system that is meant to oppress us, the system that is meant to keep our numbers low, meaning population, because it's all about population control as well, and a system that's designed that says black is at the bottom and lighter skin and white skin is preferential, and lighter skin and white skin is preferential. In a system, American Negro, colored, black, African American, through the constant brainwashing and indoctrination, right? Constant. Through redlining, through Homestead Act, left out of generational wealth, just everything. Still, we rise. You understand? Through the Tamir Rices, the Trayvon Martins, the George Floyds, the Carmelo Anthonys, the Shador Sanders now. Okay? Still, we rise. Robert Hinton Jr. Man, it just so many things we're going to talk about today, but I want to get into it. I'm going to release some new music for the fam. This music, I want to get into it. I'm going to release some new music for the fam. This music is inspired by our brother Carmelo Anthony. It's inspired by Tyrese Nichols. It's inspired by Grand Rising, our brother Shador Sanders, and special shout out to our brother Robert Hinton Jr. Okay, this just shows the frustration. I mean, Robert Hinton Jr. just did what we all wanted to, what all of us has thought about and wanted to do. This brother just went out and did it. Not saying right, wrong, indifferent, whatever. I'm not glorifying the act of violence. But I'm just saying that brother got his lick back. He saw what he saw in the cam footage, and as a father, he said, "I'm not worried about the consequences. I'm more worried about I got to stand on business right now." Now, regardless of what we may think about his son, running from the police does not mean pew-pewed. There's a whole system that's designed to aggressively keep us in our place. I'll just say it like that. It's a whole system designed for that. Whole system. So we, as a people, we got to stand on business now more than ever. It's time. If it's never been a time to just say, you know what, I'm standing for truth. I'm standing for justice. I'm standing on business. I'm standing. I'm standing. They don't like us being proud. No, we need to be more proud. We need more Shador Sanders. Okay. We're no longer dumbing down our talent. We're no longer dumbing ourselves down so we can fit in with their narrative. We're not doing that. We're not doing that. We're not going to walk around with this humble mentality anymore. It's time for us to be like, no, man, I know who I am. I'm confident in who I am and the ability that I have. Because I'm competent, I am confident. That's the mentality we should have. We got skills. We shouldn't be walking around with our head down. We got statues popping up, and no disrespect to the regular, average, everyday person, right? But we don't need statues of them. We got icons. If you're gonna do something for the black community, we got too many brilliant black Americans for you to just put a mammy statue up, whether it's temporary or not. And we're tired of other people telling our narrative, telling our story. We can tell our own damn story. I don't need no disrespect to the Caribbeans, but I don't need no Jamaican telling the story of a black American. I don't need no Jamaican representing all black people. I'm a foundational black American. I don't need someone else that looks like me that to cosplay as me and tell my story. Or depict some kind of artistic front, whatever. We don't need that. We never asked for that, and that's not what we need. We don't need symbolism. Okay? We don't need symbolism. We don't need symbolism. We need more foundational black Americans speaking for foundational black Americans. There's 43 million, almost 60 million of us, whatever the number is. There's a lot of us. We're not minorities in our own country. And we're not going to be treated like minorities in our damn country. Everybody else is a guest here. But we were born from here. We're born from here. Indigenous roots, African ancestry, whatever. We are indigenous to the United States. Before there was a United States, we were here. We're true Americans, and we built this. Heavy on the fact that we built this. We built something that everybody else immigrated to. Everybody else immigrated to something that we built. If we didn't build it, they wouldn't have came. But we built this. You understand? We built this. We're not immigrants in our own damn country. We're not African Americans. We can't be African Americans. We've been here for 400-500 years. You don't sit there and call somebody from Nigeria Indian American. They were there. Before there was a Nigeria, they were there. You don't call a Jamaican African American. No, they're Jamaican. You don't call a Haitian. No, they're Haitian. They were there. They're indigenous at least to when that country was formed. Now we can debate and go back and say how black people were already here in the United States, Grand Rising. But we are definitely indigenous at least to the United States, because before there was a United States, we were here. And without anything else, we built majority of everything that exists today. We built something that people wanted to flock to, flee to, immigrate to. We never immigrated here, is what I'm trying to say. So, I'm dropping some new music today. I'm going to let you guys listen to it. Again, it's inspired by our brother Shedeur Sanders. It's inspired by our brother Robert Hinton Jr. It's inspired by Tyrese Nichols. It's inspired by our brother Carmelo Anthony. I want y'all to take a listen, and I'm going to get into the show.
Yeah.
Still fight, tears on the ground from the years of pain, but the seeds we planted still grow in the rain. Through the fire, through the storm, we gon' stand. Truth in our bones, revolution in our hands. We the dream, we the drum, we the morning sun. Better days are coming, we not done. Born in a world where the laws never loved us, still in our backs cause the system tried to crush us. Mothers crying at the caskets of the young kings, bullet holes piercing through American dreams. They gave us scraps, we built culture from the bones, turned pain into rhythm, turned projects in the homes. Still they paint us criminal, target us as stats, but never show the genius or the love we give back. Our heroes wore hoodies, our saints wore chains. They fear our light cause they profit from pain. But every brick they throw, we build a new lane and put our names in the sky where the stars remain. I've been down so long, I forgot what free feel like. Chains on the soul, but my spirit still fight. Tears on the ground from the years of pain, but the seeds we planted still grow in the rain. Through the fire, through the storm, we gon' stand. Truth in our bones, revolution in our hands. We the dream, we the drum, we the morning sun. Better days are coming, we not done. They redline our blocks, try to cage our minds, but can't hold back what's divinely designed. We birthed jazz, soul, hip-hop, and more. Made the world move from my ancestral core. Truth in my tongue, justice in my breath. Each verse a march, each line defies death. They kill the body, but the vision still live. Cause every hood got a prophet they ain't ready to forgive. I seen boys with dreams shot down too soon, but I also seen grandmas play hope into the room. So we rise with the strength that they tried to consume, and we dance to the beat of a freedom tune. I've been down so long, I forgot what free feel like. Chains on the soul, but my spirit still fight. Tears on the ground from the years of pain, but the seeds we planted still grow in the rain. Through the fight, through the storm, we gon' stand. Truth in our bones, revolution in our hands. We the dream, we the drum, we the morning sun. Better days are coming, we not done. Legacy ain't numbers, it's the lives we ignite. Each child with the spark, each elder with sight. We more than survivors, we architects of truth. Wrote scripts and struggle, graduated from the roots. We are the pages they scared to read out loud, so they silence the voices that speak too proud. But we ain't folding, we forge in a flame, and we gon' rename every street with our name. This ain't a trend, this the soul's redemption. Power in the mirror beyond their comprehension. We the dream, reimagine black ascension. From pain we made light, now we shift the mission. I've been down so long, I forgot what free feel like. Chains on the soul, but my spirit still fight. Tears on the ground from the years of pain, but the seeds we planted still grow in the rain. Through the fire, through the storm, we gon' stand. Truth in our bones, revolution in our hands. We the dream, we the drum, we the morning sun. Better days are coming, we not done.
Grand Rising, Grand Rising.
We still rise. It's not over, not by a long shot.
All right. Yeah, I'm gonna play this song all throughout the broadcast today. It just dropped. If you guys like real music with a real message, okay, by a real foundational Black American, hit your boy up, man. 𝗔𝗶𝗴𝗵𝘁𝘁 Moxie. I'm on all major streaming platforms. You can stream this song. It should be available. If it's not available today, it'll definitely be available tomorrow. This song, I just released a single. For those who don't know, I have another album coming out called Too Much. This is going to be on the album Too Much, but I'm releasing singles. I have Too Much is released, the single Too Much, and then this song right here, Still We Rise, is released. But let's get to it, man. Let's get to it. Give me 1 second here. Let's get to it, man. Let's just start this thing. How's everybody doing today? I'm back to my normal time. I am back to my normal time. But I wanted to do something for the family, man. I really did. I wanted to do something for the family. I felt led to come out with a song. And I just kind of want to break it down here for the family. Okay. Just kind of want to break it down for the family. Still we rise. I've been down so long, I forgot what free feel like. That line just ain't a lyric. That's the Black American condition in one breath. I've been down so long, I forgot what free feel like. Born into a system that was never built for us to thrive in. Think about that. A lot of us are doing okay. Some might even say some of us are thriving. But it wasn't peaches and cream. It wasn't roses. This system was not built for us. This system of white supremacy, this global system that enslaved indigenous and African people. A lot of us feel like slavery never ended, it just evolved. Jim Crow wore a badge, redlining held a pen, and now prison is the new plantation, and poverty is still policy. But through it all, through all of it, we still rise. We watch the world build itself on our backs and then tell us we didn't build nothing. Think about that. We watch the world build itself on our backs and then tell us we didn't build nothing. But still we rise. Now we're here unapologetically telling our story, telling our narrative. We're tired of letting the dominant society tell our story. We're tired of letting Caribbeans, Africans tell our story. Foundational Black Americans are saying, we're going to tell you the story because you don't know it. Your narrative is always going to be it's always going to have us at the bottom. It's always going to have us built with built-in stereotypes. We're lazy. We're criminals. Right? We're degenerate. That's y'all narrative of the chosen ones, of the foundational Black America. That's y'all narrative of us. And we're saying, nah, we're tired of letting y'all tell that story. We're tired of letting Hollywood tell our story. Shout out to our brother Ryan Coogler with the movie Sinners. Fantastic job. We need more brothers and sisters like that telling our story. We're tired of being psyop. We're tired of the psychological warfare. We're tired of the propaganda. We're tired of the witchcraft. We're tired of having to explain who we are. We're tired of having to tell you got our history wrong. We're tired of letting other people tell our story. We turn scraps into feast, shame into style, and pain into purpose. That's what we did. We are the drum. We are the dream. We are the morning sun. They tried to erase us from the textbooks, but here we are, still writing the future. I want you to understand that in spite of everything they put on us, still we rise. Viciously targeted by the police system that was meant to protect us, it's always been against us. The very laws in place that were meant to create fairness and equality have been targeted against us. Understand, when anything happens with black Americans. When anything happens with us, everybody else is innocent before proven guilty. But in the court of public opinion and mainstream media, we are guilty before proven innocent. That's who we are. That's who we are. In the court of public opinion, in the mainstream media, we are looked down upon. Our story is told by mainstream, our story is spun with no facts, all speculation. And they tell it as if it's facts. By some chief editor, by some chief propagandist artist. And it's put out into the universe, put out into the airways, put out into the media streams, the social media. And the narrative is spun. We are guilty. We are not worthy. We are criminals. That's what's going out. That's the propaganda and the witchcraft that's going out into the universe. When we are put up, when the light is shined on us, it's always half-casted. It's not full. It's always dim. And we're tired. We're tired of that. In spite of everything, we still rise. Our heroes didn't wear capes. They wore hoodies. They walked to school dodging bullets and broken systems. They built families in war zones called projects. Think about that. And when they were buried too young, we turn their names into movements. We do that. That's us. We remember the 𝗖𝗄𝗏𝗵𝗺s. We remember the Trayvon Martins. We remember the Philando Castillo. Excuse me. We remember those names. We remember the Tyrese Nichols. We remember those names. What the media and the dominant society try to tell us, these are terrible people, we lift them back up and say, no, you're not gonna tell that story. You're not gonna tell that narrative. We're gonna hold them up. They are our heroes. They tried to think about it. Listen, every black person every person that tries to do something good for the black community, they try to demonize. They tried to tell you Michael Jackson was wacko jacko. That's right. That's right. Every icon they give us in Hollywood, they eventually try to dismantle and take down. They won't let us come out unclean. They have to dirty and muddy our waters. Our truth always have to be perverted. That's what they do to us. But in spite of it all, we still rise. Let me tell you right now, foundational black Americans, we're not weak. We're not lost. We're not begging. We're rising. Even when they try to chain our stories to statistics, they try to skew our statistics, give us these stats. We're saying, man, bump your stats. Don't try to reduce us to a number. And today, through this song, I'm going to play the song again. I'm going to continue to play this song over and over again throughout the broadcast, because I want you guys to just understand what it is, what it means. We still rise. We through song, we can tell our own narrative. No longer are we going to be signing to these record labels. No longer are we going to be signing to these entertainment structures, these movie deals. We're going to do our own. We're saying we're going to do our own. We're no longer, from here on out, we're no longer going to mainstream anything. We don't trust the mainstream. We're gonna go everything from we're dealing with everything from the grassroots. I don't care how long I don't care how long it takes. I don't care if it's the long route. We're not taking the quick route anymore. We're not taking the quick path to success. We're gonna take the right path. We're gonna start our own. We're gonna make our own movies. I don't care how generic they may look in the beginning. I don't care what it is. We're gonna have our own movie studios. We're gonna start our own social media platforms. We're going to come out of this system that tells us we are less than, and we're going to create our own. We're going to come out of entertainment and sports. We have to come out of that. We're not going to play their game any longer. We're going to create our own game, a new game. And we're going to support and ball out in that. We're going to have our own ownership. We're going to own everything. We're going to own our rights to our story. We're going to own the rights to our masters. We're going to own it all. And we're going to kick you out. We're not going to let them in. We're not going to let them in. We're going to build our own. They talk about this segregation. Listen, we are going to segregate ourselves. Why? Because it's the right thing to do. It's not about you. We played your game already. We went over there. We showed y'all that we can play your game and we could win and we can kick your butt. Now we're not caring about proving anything to you guys anymore. We did that. We proved it all. We proved that we can be doctors. We proved that we can be lawyers. We proved that we can play NBA, NFL, hockey, whatever we proved that we can play tennis. We proved that we can golf. We proved that we can dominate in the Olympics. We proved that already. We proved that already. Now, we got to have our own. Because improving, what have we changed? We're still at the bottom. They allowed immigrants to come over here and get classified higher than us. They allowed everybody to come in to take our resources. They kick us out of the very community that they put us in, and they gentrify it. We're done. We're tired and we're done. You understand? We're done. We're done. We're done. They redlined our blocks, tried to cage our minds, but they couldn't stop what was divinely designed. Born into systems meant to keep us boxed in, measured by zip codes, criminalized by melanin, but we're still here. Still creating and still becoming. They tried to break the roots but they forgot our roots run deep. We didn't just survive, we redefined survival. We birthed jazz. We fathered hip-hop. We mothered gospel. We carried the soul of a stolen people and turned it into a global rhythm. And you think you can cage that. They think they can cage. They think they can cage. They think they can control it. They think they can cancel us at any time. You can't cancel what the Most High ordained. You can't silence a people whose blood sings louder than the oppression. You can't cancel a people whose blood sings louder than the oppression. You understand? You can't. Foundational Black Americans, we are the rhythm that made America dance. Without us, America has no rhythm. There's no frequency. We are the ones who are tapped into frequency. We are the ones that are tapped into source. Why do you think we're so influential? The very oppression that we experienced here in America has allowed us to tap into frequency. We are the soul, they are the soulless. Go back to the movie Sinners, y'all. We never needed them. They've always needed us. Why? Because we have soul. Let's just keep it a buck. But we didn't just sing and dance. See, when you're tapped into frequency, it's not just about singing and dancing. We didn't just sing and dance, we prophesied. You understand? We were under a spiritual utterance. Truth in my tongue, justice in my breath. Each verse is a march. Each line defies, I can't say the word, unaliving. We are the sound they profit from, but refuse to honor. Every verse we write is a testimony. Every lyric we spit is a resistance. Think about our songs versus their songs. Think about our music versus their music. They can't sing about freedom. They can't sing about struggle. They can't sing about getting it from the mud, truly working hard and developing something. Only we can do that. Only we can do that. Every corner store kid with a notebook is a prophet in disguise. Every spoken word sister is an oracle calling down healing. This is sacred. This is revolutionary. This is what we bring to the table. And even though they try to unalive the body, they can't unalive our vision. They can't unalive our vision. Our vision. Who has vision in America if it's not foundational Black Americans? The people born from struggle. Let me play the song again. And I saw Wolfie wanted to get up here. Wolfie, I'm gonna bring you up right now. If you're still out there, if you're still there, I'll bring you up. But I want to play the song again. And I want y'all to go check it out. First of all, I need people to keep pounding that like button. If this isn't interesting, I'm sorry. But this is my message today. Still we rise. I'm gonna play the song again. We're gonna listen to it, and then I'm gonna open up the panel. Bring whoever up who wants to come up. Make sure you guys tap the screen, get the likes up. Check out our cryptocurrency, fbacoin.org. Go to fbacoin.org and do your due diligence and get get the white paper. Understand what we're trying to build here on the blockchain with blockchain technology. Understand how blockchain technology is going to help free our people and create generational wealth. Understand that we are moving out of the fiat system and we're moving over to the blockchain technology and cryptocurrency. It's our future, y'all. If you're a foundational Black American, this is our future. This is our way that we're going to leapfrog and catch up. This is the playing ground that we need to dominate in, is blockchain technology. Okay, we need to fully understand it. If you like music, if you like hip hop, if you like country, I need y'all to check me out. I'm very diverse. I'm working on an album right now. I just released a new single today. It should be available between today and tomorrow. If you like real music with a real message, 𝗖𝗶𝗴𝗵𝘁𝘂, Moxie, Too Much Moxie. Check me out. I'm on all major streaming platforms, but you can hear me on Spotify. Also, here real soon, I'm going to be selling my music on the blockchain. Okay? You're going to be able to buy my album, buy my music on the blockchain. Oh yeah. We're going. Everything I'm doing is for the future. I'm no longer doing regular. I'm doing futuristic things. I want to take my people into the future because that's what we're gonna dominate. We may not be able to dominate the present right now, but we're gonna dominate the future. So we're gonna be ahead of everybody while they're still trying to play catch up. We're already gonna be living and moving and operating in the future. Okay. So give me 1 second. I'm gonna bring back up the song. And we're going to rock out to it. This is the new single released today. It's called Still We Rise. Inspired by Tyrese Nichols, Shador Sanders, Carmelo Anthony, and our brother, Robert Hinton Jr. Let's go.
Yo. Still fight, tears on the ground from the years of pain, but the seeds we planted still grow in the rain. Through the fire, through the storm, we gon' stand. Truth in our bones, revolution in our hands. We the dream, we the drum, we the morning sun. Better days are coming, we not done. Born in a world where the laws never loved us, still in our backs cause the system tried to crush us. Mothers crying at the caskets of the young kings, bullet holes piercing through American dreams. They gave us scraps, we built culture from the bones, turn pain into rhythm, turn project into homes. Still they paint us criminal, target us as stats, but never show the genius or the love we give back. Our heroes wore hoodies, our saints wore chains. They fear our light cause they profit from pain, but every brick they throw, we build a new lane and put our names in the sky where the stars remain. I've been down so long, I forgot what free feel like. Chains on the soul, but my spirit still flight. Tears on the ground from the years of pain, but the seeds we planted still grow in the rain. Through the fire, through the storm, we gon' stand. Truth in our bones, revolution in our hands. We the dream, we the drum, we the morning sun. Better days are coming, we not done. They redline our blocks, try to cage our minds, but can't hold back divinely designed. We birthed jazz, soul, hip-hop, and more. Made the world move from my ancestral core. Truth in my tongue, justice in my breath. Each verse a march, each line defies death. They kill the body, but the vision still live. Cause every hood got a prophet they ain't ready to forgive. I seen boys with dreams shot down too soon, but I also seen grandmas pray hope into the room. So we rise with the strength that they tried to consume, and we dance to the beat of a freedom tune. I've been down so long, I forgot what free feel like. Chains on the soul, but my spirit still fight. Tears on the ground from the years of pain, but the seeds we planted still grow in the rain. Through the fight, through the storm, we gon' stand. Truth in our bones, revolution in our hands. We the dream, we the drum, we the morning sun. Better days are coming, we not done. Legacy ain't numbers, it's the lives we ignite. Each child with the spark, each elder with sight. We more than survivors, we architects of truth. Wrote scripts and struggle, graduated from the roots. We are the pages they scared to read out loud, so they silence the voices that speak too proud. But we ain't folded, we forge in the flame, and we gon' rename every street with our name. This ain't a trend, this the soul's redemption. Power in the mirror beyond their comprehension. We the dream, reimagine black ascension. From pain we made light, now we shift the mission. I've been down so long, I forgot what free feel like. Chains on the soul, but my spirit still fight. Tears on the ground from the years of pain, but the seeds we planted still grow in the rain. Through the fire, through the storm, we gon' stand. Truth in our bones, revolution in our hands. We the dream, we the drum, we the morning sun. Better days are coming, we not done.
We're not done.
We still rise. It's not over. Not
By a long shot. Come on. It's not over. Not by a long shot. We still here. We still in the game. We still here. We still in the game. We still here. We still in the game. I want y'all to understand that. We still here. So y'all go check that out. It should be available. If it's not available today on Spotify, it will be available between today and tomorrow. At least the next couple days. I just released it. It's powerful, man. It's a message. It's an uplifting message for our people. It's something that that we can vibe out and listen to. It's time that we get back to the revolutionary. We are revolutionary people. We are revolutionary people. And shout out to our brother Robert Hinton Jr., man. He did what all of us think about doing. This brother went out and did. He got his lick back. I don't judge that brother for that. You know, nobody can understand the pain of losing a son. Nobody understands the struggle it is to raise a son up in a system that is oppressive, right? Everybody's trying to get it. Everybody's trying to become successful. But when you're in a system that is designed to keep you at the bottom, you're in a system that's designed to keep you at the bottom. But still we rise. Still we rise. Truth in my tongue, justice in my breath. Each verse is a march, each line defies death. Tears on the ground from years of pain, but the seeds we planted still grow in the rain. That ain't just poetic, it's prophetic. Every tear our people cried watered to the soil for the generations to rise. We are the harvest of our ancestors' prayers. We are the proof that even under pressure, diamonds still form. If you ever wanted to know if God is real, if the Most High still has his hand in this world, all you have to look at is foundational Black Americans. That's proof right there. The proof that even under pressure, diamonds still form. All you gotta do is look at the greatness and the success of foundational Black Americans. And even when they break our bodies, they can't break the legacy. They couldn't stop the dream of Martin Luther King. They couldn't silence the movement of Malcolm. And they couldn't cage the spirit of 𝗖𝗂 𝗔𝗂𝘁𝗁. And they will not contain us. They can't stop us. They can only hope to contain us. But we will not allow them to contain us. Not now, not ever. Through the fire, through the storm, we still gon' stand. I'm just giving y'all the verses that maybe y'all didn't hear, because a lot of times people get mesmerized by the beat and the sounds. But I want y'all to understand that these words have meaning. Legacy ain't numbers, it's the lives we ignite. That line is a blueprint. See, America counts our bodies, but it doesn't value our light. They try to reduce everything down to numbers, but numbers don't always tell the story. Numbers don't always show the heart and the spirit of a thing. We're more than just stats that they try to write up on and say, well, this is the stats. And I agree. The facts. The facts are the facts, and the numbers are the numbers. But for every action, there's a reaction. They measure us by crime stats and graduation rates, but they don't measure the fact that our people raised entire generations on faith and fight. We've been told our only worth is how much we consume, but we've been produced from day one. We've been producers from day one. We produce culture, we produce innovation, and we produce movements. And now it's time to produce ownership and true power. We're not just surviving, we're building. We're coding. We're investing. We're launching coins. We're writing contracts. We're building DAOs and designing the future. See, our FBA coin isn't just crypto, it's a call to sovereignty. It's the digital form of every dollar denied, every acre stolen, and every promise that was broken. It's a tool to redistribute power by us and for us. Because reparations ain't just about a check. It's about control. Control of our narrative, control of our currency, and control of our culture. We're not asking anymore. We're creating systems that recognize our value. We don't have to wait for a politician to liberate us. Our liberation starts with circulation. Circulate black dollars, circulate black brilliance, circulate black truth. We are the economy. We built Wall Street. Now it's time to own our own. We were the first stocks and bonds. Did y'all know that? We were the first stocks and bonds. We built the economy. We were the first we were the economy. People. Our future is decentralized, digitized, and decolonized. Our future is decentralized, digitized, and decolonized. We don't need their permission. We don't need their permission to rise. We already are rising. I'm just breaking down. Man, listen, I gotta break it down for y'all, man. I gotta lace the truth in these lines so y'all can rightfully divide. Lace truth in these lines so y'all hear and vibe. I gotta give y'all the gold. I gotta give y'all the game, man. We're gonna rename every street with our name. Think about that. Did y'all hear those lyrics in the song? I'm about to play the song again. I'm about to continue to play this song over and over and over again. See, this is not about ego. It's that demand for, it's a demand for dignity. Black people are demanding their dignity. We want our dignity. See, when we go, when we try to tell Africans we're not Africans, when we try to tell Caribbeans and people that we're not, that we have a culture that's rich here, we're saying, listen, we're demanding our dignity. We're demanding our respect. Do you not, when we tell you about the 50,000 patents that we have, when we tell you about the many inventions that we've done, when we tell you about the things that we built, when we say we built this country and you overlook that and act as if we didn't do it, it's disrespectful. We're demanding our dignity. We're saying we own our culture. We're saying you can't just come over here and muddy the waters no longer. We're telling you we want a clear distinction of who we are and who you are. I appreciate it, brother. I appreciate it. We're a dignified people. You're not gonna disrespect us. That's what we're saying. For every Crispus Attucks, every Fannie Lou Hamer, every Fred Hampton, we take back space. Rename the blocks, reclaim the classrooms, rewrite the history books. Because we are the dream reimagined. We are the Black Ascension. We the dream, we the drum, we're the morning sun. Come on, man. I'm giving y'all some lyrics here. Still we rise. Still. Still. Let me play the song again, y'all. Hit that like button. Share the live stream. Share the live stream. Check out the song. It should be available on Spotify and all major streaming platforms. Still We Rise. Inspired by 𝗤𝗏 Nichols, Shedeur Sanders, Robert Hinton Jr., and our brother Carmelo Anthony. In spite of a system that's against us, we still rise. Still we rise. Here it go.
Yeah. Chains on the soul, but my spirit still fight. Tears on the ground from the years of pain, but the seeds we planted still grow in the rain. Through the fire, through the storm, we gon' stand. Truth in our bones, revolution in our hands. We the dream, we the drum, we the morning sun. Better days are coming, we not done. Born in a world where the laws never loved us, still in our backs cause the system tried to crush us. Mothers crying at the caskets of the young kings. Bullet holes piercing through American dreams. They gave us scraps. We built culture from the bones. Turned pain into rhythm. Turned projects into homes. Still they paint us criminal. Target us as stats. But never show the genius or the love we give back. Our heroes wore hoodies. Our saints wore chains. They fear our light cause they profit from pain. But every brick they throw, we build a new lane and put our names in the sky where the stars remain. I've been down so long I forgot what free feel like. Chains on the soul, but my spirit still flat. Tears on the ground from the years of pain, but the seeds we planted still grow in the rain. Through the fire, through the storm, we gon' stand. Truth in our bones, revolution in our hands. We the dream, we the drum, we the morning sun. Better days are coming, we not done. They redline our blocks, try to cage our minds, but can't hold back what's divinely designed. We birthed jazz, soul, hip hop, and more. Made the world move from our ancestral core. Truth in my tongue, justice in my breath. Each verse a march, each line defies death. They kill the body, but the vision still live. Cause every hood got a prophet they ain't ready to forgive. I seen boys with dreams shot down too soon, but I also seen grandmas pray hope into the room. So we rise with the strength that they tried to consume, and we dance to the beat of a freedom tune. I've been down so long, I forgot what free feel like. Chains on the soul, but my spirit still fight. Tears on the ground from the years of pain, but the seeds we planted still grow in the rain. Through the fire, through the storm, we gon' stand. Truth in our bones, revolution in our hands. We the dream, we the drum, we the morning sun. Better days are coming, we not done. Legacy ain't numbers, it's the lives we ignite. Each child with the spark, each elder with sight. We more than survivors, we architects of truth. Wrote scripts and struggle, graduated from the roots. We are the pages they scared to read out loud, so they silence the voices that speak too proud. But we ain't folding, we forge in a flame, and we gon' rename every street with our name. This ain't a trend, this the soul's redemption. Power in the mirror beyond their comprehension. We the dream, reimagine black ascension. From pain we made light, now we shift the mission. I've been down so long, I forgot what free feel like. Chains on the soul, but my spirit still fight. Tears on the ground from the years of pain, but the seeds we planted still grow in the rain. Through the fire, through the storm, we gon' stand. Truth in our bones, revolution in our hands. We the dream, we the drum, we the morning sun. Better days are coming, we not done. So our brothers and sisters, we still rise. It's not over, not by a long shot.
All right. So y'all go check that out, man. Y'all go check that out. Now we close with the names that carry stories the world tries to forget. But we remember. Because to forget them is to forget ourselves. We can never forget our fallen brothers, fallen victim, fallen prey to this system of injustice. Let's start with 𝗖𝗄𝗏 Sanders. Proud, comes from a lineage, he comes from his father, Deion Sanders, Hall of Famer, legend. Redefined the sport. Brought moxie, brought bravado, brought dignity to blackness. Brought swag to the playing field. Brought leadership, brought scholarship. This brother 𝗖𝗄𝗏 Sanders comes from greatness. And we watch how they, we all know he should have been a first-round draft pick. We all know that. Everybody was projecting this brother to go number 1, number 2, at least top 5. And we watched him be humbled. We watched the league try to humble him. We watched a young king, a leader in cleats. They tried to disrespect his name. Tried to deny his draft day. They try to spoil it. They try to spoil his greatness. But the people saw what the league refused to. We understood exactly what was going on. We understood the assignment. That brother has the #1 selling jersey as a rookie in the NFL right now. Before he even laced up his cleats, we came out and we supported that brother. We said you won't profit off his labor while denying his legacy. And so his fans flipped the script. They bought his merch, not their jersey. They showed love directly to the player. That's movement, y'all. That's FBA energy. That's what happens when the culture backs its own. Shout out to our brother 𝗖𝗄𝗏 Sanders. I pray that brother balls out and proves all the naysayers wrong. And plus, he's playing for my team. Y'all know I'm a Cleveland Brown fan. Just if y'all didn't know, I'm a Cleveland Brown fan. So shout out. Now to Carmelo Anthony. Misjudged, mistreated. They framed him a scandal before he even had his say. Media convinced him long before court did. They tried to make a narrative. They tried to make this brother guilty before proven innocent, instead of innocent before proven guilty. They try to put this brother at $1 million bail like he was some kind of career criminal or some type of, you know, they try to railroad this brother. They understand that there's something called stand your ground, and they try to make this brother out to be OJ. You know what I'm saying? They try to make this brother out to be another OJ. One man versus two big guys. 150-pound kid versus two 210-pound YT dudes. And they try to make this brother out to be the Incredible Hulk, the aggressive, the aggressor. But let's be real, this isn't new for Black America. We've always been presumed guilty because the system was built to break, not to believe us. Yet through all the noise, the shadow, the silence, he comes from a good family. His parents had his back. The community realized what was going on. And we got behind this brother. And we put some money into his 𝗤𝗄𝗵𝘁𝘂𝘁𝗄𝗏 fund. And we got behind him. And we made sure that that brother's going to get at least a fair trial and a good lawyer to help him fight his case. Regardless of what the verdict may come, we showed up for that brother and his family, and we made sure that brother was at least going to get an opportunity at a fair trial. Did y'all see that video of those two YT boys, those two kids playing with a real pew-pew? And the police was able to come in and exercise patience, exercise training, and not unalive those kids with the pew-pew that they were pointing it at the police. See, we know that if that was one of us, if that was this color skin, this beautiful copper color skin right here, we know if that was one of us, the police would not have exercised that much patience. They would have went in guns, pew-pews ablazing. And they would have unalived. They would have unalived him. But because it was YT boys, they knew how to they knew how to resort to their training then. But when it comes to us, they have no patience for us. They have patience for everybody else but us. And now to Robert Hinton Jr., a father broken by the unaliving of his son, a man pushed beyond the edge by a system, deaf to his pain. He watched the body cam footage, y'all, and he saw the injustice. And in a moment of grief, anger, and despair, he did what many think about but never do. He took justice into his own hands. He took the life of a police officer. We don't condone the violence, but we understand the pain. We understand what it means to cry for justice. We understand what it means to cry for justice. And instead be handed silence. What happens when the system makes you feel like your life and your child's life don't matter? See, we're not judging the crime, right? We're not judging the crime. We know that a crime was committed, but we're just asking for fairness under the law. We're asking for fairness under the law. See, when we have people that want to criminalize our culture and not criminalize theirs, that's the problem. When we have people want to demonize our culture and not demonize theirs, that's the problem. When one person can do this, so we have all things being equal, right? All things being equal, and we see that it's for one group of people, these they seem to be unalive at a higher rate than another group of people who do the exact same thing. The exact same thing. Your arguments don't mean anything if they're not backed by truth. If they're not backed by true equality. See, fairness is all black people ever asked for. Fairness. Fairness. Justice. We don't ask for handouts. We're not asking for preferential treatment. We're just asking for fairness. And we can't even get that. What happens when you cry for help? What happens when your cry for help becomes a scream for vengeance? Robert Hinton Jr., we don't justify it, but we don't ignore it. We speak your name in truth, not in judgment. Because we know this country creates BOMBs out of brokenness and then act shocked when they explode. See, the system created a Robert Hinton Jr. He just did what any father thought about doing a million times when they're denied justice. He just went out and stood on it. He went out and did it, and in his action and in his doing, he became one of our heroes. He set the stage for a new precedence. You take one of ours, something happened. I don't know. One of ours, one of yours. Freedom, freedom, freedom. Let freedom ring. Justice, see, it ain't true justice if it ain't justice all across the board. If the law only works for one group but not the other, it's not true justice. If there's no fairness, if there's no equality in the law, there is no law. If you break the social contract, that's all we're saying. That's all we're saying. If you break the social contract, there's been precedents laid out. If a Jordan-bpeterson can be unalived by a Daniel Penny, and you call that justice, and y'all make him a hero, well, we can have our heroes too. We can make a father a hero. And we stand in solidarity with our brothers and our sisters falling to this corrupt system. This corrupt system of injustice that's directly pointed at our people. See, we want fairness across the board. We want fairness across the board. It can't be good for one, and then when somebody else does the exact same thing, now it's criminalized. We can't have that. We can't have that. You're not what Black Americans are saying today, what we're saying today is we are not going to just allow things to happen to us and there not be a direct response. We're checking everything. You want the smoke? Bring it. We got smoke too. You understand? You keep pushing the line, we're gonna hold the line. How about that? Across the board. We still rise. Still we rise. See, what Black people are telling you, is we're not afraid. There's no consequence that's above our freedom. There's no consequence that's above our peace. There's no consequence that's above our existence. Bring the consequences. Bring them. We eat those for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. You understand? When it comes to our very existence, bump the consequences. You've done everything you can to us. What are we afraid of? We're not afraid. Still, we rise. Do you understand that? Still, we rise. Bump the consequences. Still, we rise. We're tapped into frequency. We're tapped into frequency. Bump your consequences, sir. We don't care. We are going to exist. We are going to thrive. We are going to propel and move forward without your permission. We don't need your validation. You can't tell us how to be human. You can't tell us how to think. You can't tell us how to respond. Bump that. We don't care. You can sit in the comments and try to say whatever you want to say, but we don't care. Still, we rise. That's the new precedence. That's what it is. We don't care about no jail. We don't care about no unaliving. We don't care about no threat of unaliving. We don't care. We don't got to prove nothing to anyone any longer. You have to prove yourself to us, sir. We've done all the proving. We've done all the proving. And we're saying whatever you want to do, go ahead and do it. What's stopping you from doing what you want to do? Because we're gonna stand. We're gonna be here. We're ready for it. How about that? Whatever you're thinking, you're not the standard of justice. You're not the standard of truth. We are. So bump your system. Bump your consequences. You want the smoke? Bring it. Bring it. Because we're unafraid. We're unafraid. There's no fear here. See, you've never been to that. You've never seen that. You've never been to that. You never got to that state. See, you're fearful. That's why you respond the way you respond when you see us. When you see this copper color skin, that's fear. Fear of annihilation. Fear of birth rate. Fear of not fear. But we don't. There's no fear in us. Bump the consequences. We're gonna exist. We're gonna thrive, and you can't do nothing about it. We're saying, you've already done what y'all can do. The dominant society has already done what they can do to Black America, and we're still here. Yeah, we've had some casualties. Yeah, we've had some setbacks, but we're still here. And we're always going to resist you. We're always going to resist the power that be. We're always. You're never going to get rid of us. Never. Our melanin says we're going to be here longer than you. That's what our melanin says. Our melanin says that. Our very skin is wrapped in the resistance and the defiance of this system of oppression. See, when you put the system of oppression of colorism in place, that was the very system that was meant to take you out. When you said non-melanated was better than melanated, you destroyed yourself. Because we're gonna be here. Your birth rates are the ones that are below replacement levels. Ours are not. Understand that. So whatever system that's still here, that's still lingering on, as long as there's injustice in the world, guess what? There's going to be Black Americans to defy it, to resist it. And we're unafraid. See, here's the problem. We're unafraid. All your tactics, it doesn't work anymore. The propaganda and witchcraft that we were under, we're coming out of. See, we woke up. And we're not going back to sleep. We're not going back to sleep. We're showing up. We're moving. We're moving how we want to move, and you can't do nothing about it. We're saying do something. Do something about it, because we're righteous people. You're not. We're the righteous, and you're not. And we're saying do what you came here to do. Do your worst, because we've seen it all already. We've seen it all already. Do your worst. We're not going nowhere. We'll be here. Sipping on our tea, on our porch, watching. Do it. We're not afraid. See, Robert Hinton set the precedence already. Y'all don't know how powerful that was. He set the precedence already. Y'all don't know how powerful that was. He set the precedence already. A father. You're not just going to unalive my children and there not be consequences. You're not going to harm a black American and there not be listen, the Most High is with us. You cannot be on the wrong side. If you want to be on the wrong side of history, go right ahead. If you want to be on the losing team, go right ahead. If you want to sell out for the devil, go right ahead. I'm saying we are righteous people. We were born righteous. It's our birthright, and you can't do nothing about it. We were born with soul. We were born with melanin, and you can't do nothing about it. Bring it on. We want all the smoke. All of it. All of it. I'm saying we're unafraid. I'm saying all those scare tactics that y'all used to use, yeah, it doesn't work. Doesn't work. We're unafraid. We're not going nowhere. You can't deport us. We're here. You don't want to live next to us, you move. We're staying. You want to go somewhere, go back to Europe. America belongs to the copper-colored races. That's what we're saying. America belongs to foundational black Americans. You don't like it? Oh well. Do something about it. Because we're going to be here. We're not going anywhere. We're going to stand on business. And we're going to keep standing on business. You're the one who's afraid. We're not. That's why you respond in such an aggressive and toxic and genocidal manner, because you're the one who's afraid. We are not. We're not afraid. We're not afraid. You won't come up here and say all that. I guarantee that. You see, people, y'all gonna stay in the comments and say that, right? But come up here and say it with your chest, like a man. See, I'm not an internet warrior. I'm a real person. Come say it with your chest, buddy. Come say it with your chest. Don't be an internet warrior. Don't be an internet troll. Be real. Man to man, come talk to me. I won't bite. Let's have an intellectual, logical conversation. But you won't. Because you're scared. Deep down on the inside, you're scared. You're fearful. You're fearful. But listen, our people are unafraid. We're only 14% of this country, and we pretty much run everything in this country. We pretty much dominate everything in this country. See, you think the domination is in numbers. But the more cowards you bring to America, the more cowards that come over here, for every coward you got, we got a rider. See, we come from a lineage of riders. We don't come from a lineage that flee. We come from a lineage that stand on business. That's what you don't understand. Our lineage stands on business. And we're unafraid. Unafraid. The precedence has been set. One of yours, one of ours, one of yours. Eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. Eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. That's justice. That's justice. So it is what it is. All this turn the other cheek nonsense, that ain't justice. That ain't justice. Turn the other cheek is not justice, y'all. But an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth, that's justice. Let's bring some people up and let's see what they gotta say. The Hammer, what's up?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that, what you're quoting there, that's like Hammurabi's code, and that code was probably around even before him, an eye for an eye, a
Yeah,
tooth for a
tooth
tooth,
for a tooth. Come on.
because that is the basic foundation upon which justice has been created in this world. So if we have to go back to that, then we have to go back to it. We tried loving everybody
Come
and
on.
turning the other cheek for 500 years, and it clearly isn't working.
Come on. That's the witchcraft. That's the propaganda and witchcraft we're coming out of. When we start realizing, when we start using common sense, that trumps everything. When we start using common sense. Listen, we are a people of justice, and that's all we ever asked. If it's equal for one party, it's equal for another. Don't let it be one. Don't let the Kyle Rittenhouse get away with stuff that we can't do. Don't let one group of people get away with stuff that we can't do. If y'all want Daniel Penny to be a hero, guess what? He set the precedence now.
George Zimmerman too.
George Zimmerman too. So that's
I
all
mean,
we're
yeah,
saying.
right. And the problem is they don't have an Obama or what was going to be a Kamala presidency where they come up and smile and speak eloquently and sing Al Green while our kids are getting slaughtered by the government. And I say by the government, even if a vigilante does it, it's by the government if they allow him to walk, because the government sanctioned that killing. And, I served 20 years, and we used to go after countries that did that to their citizens. So I don't know why it's tolerable here.
Yeah, I agree, man. Listen, man, listen. One of ours, one of yours. That's the precedence now.
That's the laws of nature.
Come on. Why are we going against the law of the nature?
Because we allow other ethnicities to control us and control the way how we move and we think to be suppressed.
That's it. That's it. We're waking up, man. See, that's the advantage that we have over the dominant society. If they're fearful, that's why they do what they do. We're not. We're not concerned about the consequences. There are people who are going to be like, you know what? I'll take that jail time. We have people out there like that, like, you know what? Bump that. You're not going to do whichever you want to do to me, and I don't respond.
And definitely not to my kids,
Definitely not to my kids.
I'll do that time all day, every day.
That's a father. Are we not supposed to protect our children?
At all costs.
Sad thing is these are the same white supremacists that have been yelling, where the dad's at, where the dad's at for the past 30 years. All right, here he is, motherfucker, now what?
Come on.
That's what
Robert
Brother Rodney
Jr.,
said. So
I'm sorry, brother.
the father is right here, now what?
That's a hero to us in the black community. When we see a father hold his head high in court, when we see a father stand on business,
How many movie heroes like that have we cheered for? I mean, for now to say it's a bad thing, that doesn't make any sense.
come on, how many people love Charles Bronson? Remember them Charles Bronson movies?
Yeah, he goes straight at vigilante for life.
Hey,
Come
remember
on,
that?
man.
Remember who's the guy from you know, Give Me Back My Daughter, or that guy? I'm going to find you. That guy.
Yeah, Taken. That movie
Yeah,
Taken. Yeah. Come.
he's made a number of movies like that. Everybody cheer the whole
Listen,
damn
white
time.
America praises those. They praise those movies. They love those movies. But when we do it, there's a problem.
There's always going to be a problem when we do it because they don't want us to stand up for ourselves. And that's what's wrong with a lot of our people. We got to continue and support each other when we do stand up.
Man, I got to put some money on that brother's books, on his defense team, because I think he should. I think he should claim temporary insanity. I think he should claim it. I think he's right to do that. Because that would drive anybody insane to see something like that. If you've seen the injustice, they allowed this man to watch the body cam footage.
That's the clearest case I've ever seen.
That's the clearest case of temporary insanity if I've ever seen one. So regardless of what they may listen, I don't care. Listen, I don't care what a 𝗤𝗊𝐺 person think of me. If they think I'm immoral because I'm siding with this brother, so what? What are you gonna do about it? What are you gonna do about it? I don't have to prove nothing to you. I've proven everything I've ever. Man, black people have proven themselves time and time and time and time again. I don't have to prove myself no more. You have to prove yourself now. You have to prove to me that you're not a racist. You have to prove to me that you're not a bigot. I don't have to prove that. I'm not worried about whatever stigma you can put. Oh, this is the criminal man. So, what are you gonna do about it? I'm at that point now. What are you gonna do about it?
Right. That's the sad thing. They think this is high school and we care what people think about us. So they keep talking about 13 and 15. Like, I don't care what anybody thinks. Just come do something, and it's not going to be what you think. It's what you experience, you know?
I just watched y'all try to drag my brother 𝗖𝗄𝗴𝗵𝘁𝘀, prank call him, degrade him,
Yep. Put them in like the bottom of the first round or second round, whatever they
make
put
him
them.
feel less than, and I watched this brother still overcome, and is still overcoming to this day.
What they did, though, is they just created tens of millions of Browns fans. That's all they did.
I've been a Brown fan. I've been, so
Bro,
I'm actually happy that this is all happening. I don't really, let me tell you something, man.
it's
I'm
going to be
not
the
really,
greatest thing.
yeah. I'll watch football again just for that. Just for 𝗖𝗄𝗴𝗵𝘁𝘀.
Right.
I'm at the point now where I'm like, we don't need the game. The game needs us. I'm at the point now where we all should just walk away from the game because we don't have nothing to prove in it. We all need to focus on building the black community only. If it ain't about the black community, if it ain't about our community, we need to walk away from the job.
That's right.
We need our own business. We need to have our own system. We need
To be honest,
our own everything.
to be honest,
From
if they
top to
still had,
bottom.
yeah, and if they still had the Negro League, it would be the only league people would be watching. But instead, we gave that up, and now we're in this other league that
But
everybody's watching.
but hold up, we don't even need a Negro League. We just need to create our own game. And they can come play our game now because we're not going to play their game. You see what I'm saying? It's not even about a league of just black people. We're just going to create a league that's ours, and we're going to control it with our owners, right? And if they want to come play, they got to play by our rules. That's it. We're not playing by their rules anymore. So it's not that we have to create a Negro League of anything. We just need to create a league. And then we support that league. And then if they want to play in our game, they have to play by our rules. That's what it is. I'm tired of playing their game
Facts.
and their rules, and they get to change the rule anytime they feel like it so that they can stay in power or stay in control. No, we're going to create a game, and we're going to make it fair. And now you have to fit into the box over here because we know that anytime that the rules are clearly defined, we thrive. Anytime when it comes to fairness, it's really unfair for other people because fairness is actually in our court.
Yep.
We know that. That's why they have to level the playing field, because if it's fair, we dominate. If it's not fair, they can dominate. That's it. So we just need to come out of all their games, all their stuff, and say, you know what? Y'all can have the league. Y'all can have this. We don't even have to. We don't even have to create basketball. It doesn't have to be basketball. We can create a whole new game that we all enjoy and love, and focus on that. And we have our own owners and things in power. We don't have to take something that they created and then start our own league. We can create something totally new.
All right, go to work. Take care.
Totally new. That's where I'm at. That's exactly where I'm at. We can create something totally new. And ball out. We have to come out of their system. We have to come out of everything that they got going on. And we got to create our own. That's why blockchain is so important for our people. Blockchain technology, we need to hop all over that. Anything that's decentralized, we need to hop on it. Decentralization is where it's at. Decentralization is where it's at. Decentralization is where it's at, people. Blockchain technology. But we're unafraid. Shout out to those brothers that came up. I don't know what happened, but shout out to those brothers that came up. Can y'all still hear me? If y'all can still hear me, put a 1 in the chat for me. I just need to know. If y'all can still hear me, put a 1 in the chat. Put a 1 in the chat if y'all can still hear me. Okay, good. Okay. What's up, cousin? Come on up here, brother. What's my brother King? What's up, brother? What's up? That's where it's at, man. You know, we're not afraid anymore, y'all. Bump the consequences. Bump the consequences. We gonna eat those. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner. We standing on business, and that's it. What's up, cousin?
What's happening, Kevin? Good morning. Good morning to you.
Good morning. Good morning, sir. We out here.
I didn't know you had switched up on your nights. You went up on days on me again.
Oh yeah, man. I'm back to the morning for right now. For right now, I'm back to the morning, man. You know, I was targeted so much in the mornings, man. That's why I got off the mornings, but I went to the night.
I can understand that.
I got tired of being targeted. Now that the targeting has gone down a little bit, I'm back. I'm back. And I'm a morning person anyway.
Yes, that I can wholeheartedly agree with.
I like getting things done.
Assuming the first came up, you were talking about Hinton, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man, that man is the new hero.
He's a hero
in the black community.
He's a hero. I don't care. Listen, vigilante. He's a hero.
Well, they all right with vigilante justice as long as we're not doing vigilante justice, because we know if we're going to do vigilante justice as black people, it's going to be against white people. So they do not want to encourage black people to have any form of vigilante justice. They would easily prefer for us to just constantly sit back and say, well, it's on you. Y'all can handle it. Y'all take care of it. You know, to me, it still gets down to when black men and women first got into policing. One of the first things they had to learn, know, and understand was that you do not have any authority in any way, shape, form, or fashion to arrest or address a YT person.
Come on.
You could see them do the crime and you could not do anything to them.
Nothing. So remember, they set that precedence. They the one that did that. You can't arrest a white man. You can't address a YT man. You can't do this. We just can. All you can do is watch. So as long as they did that, guess what? Now it's 2025. Fast forward.
Exactly. Now suddenly
This is what
it's an
y'all can
issue.
do. Now it's exactly. Now it's an issue. So we're just saying, listen, we're using common sense now. We're no longer under the propaganda and witchcraft, the spell, turn the other cheek nonsense. We're going back biblical, real biblical, Old Testament even. Eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. Because
No
that's
doubt.
that's justice.
You know, I guess the thing that gets me when I've heard these cats and kittens out here espousing that really chaps my cakes. You all or they make the assumption that this black father just didn't have any kind of connection to his child. They look and want to believe that, well, you know, this, that, and the other. Well, it's okay, yeah, he saw him, you know, get unalive, but, well, you know, he should have just waited. Are you kidding me? The idea that we are incapable of loving our children and they can't even take half a heartbeat to say, yeah, he loved his child. They can't even grasp the concept that black men and women can love their children and not want to see their children harmed by the state, by the government. It is just incensing to my spirit. And I just don't know how they expect us to turn around and look at this and say, okay, I guess that's another one of them things. You know, I've said it before. This idea that we're going to forget, that's not landing anywhere near me. Why? What was the first mitigating factor that started the civil rights movement? Emmett Till. His mama put that picture. Ebony took that picture of that open casket and showed the world what they did to her baby. Nobody got arrested. She was able to transition in a nursing home instead of a prison like she was supposed to. So the idea that we're going to forget, it starts with him. Well, I'm not going to say it starts with, but he was the primary factor that set everything in motion. Because the hundreds of strange fruits that had occurred before that, nope, haven't forgot them either. We haven't forgot the flooded towns.
Right.
See, none of these immigrant families can say that. They can't go and say, well, my area was put up under Lake Lanier. This is where we got family cemeteries buried at. We got schools, hospitals, businesses buried under here.
See, all
But
we
you
got to
want us
do is
to,
remember. All we got to do is just remember. Listen, this is what they did to us, and all we got to do is remember. We didn't start it, but we gonna finish it.
exactly. Since
We
you all have
didn't
had
start it.
this long to do all the things that you've done,
Come on.
okay, now we've got our hackles up.
We are justified now because we can look
That's
at a
what they're afraid the court
long
system is going to do.
list of
That's the real thing.
atrocities done to us. We got a long list, and no, we're not gonna get over it. No, no, no. The past is the past. It happened. We're not gonna get over it. You can keep saying get over it, get over it, get over it. You don't tell the small hats to get over it. You're not gonna tell us to get over it. Now, you're gonna have to stand on business because now we're saying bump your consequences. That's what we're saying. Now we're saying, you know what? I don't care. Do what you came to do. We're gonna stand in the essence of the Messiah even. And we're going to look at Judas right in the face and say, do what you came to do. We're going to look at the enemy right in his face and say, do what you came to do. Because I'm not moving. I'm standing on business. And I'm not budging. Now what?
Exactly. Good day, Grand Rising.
Grand Rising. Grand Rising.
So I got 2 minutes right now, and I'll be back. But nonetheless, you can't get over something that's currently happening. Look at the brothers that is going, unalive that way in the Southeast, the truckers, and like Mississippi, North Carolina, all those brothers that's missing, and they finding them like strange fruit. Come on, you can't get over something. There was 2 college students that were found in the lake, belly up. They were going from I think Georgia to New York or somewhere to go to check out some schools, some twins. You can't get over something that's currently happening. Like, come on. So I had to drop that, and then I'll be back in a little while.
Okay. Yeah. Listen.
Thank you, sister. Appreciate that.
Appreciate that, yeah. There's still things going on to this day. Still things going on to this day, right now. Still things happening to us. Like
You can't get over something when it's always happening. When the injustice never ends. We had Tamir Rice.
Come on.
We had Trayvon Martin. Eric Gardner.
Come on.
Alton Sterling. When are we supposed to take a time? When do we get a beat to just breathe? It is, again, offensive to my soul. And then want to act like, what the problem is? How come y'all ain't just, going along? If they hadn't done, every aspect of harm and negativity in our community can be placed at the dominant society's feet. Because see, now I'm not going to sit up here and act like we all going to be perfect when we get paid, because we're not. But I would say this, 90% of our issues would disappear. In my opinion, when cats and kittens are finally able to relieve that daily stress that we have been placed upon or placed under, now I don't have to worry about going out there and ensuring food for my family. So I don't have to go down that dark street, down the illegal path to just get some money.
And you know what? None of us, listen, it's not even about the illegal path. None of us have to really do that. None of us have to go down the legal path to make money even today. So it's not about the money. The money is a necessity, but it's not about the money at all. The money's not going to say crime is going to stop. Because let me just say this. Listen, that money is owed. It's a debt that's owed, and it must be paid. And we're not going nowhere until you give us our money. Period. Point blank. We're not saying that money's going to cure racism, because it's not. Listen, I'm gonna tell you right now. The moment they put money in your hand, they're gonna have a plan to take that money right back out of your hand. So y'all better be prepared. Hold on, I'm gonna just mute you up real quick. It's a little loud, cousin. Y'all better be prepared for lawsuits coming. Y'all better be prepared for people walking on your property, slipping and falling. Y'all better be prepared for people showing that up at your business and trying to, get that paper back. Because listen, all that's going to do is we already got a target, but that's going to embolden their target. And we're saying, so let it be. So let it be. So let it be. We're totally unafraid. We totally don't care. It is what it is. We are going to do for our people. We're gonna stand on business. We're gonna take care of our community, and we're gonna make sure that anything you try to do, because if we believe that we gonna get this reparation money and everything just gonna be honky dory, it might be like that for a little while. We might be able to breathe and celebrate for a little while, but tomorrow, Monday's coming.
I would say it like this, particularly when it comes to our community. Do not think that we are out here trying to end racism. We are not. We are not trying to. It's going to be here. That is not our job as a black community to stop racism. Our job is to get paid and overcome what they've done, and that make sure that they have consequences for these actions.
That's right.
They trying to do everything in their power right now to avoid any semblance or form of consequence.
Right. Because the racism is not something that we brought to this world. We didn't bring racism. They did. They brought it in. We didn't bring it in. We didn't make it a color thing. Y'all did. We didn't make it a money thing. Y'all did. You see what I'm saying? They did. They did all that. We didn't.
Oh, absolutely, 100%.
We were just existing, minding our business, running our playbook, and they came in and decided to run their playbook on top of our playbook and try to crush what we got going on. We didn't do that. But here's what we'll say. Now that we understand what the game is, we want the money, we want the land, and we're going to do what we need to do to protect ourselves from them. Because we know
if that means withdrawing from every aspect of the dominant society's positions, wants, needs, desires, then so be it. I got no problem with this couch. Okay?
So be it.
It's not gonna bother me. Don't expect me out there. Don't expect me to come hyping up because Trump is coming at y'all.
Right. And if that means sending them all back to Europe, then so be it. Because we're not going nowhere. We're not Africans. So you can't keep bringing up, well, what about Africa? What about what's going on in Africa? You know, you guys are so great, but why couldn't they build in Africa? Because we're not African. We built America. We've been building in America forever. So
no, at this point, we're not starting over again. That's not gonna happen.
We are the copper-colored races. You are not, sir. 1828 Webster's Dictionary says it clear. See, this is the thing. Your own words come back to haunt you later. You
wrote the history yourself and are trying to act like the things that were written by your descendants, your antecedents, just doesn't matter anymore. This is the thing that kills me when they sit up here and say about the civil rights is about states' rights, and they stop right there. States' rights to do what? So no, I'm never gonna be an advocate in that regard. See, I'm looking at it like this. The Civil War, or WAR, occurred. Yes, they wanted to keep the Union together, or Lincoln wanted to keep the Union together. But the idea that it was for us, no, that wasn't for us. But let me say it like this. That was the only time that the United States government has acted on behalf of black people. The United States government has not acted on behalf of black people since the civil conflict. They acted on every other entity's interest, but not ours.
Listen, I won't even give them that, because they were acting out of necessity. They said, listen, if we don't free these black people, we're not going to have a country any longer. See, we're the secret sauce. They know that. Listen, all these people that keep saying, "Hey, we want send us back to Africa or whatever. Who are the true immigrants, right? They all want to send us back to Africa or whatever. Listen, they don't listen. Y'all say that, but y'all don't mean that, because in order for white supremacy to exist, you have to have somebody to oppress.
That is true.
So
The only way you know you on top is if you can see somebody on the bottom.
You send us wherever you think you're gonna send us, but it ain't gonna never happen. What do you think? What do you think y'all gonna do? Oppress each other? That's all that's gonna happen, and destroy
Who
y'all.
was the YT man's first victim?
Himself.
Nope.
Who
YT
was?
woman.
Come
YT
on.
woman.
Come on.
She's
Let me talk to the YT women out there. If your men don't have us to oppress, they just going to oppress you. That's it. That's y'all. Y'all should be more fearful of that than anything else. Because at least with the black man, there's liberation. There's that soul pole and that mixed babies y'all could be having. But you don't want Aryan nothing, because it's a system of oppression that will turn on itself. What were they doing in Europe? They were fighting each other, and then they realized, you know what? We need to go after these Africans. And they all said, you know what? We got to write a treaty amongst each other, because if we keep doing this, we're going to destroy each other. You're already the smallest group on the planet. You're only 7% of the world. So if you all continue to fight each other, y'all going to be 3%, 2%. So y'all said, you know what? We're not going to fight each other. We're going to oppress them who are the majority, and then squander everything for ourselves so we can live like kings. That's all they decided to do. So you go ahead and try that. Go back to Africa nonsense, because we ain't going nowhere. If anybody's going somewhere, you're going back to Europe.
Say it again, brother.
What it is. If anybody's going somewhere, you're going back to Europe. That's where you belong. We ain't going no
Anywhere.
America.
Too much, my brother. How you doing?
Yeah, brother. What's up, King?
I'm cool.
Greetings, King.
Unc, how you doing?
Not too bad yourself, sir.
I'm cool. I'm cool over here. Yeah. I wanted to come tell you something. Look, you all know that I'm from South America, Suriname, and last Friday I had a live. I was streaming a meeting about reparations, and it was a meeting that was organized by Africans. And I subscribed to that meeting. It was a Zoom meeting, but then I get the confirmation that I had subscribed. I had a code to get into that meeting, but then later I got another email where they asked me to subscribe again, and then I did that, and then I got the same email that I got a code that I have subscribed so I can get into that meeting. But there was a name mentioned in the second email that I got. And I can tell you this, we are on the right track. I'm not going to talk long, but I can tell you we are on the right track thanks to you guys. These people who have been undermining us all, they are panicking right now. Like I said before, the 31st of December 2024, it ended for them because they had a decade to arrange everything. And they arranged a lot of things. But the things that they thought they arranged didn't work in those 10 years. And they tried to do that same ritual in 2025 and the next years to come. But they have to expose themselves to show us what they were doing behind the scenes, what they have been done to Suriname itself, my ancestors who built everything over there, who laid the foundations of Suriname. They tried to erase everything of my ancestors, and not to forget is that one of my ancestors is an original Indian from the South Americas. Because back in the days they were calling her also an Indian, and she was she had a very dark brown complexion, but her hair was different compared to those who looked like her. But the Maroons, all of these years, these past years, they were plotting against us, and we didn't know. They called us, yeah, join us so that we can form one organization. And we were trying, but these people were always hostile to us. Like they don't trust us. They don't want us to join them. And what the Maroons do all over the Caribbean, they organize with each other because they call themselves Maroons, and they erase everything of our ancestors and put their story like they are the liberators of the people in the Americas, like the Caribbean, Suriname, British Guyana. So they wrote internationally very positive about themselves. It's okay, but it's all a lie. They erased my ancestors who laid the foundations of Suriname and actually also the Caribbean. And they
So they've
exposed
been running the
themselves.
same playbook for
And oh yeah,
hundreds of
this
years.
is what I wanted to say. This is what I wanted to say. So you guys were saying a few years ago that Africans were sitting in the seats and Caribbean people were sitting in the seats making decisions for your nation, undermining you.
Thank you.
And these are the same people. So they were connected with these Maroons sitting in your seats over there, undermining your cases, your reparations. That is these people. That is what I wanted to say. And now they are panicking because thanks to you guys who stood tall, kept your back straight, telling us the truth, sharing the truth with the world, they have exposed themselves. We didn't start this. They started it to undermine us, the true people who has the real history. We didn't went into the jungle to hide over there, living like a bunch of wild people. Those people, those Maroons, never built anything. Let that be clear to everybody who's listening right now. So I would like to ask everybody to tap the screen, and share the live. Thank you too much.
Appreciate it.
And
Appreciate it.
Uncle.
Appreciate it. Okay, hold on real quick. I'm gonna come to Grimly. How do you say girl mom? Sorry, girl mom. I'm gonna go to girl mom in just a minute. I want everybody to tap the screen. I'm gonna play the song to my new single that's out right now on Spotify, on all major streaming platforms. It's called "Still We Rise." It's in honor of Robert Hinton Jr. It's in honor of Carmelo Anthony, Shador Sanders, okay, Tyrese Nichols. It's in honor of all our fallen people. Sam Cooke. I mean, it's inspiration from everywhere. I want y'all to listen to it. While we're listening to it, tap the screen, share the live. Here we go.
Yeah. I've been down so long, I forgot what free feel like. Chains on the soul, but my spirit still fight. Tears on the ground from the years of pain, but the seeds we planted still grow in the rain. Through the fire, through the storm, we gon' stand. Truth in our bones, revolution in our
Tap
hands.
the
We
screen.
the dream, we the drum, we the morning sun. Better days are coming, we not done. Born in a world where the laws never loved us. Still in our backs, cause the system tried to crush us. Mothers crying at the caskets of the young kings. Bullet holes piercing through American dreams. They gave us scraps. We built culture from the bones. Turned pain into rhythm. Turned project into homes. Still they paint us criminal. Target us in stats. But never show the genius or the love we give back. Our heroes wore hoodies. Our saints wore chains. They fear our light cause they profit from pain. But every brick they throw, we build a new lane and put our names in the sky where the stars remain. I've been down so long, I forgot what free feel like. Chains on the soul, but my spirit still fight. Tears on the ground from the years of pain, but the seeds we planted still grow in the rain. Through the fire, through the storm, we gon' stand. Truth in our bones, revolution in our hands. We the dream, we the drum, we the morning sun. Better days are coming, we not done. They redline our blocks. Try to cage our minds, but can't hold back what's divinely designed. We birthed jazz, soul, hip hop, and more. Made the world move from my ancestral core. Truth in my tongue, justice in my breath. Each verse a march, each line defies death. They kill the body, but the vision still live. Cause every hood got a prophet they ain't ready to forgive. I seen boys with dreams shot down too soon, but I also seen grandmas pray hope into the room. So we rise with the strength that they tried to consume. And we dance to the beat of the freedom tune. I've been down so long, I forgot what they feel like. Chains on the soul, but my spirit still flying. Tears on the ground from the years of pain, but the seeds we planted still bloom in the land. Through the fire, through the storm, we gon' stand. Truth in our bones, revolution in our hands. We the green, the gold, we the more the sun. Better days are coming, not done. Legacy on numbers. We ignite each child with a spark, each elder with sight. We more than survivors, we architects of truth. Wrote scripts of struggle, graduated from the roots. We are the pages they scared to read out loud, so they silence the voices that speak to pride. We fall to the flame. This ain't a trend, it's the soul's redemption. Pain, but the seeds we plant still grow in the rain. Through the fire, through the storm, we gon' stand. Truth in the bones, revolution in our hands. We the dream, we the drum, we the morning sun. Better days are coming, we not done.
All right, all right. Make sure y'all keep tapping the screen, you guys. Let's get to 10K. Check out the FBAcoin.org. Do your due diligence. Support the cryptocurrency movement that we're pushing right now. We got a lot of things coming out, man. If you want to get that song, if it's not already up there, give it a couple days. I just released it on Mother's Day, actually. So it should be available on all streaming platforms. If it's not there today or later on today, just check it. Just check it throughout the week, and you're gonna see the hit single, "Still We Rise." Okay, that's the name. Still We Rise. It's gonna be on Spotify, on all major streaming platforms. It's out right now. If y'all don't know, I'm working on a new album. It's called Too Much. I'm working on a new album. That's gonna be on the album of Too Much. There's a bunch of songs that I got coming for y'all, man. If y'all don't know about my other album, FBA Only, get that album. That was released New Year's Eve, December 31st, 2024. It's still hot. It's still relevant. If you like real music with a real message, this is what you're going to support. Okay. So let's go to Kingston. Kingston, go ahead and unmute your mic, brother.
Peace, brother. Much respect. Yeah, I just came on the panel, so I'm just listening. You know, I just came up probably like a minute ago, so I don't really know what the topic is. Yeah.
The topic is Still We Rise. I'm just talking about the foundational Black American greatness. You know, the things that we are dealing with, the things that we have overcome, and we're still rising. No matter what they do to us, we're not going nowhere. We're the only group that's fighting white supremacy. We're the only ones on the front line, and we're just honoring our people today. We're honoring great foundational Black Americans, Shedeur Sanders. We're honoring that brother, the Deion Sanders, the Sanders family, Robert Hinton Jr. standing on business. He's a great father who said, "Forget the consequences. I'm going to get my lick back." The Tyrese Nichols, the Carmelo Anthonys. We're saying we want true fairness when it comes to when it comes to this system of justice that oppresses us. We're the only one that says, you know what, we're not going to take it. We're going to stand on business, and we're going to fight against the system of oppression until it's gone. Until it's gone.
Respect, bro. Respect the energy, man. I love the energy.
So you're from Jamaica, right?
Yeah. Originally from Jamaica. I live in America, though. I live in Florida.
Okay.
Yesterday, you're not run this company. You're not.
Is that silly?
Thank you. You ain't supposed to be.
Hold on, I'm gonna mute. Your background's a little loud right there. When you're ready to talk, I'll unmute you. But yeah, man, that's what we're talking about, man. We're talking about the greatness of our people, the struggle that we endured in just being on our own land, We're recognizing our indigenousness. We're recognizing our African ancestry. We're recognizing that we're not Africans. We're recognizing that we are true Americans. We are the copper-colored people here. We are the foundation. We built this thing. This is ours. We're not here to prove to anybody anything. We've done all that already. We don't need their system. Their system needs us. We don't need them. We need to start creating our own. We need our own game. We don't need to join their game. We don't need to participate in their sports. We need to create our own sports. We need to do our own everything and
Yes.
keep everything. You know what I'm saying? We don't want. We're tired of the Shadir Sanders having to play ball. Okay, we don't want our people having to play ball anymore. We want our people to play freely, unencumbered, unapologetic. We want our people to be who we are, not have to curve our personality because it's too big for them. We're no longer walking around humble anymore, man.
Yes.
We're walking with our heads up high. We're rejecting these mammy statues that they're putting all over the world of black women, or what they think a black woman is, and what an everyday black woman's supposed to look like, or a black person. We're saying no, man. We don't need. We know what everyday average people look like. Put some of our icons up there. We got too many iconic people in the Black American community for you to be putting up some mammy holding up with her hands on her hips.
Yeah, what is that actually? Who did that?
And matter of fact, I want y'all to do a study. I want y'all to start Google all the black statues that we have, especially the statues of black women that there are in America. And wonder. I want y'all to see the pattern that most of these women that they have that when they show us are black women with their hands on their hips. I want you to understand that that's a propaganda. That's a form of witchcraft. That's a form of spells. That's a form of messaging, right? It's a projection even. You know, all these ancient mama types, listen, we love our aunties, we love our grandparents, but let me tell you something. Our when they didn't walk around all day with their hands on their hips. When they went outside, our women know how to dress up. Our women know how to show out. Our women know how to look their best.
Especially our woman.
We know about the Sunday's best. Everybody know about your Sunday's best. You got to put your Sunday. We know how to show up. So if you're gonna portray us, especially an image, a statue, you portray that, not this mammyism stuff.
Too much. Can I ask one question because I need to run? Who is responsible for that statue that I see coming by very often on TikTok?
I guess he's from the UK. He has
UK?
Yeah, he has Caribbean roots, and he's half white, half Caribbean. Okay.
Why would he do something like that? Because it doesn't look nice. I'm sorry.
Because he got paid to do it, brother. Brother, it ain't hard. It ain't hard, King. He got paid to do it, and he did not get paid to put out a strong, full-figured, proper black woman. He put a woman out there who, quite honestly, in my opinion, had some children, who was frustrated with her life, and this is what she looks like today. No, I can't accept that. My beautiful women, they may come in all shapes and sizes.
Exactly.
But you couldn't have looked at a woman, a black queen, coming out of a fitness center and said, that's the one?
I want y'all to Google the picture of the Statue of Liberty that they sent to America first.
Let me Google that. One moment.
And then I want you to look at the Statue of Liberty that we have today. And I want you to recognize that the Statue of Liberty is not really a woman, but it's a man.
Huh? Oh, this the one that is up right now.
The one that's up right now, that is a picture of a man. They call it a woman, but that is a picture. That facial feature, that body structure, the way that they're dressed, that is a man. And I want you to look at the original Statue of Liberty.
That's a beautiful woman, the first one.
Doesn't that represent black women right there?
Yeah, yeah. Can you put me for a moment on the big screen because I'm going to show it.
Yeah, let me put you on the big screen. Show the picture of the beautiful Statue of Liberty that the French sent us, compared to what it is now. Now, why couldn't we have that as a Statue of Liberty? What's wrong with that picture as a Statue of Liberty? What's wrong with that?
From our perspective, nothing. From their perspective, everything.
Now, I want y'all to pull up pictures of black women. I just want you to pull up pictures of statues that they put out in the open of black women, and I want you to notice that there is a standard of that they have for black women, and they always have to have their hands on their hips. I think that has everything to do with messaging, witchcraft, spells, propaganda. I don't think that's innocent when you got so many statues of black women with their hands on their hips. Now, I didn't say all the statues, but I'm saying the majority of these statues that they put up of our black women, they are black women with their hands on their hips.
This one looks nice. Look at this one.
That's one they put up. That's one of his statues right there. That's one of his statues right there at the top. Why couldn't they send us a statue
Good.
like that? Hold on. Scroll.
I think this one is in Rotterdam. I don't know for sure. Rotterdam in Nederland. Beautiful.
Where are those statues at? They're not in America. Notice that a lot of those statues are not in America.
No, these are not in America. I can see that. I know these ones.
You see them? Okay, go look at the statue that they put up of black women in America, because even the one they put up of an average, ordinary black woman in another country, they could have sent us that statue. Why'd they send us this statue with the woman with the hands on the hips? I want y'all to look at that. I think we really need to pay attention to how they're portraying black women here in America. Because when you see the statues outside of America, why do they look like beautiful black women though? Why? Mm-hmm. That's important. Let me see if I can pull something up. I got some stuff I can show you. Hold on. Let me see if I can put something up here.
See, they don't want to show any positive imagery of black men and women in America, particularly in statue form.
I don't understand this. I don't understand this one. It looks weird. Why would you do something like this?
You want to see another statue of a black woman?
Yeah. Why would they do something like this? People, share the live with your friends and families, and tap the screen. Oh yeah, we're going to 10. Okay, cool. Oh, Too Much. Put yourself on the big screen.
Let me go on the big screen real quick. I gotta, I wish I could do it through my phone here, but let me see if I can blow this up a little bit bigger. Hold on. Hold on. Who is it? This is a picture of Henrietta Lacks, right?
I'm gonna make a video about that statue and ask this guy that put this. Yeah, I see this one. Yeah, why would you do something like that?
Listen, why is it that all our black women have to have that mammy pose? Look at that. I'm just saying. That's another statue of a black woman, of a recognized Henry Lacks, of a recognized black woman.
And who's she?
Notice that they don't try to make them look like any of these. I'm gonna show y'all another. Hold on, let me show y'all.
She's the woman whose cancer cells are still going around today.
That's an authority, man.
They took her cells and have been using it to create multiple vaccines, and they never let her or her family know that they did this.
Mm-hmm.
So the medical industry did this. And at no point in time, to my understanding, has the family been compensated in any way. So I look at the statue of her and I say, it's fine that they have it up, but they may have made her look strong, independent, and a wee bit sassy.
They made her pose like that. She didn't want to. It's not that she just stood there to do that, just to do that.
I don't think she was around for that pose, bro. I think they just said, okay, this is what we're going to do. Because again, she had the C word, and they took her cells from this aspect. So she wouldn't have been around for this statue. This is just another, quite honestly, symbolic gesture to say we recognize the value of what you've given to society, but we're going to leave it right there. Nothing but symbolism for you.
Yeah, the post that respect to the lady, but the post that they gave her is not a post for a statue, and these people should be questioned. And also, this guy that pull up this new statue, people should start to question him. He's from the Caribbean. I hear from you. And why are there still Caribbean people making these types of decisions in your country itself?
Like I said, they couldn't find a Black American artist.
There are a lot.
The statue of our Black women and honor us. They had to pay somebody from the UK to put a statue in our country of what an ordinary Black woman looks like to them. And the dude said it was one of his family members that he painted. But if you look at her hair, if you look at the woman's hair, Black women don't do their hair like that. Not our Black women. Let me bring up the statue. Let me try to bring it up real quick. Let me try to go find it.
It's one of those wannabe Africans. Nothing against Africans. Let me be clear to everybody over here. But those in the Caribbean, South America, some in the USA, those wannabe Africans, those Pan-Africans, these people, they have a sick mindset most of the time.
Can y'all see that?
Come on, man.
And she ain't got no bra on. She ain't got no bra on, cousin. Do our women walk around here like that with no bra on like that? Go outside in public like that? And she almost looked childlike, like that's a child.
She looks like she want to get into a fight.
And if you go online on YouTube, there, you got a bunch of people denigrating and roasting this statue right here that are not.
Yeah, because it looks like that. It looks like that.
I just think that they could have put Queen Latifah up there and it would have been better.
Yeah.
They could have put Monique up there and it would have been better.
Yes.
They could have put Oprah Winfrey up there and it would have been better. We as many Black icons that we have, they couldn't find one.
Queen Latifah.
They couldn't find one. Hold on, let me see. Let me see. Statue.
I'm so tired about these Caribbean people over there. Really, I'm so tired of these people in the United States. Every time the same thing.
Look, how come they didn't send us this one right here? They could have sent us this one right here. This statue would have been better than the one they sent us.
In a jogging suit.
This statue would have been better than the.
She
Yeah,
got her hands in
it
her
looks
pockets.
better. This
Got
one
her
looks better.
hands in her pockets.
The post
But
looks better.
they send us this one. They send us this one. Hold on.
So who asked for this?
Hold on. I don't want to play the sound. Let me make sure I don't play the sound. Hold on. Jesus Christ.
People tap the screen and share the live.
I don't want to play the sound. But this is the one they send us right here. Why couldn't they send us the other one? Why couldn't they send us the other one? But this is the one they chose to send the one to the American. Is this supposed to represent the American black woman?
Well,
Are they trying to tell us something?
It's more mockery. They try to mock you because
black women are obese. Is that what they're trying to tell us? That the black women in America are obese? What are they trying to say?
They're angry. They are angry they lost and you won.
What are they trying to say?
Hey, too much I have to run. Unc, I wish you a very nice day. Too much, I wish you a very nice day. Everybody have a nice day. I have to go do some for my birds over here because
Yeah, no problem. No problem.
Okay, see ya.
Yeah, no problem. So, that's just my thing, man. Listen, we gotta control our own narrative, man. We can't allow anybody to put their image up. If you want the image of blackness in America, we don't need a Caribbean to put the image of blackness for America. We don't
At this point,
to put the image of blackness.
if our grassroots are the rule setters for what the diaspora is doing, and they keep trying to pick this individual out and say, here's a leader. Look, it's Crockett. Look, it's Byron Donald. Look, it's these are the black leaders, but these people are not espousing grassroots ideas or agendas. They're espousing party agendas.
Come on.
And neither party is bringing anything to black people. And if they're not going to bring anything to black people, then black people do not take a centimeter's lean in their direction. You go have to meet us here. And here is reparations, an anti-black hate crime bill, just to name two.
That's it. And that's what we need to be pushing. That's what we need to be pushing. We got to be pushing that. We got to stand on business for that.
Yes, Frenchie, you're right.
But who are the people of color? That's what I want to know. Who are the people of color?
Well, yeah, that part, yeah. We got to work on that one, Frenchie.
Who are the people of color? I mean, we can't just say people of color. Yeah, eventually one day, melanated people are going to rise. Okay? But, we're talking about foundational Black American leadership, foundational Black Americans leading, foundational Black Americans controlling the narrative. That's what we're talking about. We're talking about foundational Black Americans taking back their narrative, their lineage, and telling the story the way we want it told, not the way they want it told.
Not to slightly change this up a little bit, but have you noticed or did you see all the ginger talk that's going over on TikTok?
Ginger?
Yeah.
What?
Gingers are black. Genetically, they are.
So you're telling the one with the red hair?
Red hair and freckles, they're actually black. Their red hair is a byproduct of the genes fighting, and the freckles are a byproduct of the genes fighting. But genetically, they are black. I'm saying this specifically to say, if you look on it, you see it, you'll see how happy the gingers are for having been accepted and recognized that they are black. It is, bruh, they are so happy, ecstatic, freaking static to be classified as black. And I thought, let's see what happens, because they know. And I'm not saying nothing against it. They got to get the rules in. They got to get that part. When they get the rules down, then they can, move some things in the forward direction again with us. But yes, the idea that they are just
So that would mean Irish or black?
redheads, bruh. Specifically gingers. Not all Irish, but specifically gingers. Now, gingers. Are they primarily, or are a significant number of them on the Isle of Ireland? Yes. But that is not the only place that they exist. So I'm not going to just put them regionally in one spot and say just these cats are.
Okay, many myths surround individuals with red hair. Some claim that all gingers are Irish, while others may say that redheads can't control their temper. Some myths even go as far as to announce that gingers have no soul. With so many misconceptions surrounding this unconventional hair color, what is actually true about our fiery hair friends? All you need to know about ginger: 2% of the world population is known to have red hair. This equals around 140 million people around the world. Ireland has the highest rate of gingers, with around 13% of the population possessing the hair color Scotland is next. Numbers with estimated 10% redheads. America is the country with the highest number of redheads. In 2018, reported that 18 million redheads live in the U.S. A lot of comments on my hair, whether they're good or bad, but about ginger. To be born with red hair, both of your parents must carry the mutated MC1R gene, because this gene is recessive. Even non-redheads have a 25% chance of die with red hair. I don't see nothing where it says that they're black, man. More
The
likely.
sister did the research, or believes how she started it. She had took a look into the genes and the lineage and found out that, yeah, they started out black.
Okay, hold on. Documenting gingers of color. Okay, hold on. How would you describe typical red? Do you think Julian Moore, light skinned and beautiful with rust-colored hair and flesh crimson through? Either way, it's likely redhead in your mind is white. Red hair is mainly considered the preserve of Northern Europe, a Celtic trait. Well, now that proves that there was black people in Europe, right?
Ireland, yeah, for sure.
This is
England,
what
all of that.
in London-based photographer Michelle Marshall a quest to capture as many Afro-Caribbean redheads as possible as part of her project MC1R, or melanin cortin 1 receptor. So it's melanin. Red is melanin for them. Okay. It's a melanin cortin 1 receptor. If you're feeling fancy, it's the gene responsible for red hair mutation, and it can cause various degrees of pigmentation. It'll work used properly, if you're darker. Make sure what's included in natural research is estimated to cause 13%. However, there's no concrete distinction on the ethnicity behind those with red hair. A quirk of nature, it might seem, but the heritage of those with the distinctive trait point to just one isolated corner of the earth. Parents ranging from Brazil to Jamaica to Ghana. Both parents need to be carrying MC1R gene in order for the child to be redhead, so I wonder whether it will be passed down across the centuries. British Caribbean, 17th century, during Cromwell, blah, 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 blah. I'm going to have to put this in AI to speed it up, but I'm gonna look into that, man. That's interesting.
I can say it like this. My cousin is 3 or 4 shades darker than me, and he has red hair. Now, I'm not saying he had red hair like Malcolm X had red hair.
Or auburn hair, because my mom has auburn hair. Her hair color is auburn.
Well, when it's on, I can only say it like this. When it's on a darker pigment skin, being able to distinguish the actual color as to auburn and or red, I would say would be extremely difficult. Because you talk about looking at it while it's on his scalp and or somewhere else, and so that becomes different.
Yeah, even Malcolm X, his hair was more auburn, right? His hair was
Right.
considered auburn. So my mom hair color, is auburn.
Right. So the idea that black people are producing red hair is not an abnormality. It is within the genes that we produce.
So that's interesting, man. I would, I would love to do a study on that, man. Maybe if you can get some information and stuff like that. I would love to even do a podcast on that to just understand that more.
All I'm gonna tell you again, bro, if you happen to be scrolling, if you go running the TikTok streets and you start seeing these gingers, I promise you, man, they out there again. The happiness that they
So
are,
gingers are happy because they are considered Negroid.
yes, bro. I don't know. You see that one I sent you, bro, of recent. Brothers coming out here. I'm blackity black and I'm black, y'all.
Oh, I saw that.
That's why they do
I
it.
was wondering why you sent that to me too. I saw it. I was like, okay. Like I'm black, y'all. I'm black, y'all. I'm black.
Yeah.
So that's where
I
that's coming
thought,
from.
yeah, man, I'm telling you, they are so freaking happy. It's hilarious.
Yeah, that's where that's coming from. Man, I'm gonna tell you like this. I'm like this. If you're white tea passing, that's you're still upholding white tea supremacy. Let's keep it up.
Listen, if they
That,
want to come in and get in the fight with us,
that's back when
come
they
on.
convenient. Yeah, they don't exactly. Now fighting, standing on business, that's something different. Are they gonna stand on business? Now that
Bro, they saying yes. They saying the way I'm seeing them talk about it, bro. They like, oh yes, we are definitely down. Just let us know. And wait a minute, one of them said, "Is it with the? Do we have? Can we? Is it now with the A or is it with the hard R? Okay, which one is acceptable?" They clowning, man, but it's with love and appreciation. But it was funny as heck when you're looking at it.
I'm still on the no invites to the cookout, cousin. But I hear you.
I didn't say nothing about a cookout. You didn't even say nothing about a cookout. I said they got to get the rules right. They got to get the handbook.
Yeah, they gotta do something, man. They gotta be able to stand up. If you don't got this black consciousness, I don't think you need you in the fight. Black consciousness, I don't think you need you in the struggle for true autonomy.
And Frenchie, I would say this. I am aware that there are people in the dominant society who do not have issues with black people.
Okay.
This is never us speaking to the entire class of the dominant society. Who we are calling out, like we're calling out our tethers, we need them to call out their tethers, but for lack of a better way to say it. But yes, we're never speaking the broad brush to all of them. All of them aren't bad, but those who are bad, yeah, we need to get them up out the paint.
Man, I'm like this. Is we don't know who's who until y'all identify yourself. It's better that you identify yourself and stand on business over there and put down over there where you're at before you come over here and think you're gonna mix in and try to stand on business. Man, go stand on business. Show us that you can stand on business first where you're at, and then we'll start saying, come on in. Stand on business.
What's happening, Monique?
I'm back, y'all.
How you doing this morning?
I'm black, y'all. No, I seen those videos also. That the man was literally in his car crying, talking about being not accepted by anybody because he was a ginger. You seen that one? Like he said, they put him.
Yeah. They in the community, from what I understand, and forgive me, sister, but they have been put upon greatly in that society. They have been, as one of the young gingers said, earlier in their history, they used to believe that gingers were witches.
Yes.
So when they went on their literal hunts to eliminate, those were who they went to.
Isn't that ironic?
But
So
everybody,
they've always felt in their own community that they were set aside and put apart.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Now, some of
So
them, because of the lives of their family members, you can look at them and tell they've been,
yeah, you know,
that somebody lied to them for real and told them that they was Caucasian,
well,
100%.
let's be real. You can look at gingers, and they don't really have that Caucasian look in the face, all like that. They kind of just look like really pale albinos to a certain extent, with
Yep.
the freckles and the red hair making them stand out. I mean, if we're gonna be honest, shout out to Dr. No Job. You know, we can, you know, they don't have that distinct, really Caucasoid look. If we're gonna be honest, but
Right.
I'm glad they're happy that they're
They're receiving the love. And I mean, I don't want to brag on us, but the majority of them are saying, "Oh, we're so accepted by accepted by the black community," and it's usually the black women who come in and show them love. Because you know how we do. We just nurture people.
Mm-hmm. We need to
And
stop that. We need to stop that. By the way, we can't just.
well, no, it's all about who you get that nurture to now. The sisters are being very guarded, in my opinion, about now who they laying it out to.
yep.
Yeah, actually, I would say the whole community is now being very guarded
We gotta stay
about,
guarded. We gotta stay
hey, we checking when you come through the door where you pass at. It ain't no open gate no more. Okay.
Right. They know. Come on in.
So let's see what they do with this newfound blackness or melanated that we're giving them. And if they stand on business, let's see. I want to see them stand on business first. I want to see them stand on business where they're at. I want to see them go around their YT friends and say, I'm black. And you can't talk about black people no more. And you can't subject black. You can't. I want to see them. I want to see them stand up for Carmelo Anthony. I want to see them stand up for Robert Henry Jr. I want to see them stand up for Tyrese Nichols. I want to see them stand up. You understand what I'm saying? I want to see
Yeah, I
them
do.
on hold with
Oh, yes, for sure.
with the quote unquote brothers.
If
Oh, they got to
nothing
put in
else,
some work now. There's no question they're going to have to put in some work.
if nothing else, it's going to. I think it's going to make a lot of people look at their individual genetics,
Because we
their
talking
own
about
genealogy.
listen, we talking about the Irish now, y'all. They invented the Klan.
Mm,
We talking
It
about
makes all the sense in the world, though. It makes all the sense in the world. Again, who are they going to pick on first?
Who was the white niggas before they was white?
I mean, we all came from the motherland. But when Pangea,
We talking about the original hillbillies now. Okay, we gonna let them in. The original hillbillies, the ones with no shoes on and one tooth in their mouth. Are we really talking about that?
well,
As
hopefully,
I said, we got cats on the door, man. We got cats on the door.
And
Okay.
the ones who was gatekeeping, who said, you know what, we want to be white so bad, we gonna start the Klan.
oh yeah,
You know what I'm saying? The potato people, we want to bring them in. Are we sure we want to do that? I mean, it's cool that they feel.
Like I said, man, just let them enjoy the embracing that they're getting right now. Once they start putting in some work with us, then they can get a little bit closer to the gate.
What's that MMA fighter from Ireland?
yeah. I don't know.
No,
The one
not
that
my
fought
forte.
Mayweather? Do we want to bring that kind of brother in? Do we want to bring that group up in here?
Oh, well, see, his type of red wasn't. No,
Do we want to
see,
bring
he
him?
had the dominant society mentality.
Do we want to bring him up in here? I mean, it's cool, but they've been, my thing is they've been YT too long, man. Let them stay there. Let them
And
I'm
think.
Troy,
telling
just
you.
for the record, the subject is gingers are black. That's what we're talking about right now. But we got an open forum and an open floor anyway. But in this particular moment, this is what we're discussing.
Yeah, but like I said, it's going to force them to look at their own genealogy, and I think a lot of secrets will be unhidden. You know what I mean? Outside, out of their, like somebody was saying, King
Yes.
Charlotte was black, and I'm just like, what? And then talking about Prince Harry and that whole deal.
Yeah, do we want? I mean, we got some. I mean, let's keep it above here. We got some people. I mean, that seems like another infiltration almost. Like if we start letting them in, it's just gonna be another. It's just gonna be co-opted again.
Mm-hmm.
These are another 𝗥𝗶𝗴𝗵𝘁𝘀 sympathizers. These are really low key 𝗥𝗶𝗴𝗵𝘁𝘀 sympathizers.
I mean, I'm not gonna, debate that fact or anything. I mean, I'm entertained by it as well.
It's
There.
entertaining. It's entertaining. It's entertaining. It's entertaining to watch them come outside and start playing all. I mean, if anything, black people gonna make some money off this. Playing their music, talking about I'm black. I mean, that's getting streams for public. We want that. Yeah.
Exactly.
NWA gonna start being bumped outside. I mean, yeah, man. Get my brother Ice Cube and Easy. Man, come on, man. Heck yeah.
But they had this one guy, he was on his patio bumping some NWA. He was killing.
Come on.
I
I've
want
seen
y'all
more
to know, and the
emotional
world to
ones.
know.
I see, well, except for just one doing a dance to the curse. He had absolutely no rhythm, and it was hilarious. But the fact that it's like a community that has been ostracized, and they might have been on the other side at one point, completely 100%. But they, accepting that they were
Y'all
isolated.
treated us bad. You
Yeah,
been
y'all
treating
been
us
treated.
bad. Y'all been treating us bad. And wait a minute, hold up. You mean we black? And now they're running over to the other side because we've seen how y'all treated us.
Yep.
Because it's not like this is a short-term treatment that you all were giving us. Y'all been treating us this way for a long time. And every ginger has felt this way.
Now I'm gonna tell you
It's
this. You know what I'm saying? Like my grandkids, actually, and this is crazy. Their great grandmother is Irish. Their dad is half black. They look like them folk. But my daughter has no white in her. But they have pale skin and sandy hair.
it was there.
But they are not gingers. So I know she, especially my granddaughter's gonna catch hell. She looked black in the face, but her skin is white, light. She looked 100% black, but her skin is extremely light. Now my grandpa,
That's why we can't.
And that's generally how a lot of gingers generally look. They generally have lessened melanated features, not eliminated, but lessened, and then the lighter pigmentation.
no,
That's
she
why,
looked.
that's why our blackness is not based on color. It's based on a consciousness and a mindset.
Yep.
That's why it's so important. If they don't got that mindset,
Oh yeah. She black. She a black girl to the core.
we gotta let them go. Because I know some light skinned folks that are black. I'm talking about black power and black.
Oh, absolutely.
They stand on business. I mean, they got the black sense. They got everything down. They understand what time it is, and they rep. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, my wife was extremely
mom,
light skinned.
my mom is fair skinned and light. My mom.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I
And
come.
she was the blackest thing.
Oh yeah. You talk about hood. Hey, I ain't ashamed to say my mama was good. I ain't gonna act like she wasn't. Okay. I come. My family's from Youngstown, Ohio. Everybody know about Youngstown, Ohio. You can't get no hood than that. My mama came from this struggle. Matter of fact, my grandfather was a 6-time son of a gun. Okay. We refine that. When they get older, they get refined. But you talk about Playboy, light skin, car racing, don't care, try to beat my dad up in front on the front lawn.
There will be no disrespect over here in any way, shape, form, or fashion.
I mean, I ain't afraid to say my family. I come from my family. They can get ignorant. They can get indignant. On my mama's side, oh yeah.
Well, that aspect is always there just to scratch a soul beneath the surface.
It'll go down on my mama's side. Oh yeah, it'll go down. Oh yeah. Talking about country
And
bumpkin down. Okay,
also,
country bumpkin down. Okay, it can go down. I'm family from the country.
okay, the current. If you look at the actual black gingers, like they're black, you can't tell they ain't nothing but black. They got black parents. They just came out that color with that color hair. There's also them. There's a girl who said she blew up because the conversation started about that black girl ginger, and her sub identification thing on her page, it says black black girl ginger, something like that. You can look at her and tell she said, "Don't come with me with that white stuff. I'm black, black is F."
Yeah, I think I saw her too. Yeah, she got real long hair, doesn't she?
Yeah,
Real long red hair.
and that is almost what I'm saying. Looking at that context, looking at her from that standpoint. I went to high school with a girl who was a black girl, but she had red hair. Matter of fact, RL from Next.
I don't.
You remember the group Next? Brother Love.
Next.
Sorry, that's a bus. Let's put my baby's on the
Anyway.
school bus. Sorry.
Right, that's all right, sister.
His daughter is a ginger. Robert Hugh, who daughter? Was Ariel from Next. His daughter's a ginger, and just looking at them and looking at what I'm saying, some of these people literally look like these people to me. They got features like me. You know what I'm saying? Their hair is curly like mine. They just got pale skin. I don't know. It's interesting.
Yeah, no, it's like I said. I just believe that again, we have the planet within us.
Absolutely, of course. Like I just told you, I'm two generations away from white folks.
Right. So the idea of
y'all want to see my mama?
Go ahead, bro.
Y'all want to see what my mama look like?
Now look at that beautiful woman. You go sit up here and say she's almost a gangster. Come on, man. That beautiful queen is just.
Listen. If you
cross at your own risk. I understand. I know the rules.
And I'm gonna just tell you, it is what it is. At that point, I can't save you, brother. I can't save you.
I look at.
Don't listen. My mama can smile in your face, and she can be the most nicest woman you're gonna be, but in 2.5 seconds.
Yeah.
Are you all familiar with sharks in any way?
2.5 seconds.
Technically, you can rub a shark in one direction and you will be fine. Rub its skin in one direction and you'll be fine. But if you go back against the grain, it's like going against razors. That's how I think our nerves are right now. You play nice with me? All right, bet. You try and come up the other way, I'm finna tether you a new one. Okay? Period. Case closed. No questions asked.
As we have to be.
This is my mom, my brother, and my auntie in this picture right here. Can y'all see that?
Yeah.
That's the whole picture right there. That's my mom, her brother, and they all like I said, all black women, we know how to dress up. They know how to dress up. They know how to get themselves together. But just don't get on the bad side. There's something on the bad side because real quick, all that stuff, all the earrings, all the hoop earrings, all the glass, it come off real quick.
I'm gonna kick this shoe off, pull these earrings off, and if
Put
you
your hair
make
in
me
that
snatch my
ponytail.
weave off, it's over.
And it's
Don't play.
ready. And it's ready to go down. You understand?
Indeed.
Now, sorry to have diverted our FBA message.
Wait, that was,
It's,
oh, yeah.
not that I was. It was a sidetrack into the gingers just to have an interesting form of a conversation,
I mean, I was just,
not to make it the forefront of the conversation.
I'm here for it. I like it, man. I like it. I like it all, man. I like to take the conversation wherever it's going to go. Sometimes, sometimes you can exhaust the topic. We can keep beating the dead horse, but it is what it is. But man, y'all get the likes up. I know the room then came down.
Was up a little bit.
Get the lights up.
They'll be back. Ain't nobody else out there rocking like we are. We're trying to give an intelligent adult conversation to whomever decides to come up and discuss whatever we're going to discuss.
And it's gonna take a while for me to build back up my morning community because it took me a while to build up the night community. It took a while to build it back up. So I'm back in the mornings right now. We're gonna keep rocking out. I'm gonna keep waking up at 4 a.m. getting things popping, getting the message out to the people.
Wow.
Oh yeah,
California time, baby. He on California time.
Well, it's 7 a.m. where I'm at. It's 7 a.m. 7 a.m.
That's early. But so getting back on topic and recognizing where we are in May, we're about to come up on two recent and anniversaries, so to speak. So, George Floyd was Memorial Day weekend 5 years ago. And then I think it's been 2 years, either 2 or 3 since the brawl in Alabama. Memorial Day weekend.
I like that. I like, that to me, I love that brawl. I could talk about the brawl, the Alabama brawl, the ferry boat brawl. I love it.
Yeah, and then so now we got look at the things that we have as icons. You know what I'm saying? So you got the chair, you got the hat.
That hat went up and it was a wrap. I'm sorry.
It was the fat sitter.
When that 60, 70-year-old man picked up that chair and started going, what?
Man, and now I've been seeing a lot of brothers like Pastor the way is it really Rodney Hinton when he went into the elevator or no, when he was in the courtroom, how he stuck his chest out, his chin up like
is it Rodney or Robert? Is it Rodney?
Rodney. I think it's
Robert. If I'm not mistaken, I could be wrong, but I think it's Robert Hinton. Robert Hinton Jr., right?
I'm scrolling right now to make 100% sure.
And then, when he got on the elevator with 3 cops and then the one cop stepped in, I don't know what y'all was finna do, but y'all not finna do it.
Yeah, it's Robert.
But because they sure looked like they was. Ooh.
Oh no, it's Rodney.
They looked like they was about ready to jump on him. They really did.
And the conversation that was had between them 2 brothers in the elevator in silence.
Absolutely.
Yeah. But you saw that black cop was like, I'm not gonna leave you in with those black.
That's what I'm talking about.
Right.
It was a whole conversation, visual between them 2. And I know the rest of them cops was wondering what was going on. They was telepathically communicating. Like, you got me, I got you. And if it got to go down, we're going down together.
Man, and did y'all notice how y'all saw all them white cops in the room, and then y'all saw the black cop. The black woman wouldn't even look at her. She knew. She was like, man, he just looked down. The cop was trying to intimidate him, and you saw all the other black cops there. They weren't on what they were on.
Exactly.
Right. You could see that there was a dividing color line in that thin blue line.
Right. You could see the divide because they know what's going on. We need what's that one police officer? What's his name? That was unalived in Los Angeles. You remember that police officer that went rogue and started telling the truth? Thing?
Mm-mm.
and they unalived that brother with a drone. He had some white people hemmed up in the house, and the white people were like he wasn't violent at all. He was very nice and very respectful. He's one of our heroes that they don't like that we made him a hero. He went rogue and he turned on the police. He was a police officer.
Was that in Houston?
That's the one I'm thinking of. That was in Texas.
Was that in
They ended
Texas?
up doing the manhunt, and tracked that boy into the woods, and basically, like you said, drone the house.
Yeah, they put a drone in. Was that in Houston?
I think
It
that
started in Texas. I'm not gonna go to the city, but his was in Texas. A former cop, some things that went down, and he decided to go and take retribution. And Chase went and sued, and they got him isolated out someplace, and then
somebody said no,
did
Kelly.
what they do.
Christopher Dorner.
That's it. Yeah.
Emmanuel, can you come up?
He was a Los
Hey,
Angeles.
Fannie Lou Hamer.
It was a Los
Hellfighter.
Angeles police officer.
Can you come up? I'm sorry, the sun is all in the.
Yeah, he was in Los Angeles. He was in. I thought it was Los Angeles.
Yeah, but see, they try and have us view those cats as anomalies, and they should not reach martyrdom status when that is exactly what they were.
I think there was also one in Texas, and then when they got the brother, they started showing him pictures of in a dashiki or some kind of kente cloth garb. So I don't. There's obviously more than one.
Yeah,
in recent.
And you know what? YT people hate that we can memorialize and make a hero out of Christopher Dorner, because they're like, protect the police. Why don't y'all want to protect? Because we know that the police force is not what you think it is, man. See, the police force may work for you, but
It never worked for them, because if you really want to be honest about this, you have to go all the way back television viewing wise. When Dragnet first came on the scene, just the facts, ma'am. The police did not have a positive reputation throughout the community, not just our community. They were not an appreciated group, or a group that was loved. They did not have it. Again, I will take it back to when Bonnie and Clyde and those guys in that time frame back then, the police were not looked at as friends. They were not looked at as, cats who we're going to help y'all go find. No, we're not. We're going to help Bonnie and Clyde. we're going to help them. We're not helping the police.
yeah.
And so this notion that the police have ever been this loved entity by the society, that's propaganda at its highest.
I want to say that must have started in the 80s.
What?
That, police loved it.
No. I'll say it again. Dragnet's been on since was out in the 60s. You've been having these
No, I mean like the affinity for police must have started in the 80s, because you're right.
no.
I watch Dragnet all the time, and that's exactly
Right.
how they were. That's why I was laughing.
Yeah, no, that idea of, this is why you have a police show on every season, because they're trying to convince the masses the police are on your side.
Right.
All that's part of propaganda.
Mm-hmm.
All that's part of propaganda and
And
with
you look at them, somebody's not ask yourself, they feel like they on your side today?
Okay, Mission Impossible. Okay, movies like Mission Impossible, movies about CIA recruits. What is that? What is that to tell us? That the CIA is doing something positive, right? They're fighting crime outside the country, keeping our country safe. But we know what the CIA really doing.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
Same thing with the
They undermined every positive black leader on the planet.
Did y'all hear about Trump and Netanyahu? Did y'all hear about that?
Did they fall out yet?
Oh, they fell out. Trump hung up the phone and like, I'm not accepting no call. No call from Netanyahu. No call.
Oh my God.
Did y'all hear about that? Go Google that. That's
I
interesting.
will say this: Trump does have an innate ability to read
people
the
off.
room.
Hey, listen.
No. It's not pitch. No, Trump can read the room. Listen, I got too many cats in here in America are at this particular point in time not down with throwing money back over into Israel,
I don't care what
and that's what he's tapping into.
I don't care what y'all got against Trump, man. Leave that brother alone.
Two narcissists can never get along. Two narcissistic individuals are going to they bound for clashing, and then when they add Elon in there, it's number three. That's the three stooges. All of them narcissistic. All of them want to be right. All of them want to be on the microphone. And Trump.
But you know
Trump gonna cut them off. They know Trump gonna cut them off. I'm sorry. What you say?
Absolutely.
You know when they become narcissists, they become narcissists when we can't control them no more. So let them do what they want to do. I want to see all these narcissists get in the room and try to control each other because they can't.
Oh man,
Whoever got the most power, which is the president of the United States, is doing
Okay.
So let
That's why I never accepted this argument from cats who would say, he got the money, why would he do it? He got the money. Yo, what? He ain't going for money. He going for power.
It ain't, and I always
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. If you gonna give me a choice between money and power, I guarantee you I'm gonna take power.
Doggone right.
Every time.
It ain't never gonna be about the money because all the money. What does the money get you? What is the money supposed to get you? Power.
That's right.
The money, then you get the power, and then you get the respect.
Don't ever think that anybody's doing anything just for money. It's all for power.
Let me greet you, Miss.
You might as well drop the mic. Too much. You should have dropped the mic when you said that like that.
Good day, Miss Fanny. Good day. How are you? We didn't get you a proper greeting when you came up. How are you this morning?
Yes, precious.
Hey y'all, how y'all doing? I'm doing all right. I was just listening, so cause I was doing some stuff. I got on this morning when he started, and then I had to get busy, but I had to get back on here because y'all start talking about these police officers, and I had something to say because it was Dormer. Wasn't his name Dorner in California? Yeah. That was the police officer that they ran him. He came across some information they did not want out. And whatever that information was, and I don't fully remember, but I just remember how impacted I was when I saw, and they recorded it. Like there's videos that you can go. They recorded chasing him down. He had a mental break because of what they had done to him, because of what he knew. And they systematically, strategically broke this man down as a police officer. They disarmed him basically because, you know, the court of public opinion far outweighs any judicial court that you could ever sit in, which is what we're living through right now. But what I'm saying is, when you look at what's happening here, it is the empire is striking back. And who is the strength of the empire? Law enforcement and the military. That's it. And anytime
don't have anything else.
Dorner was ex-military.
Huh?
Dorner was ex-military.
Yeah, and the issue is that they're going to, it don't matter who you are now. You could be black, white, pink. If you don't fit that, if you don't walk that line and you don't say what they tell you to say, and you don't do, this is why I know the status quo has changed. We're not dealing with the same haters we dealt with before. I think that the puppets masters themselves now are hands-on. Is what I'm thinking, because Trump can't be controlled by a puppet master. They say he can.
That's why Elon came in there. He want to make sure and get his before he got out.
Okay, because Trump is not gonna no handler. I mean, he ain't having that. You know, he's not having it.
Do y'all understand? That's why. Listen, I don't agree with everything Trump do. But that's why I like Trump, because I know You can't control Trump.
He ain't got no handler.
You can't
He ain't got no
control him.
handler.
You can
No.
try, and listen. Let me tell you something else about Trump. I know Trump is smart enough to play the game and make you think you can put a handler in front of him, but he gonna figure out how to get rid of him. That's all he does. You see them try to put people close to him, and then they with them for a little while. And then what happens after a while? Trump
Boom.
distances himself.
Like
Yeah.
Pence.
He was gone. Elon learned that the hard way.
Yes, he plays the game. He like, come on, give me what I want.
That's what his first term. That's what he learned in his first term as
Right,
president, because they had
right.
multiple handlers around him who kept him from doing what he was doing. When he came back in that second time, he was like, either you're loyal to me or you ain't here.
Listen what Trump is doing, and people think this is a bad thing. Trump is going up against the judicial courts right now.
Oh, yes, he is.
And y'all are preventing me from doing what the people elected me to do. And he's going to battle with the judicial courts who are trying to handle him. And he's saying, you can't handle me.
Man, he told the Supreme, anytime you get bad enough to tell the Supreme Court that I know what you said, but I said, boy, these are some trying times, baby. These are times, like Roosevelt said, that try men's souls, baby. My soul is being tried because of what I'm looking at right here. I mean, they switching and swapping, man. Look.
Listen, you think Trump ain't going to try to run a third term? You are mistaken.
You better, man, these people are so weak.
I'm going to say it like this. You think Trump ain't going to run a third term?
Baby.
I think he's trying to get rid of the electoral process completely.
Hold on.
Hold up.
He's going to find somebody.
Black America, is that really a bad thing if he gets rid of the electoral college?
Absolutely.
No, I didn't say electoral college.
Because more of us will be able to win on the popular vote. You know.
No, you said it right. I mean, whatever you said, I'm telling you, that's what he's trying to dismantle it all.
Yeah, the whole status quo is being completely rearranged.
Listen, you think he's not trying to run? Listen, let's be real. Let's be okay. Let's really break it down. Talk about it. Now, you think that Trump can accomplish all these things he want to accomplish in 4 years?
No.
No, especially not being that they weren't consecutive.
No way.
You know,
do you
think
he wants to do these things in 4 years and then just to see them dismantled after he do them? Do you think that's what Trump came in to do something good, or to do whatever he wants to do and then not have it stay on the books for long term?
Man, let me tell you, half the stuff that they are, half the stuff that Trump is enacting right now, these people have stalemated. They're not even moving in that direction. They trying to hold on to what they have as long as they can before they're forced to give him what he wants. But they don't know. This man ain't finna stop until they get what he wants.
Hear me like this. I wouldn't be surprised if Trump got a secret army somewhere just waiting.
I'm gonna call it for what it is, brother. This is an undeclared fourth right. Okay.
Woo! I started feeling like that. I'm
telling you, I think the reason why he's hands on with the military like he is because he's like, I want you loyal to me. I want you loyal to me. I want you loyal to me. I think listen to me, family. Good, bad, or indifferent. You know, we're not gonna know what it's gonna be until all the smoke clear. We don't know if it's good for us or bad for us until all the smoke clear. But I'm telling you, this brother's trying to come in, and he ain't listen. He's not trying to go no. Listen, I know. We said we don't want no dictator, and I think Trump is trying to move.
Yeah, you know, that's a self-fulfilling prophecy because he gonna have to pay for what he called them all them African countries, shithole countries. He gonna have to pay for that. And it just might be that the Most High make him sit in one, create one, and then have to sit in one. Because that's exactly what it's going to be if half the stuff he's pushing for, he don't understand it's two sides. But he's a narcissist. He does not see the other end.
But listen to this. We understand that we cannot, that the foundation we have right now, we can't build on it. We need a new foundation.
I came under attack. I said, let it burn.
Build something proper. So that's why I say when y'all see him say he's touching the educational system ain't never benefited us.
Never.
So why are we concerned about it?
Agreed.
And do y'all know down here in Texas, they got the gall.
Even some of those civil rights just keep it up. Even some of those civil rights, it has it really benefited us, really, or is it? Or
No, they
as
watered it down too much.
it's been
Politicians have watered it down too much.
watered down to minority.
We at the bottom of all of the recipient lists. We at the bottom.
So good. Let them do what they gonna do because I'm telling you, we ain't going nowhere. Let them get rid of birthright citizenship. We ain't going nowhere. If anybody's gonna have to go somewhere, it's gonna always be them.
Yeah, Trump caught a whole attitude when that little black girl, that tape resurfaced with that little black girl they got kidnapped in that bathroom. They were military, and that ISIS guy caught them and shot and killed everybody in there, but the black folks. And he told them he didn't kill them because they had been through enough in America, but that America had invaded his country and had been mistreating his people. When that video hit, right after that, Trump signed the order that they weren't going to bring in any more black army military. And I was like, what is he talking about? But that's how narcissistic.
The rest of the world knows what we've been through and what we've endured, and they have a certain amount of sympathy for our community.
Yep. So that's why when you say we're not going nowhere, we don't have to. We don't have to go nowhere. People are picking us up everywhere saying, well, we can't mess with them. And if you ask me on a good day, and I have to be completely transparent and completely honest, which is two things I just don't do for everybody. But anyway, I feel like in my heart of hearts, I really feel like the reason America hadn't already been bombarded is because we're here. And I think they know that, but they hate to admit that. And I probably wouldn't say that out loud anywhere else. But I think that's one reason that this country has been able to talk the shit they talking and getting away with what they're getting away with is because we're still here. We're here.
You know, it's not for no reason, though. It's not for no reason that you feel like that. And it's not that they appreciate, love us. No, we're a chosen people. That's why.
Thank you.
Right.
And
The
we're here.
rest of the planet knows where those 12 tribes ended up at.
See,
Let me say this. Listen, the reason why I'm not upset with Trump dismantling, right, the military and some of our black service members in the military that were in places of power, because let's keep it a buck. A lot of those black people, black people in power are Sambo. Not all of them.
I mean, they bought all the Sambos out, especially that one that got out there and just publicly lied on this man.
But they Sambo. But okay, Langley.
Yeah, just publicly lied on that man.
Langley, but hold on. Langley is, you can't get up in that position where he's at. You got to understand the way it's been for a long time, at least for the last 60 years. The way it's been, they've been controlling all positions of power.
Oh yeah,
all leadership has been puppets. You got to understand in this country. So even the black ones have been puppets.
Again, just never forget how they abused Colin Powell's reputation for this country.
Ooh, he was another one. He let him do it. Condoleezza Rice. Oh my
This
God.
is what I say when these people are loyal to the party, they're not loyal to the people.
Right.
And listen, as much as I like Condoleezza Rice and her upbringing and her background, she comes from a very intellectual black.
Yeah, she can play the piano.
She is.
He had the package.
She sold again. They all sold out for power.
No, did.
So Trump dismantling this stuff and we looking at it. We feel as they was never with us from the jump. They were with the deep state. So for lack of a better word, they were with them. You understand?
Yeah. They were.
So we can't get. I mean, we looking at the color thing, but we're not looking at the Sambo thing. They're still tethered at the end of the day.
Man, I can't even.
Don't cut my water off. I'll tell you what you want to hear. Just make sure my water's still flowing, man.
Oh boy, let me get on mute.
Those type of Negroes, and let's keep it real. The real ones, they weren't letting them power. If you were the real one, they weren't letting you. You want
You didn't elevate above your city job, and a city job being a mayor, a city
Thank you.
council.
That's why I
Okay,
trust no. Listen, I trust nobody in mainstream media. I trust nobody
Hey,
not even Denzel Washington. I don't trust none of them because you can't get there
yeah, yeah.
without you being part of some type of with you bending some. You bent over somewhere.
you've been compromised in
You been
some way.
compromised. You bent
Let me,
over
yeah.
somewhere. We just don't know where you bent over at, but you bent over somewhere.
Let me tell you. Let me tell y'all. Let me share this story. Let me just share this. It's short, but let me share this. And you're right. Um, when I started to get into politics, because I had worked and I had grew up in politics, and I was always an activist, always out there in the street, always doing a thing. That's why when some of these Africans start to talk about what Americans, what we are not, I really want to tell them about in the 80s and the late 70s when we rallied together to push apartheid out of South Africa and the anti-apartheid movements that were going on all across America and especially on college campuses where I was back in those days. And they talk about how black people didn't do anything for them. But one reason for a lot of them being here was because of the activism that took place in the black community in their regard. But I digress. But I decided one time I was going to get into politics, and I got with the black Democrats in the area and started to see how they actually was rolling, right? And I didn't go along with everything that they was doing because everything, they never abided by the bylaws. The bylaws kept changing. And so I ran for the executive board to try to get it together. When we got it organized, that was when they were at their most disorganized. And I thought, okay, this is like a seesaw. So when you got the rules, then you don't want to follow them. But if you don't have no rules, then you claim you need to get some rules. So it was always that catch-22. And then eventually I was like, oh, I can't rock with this, but even though I wanted to be involved, and I met a lot of people running for office, and I saw how they played the game and how nobody really says what they actually mean. They basically play with you and make you come to your own conclusions about who they are. They'll just put a few call words out there, but never really commit. So when they get in there and they don't do what you say, the first thing they're going to say is that I never said that. But they let you draw that conclusion and never correct it. So I started seeing how the game was, and eventually, in a meeting, I got physically attacked because I didn't vote for some stuff they were trying to get passed. And eventually, after that, I was like, okay, you putting your hands on me. But what really, really got me was that they controlled the police that I made the report with, and that report to this day they can't find it. And so I'm telling you that we can, not just Trump, but the whole system needs to come down on all sides. It's just simply because when we start to talk as individuals like we're talking now, we see the issue. We see the problem. They know that. So they have built wall after wall after wall on each level so that if one don't get you, another one will. So if your black folks don't get you, the system of the political system will get you. You can get chewed up at any point. So the ones that are making it to the top, trust and believe what y'all just said is true. They are making so many compromises and negotiations until by the time they actually sit in that seat, they've lost touch with all humanity.
You have to look at it like this too. When you start having these politicians who have decided this law is for thee and not me,
See,
the integrity of the institution was lost then.
yeah,
Now they're just running in there just to get paid.
see,
Because
and
I
that's
get
simply what
you
it is.
you go get your seat, and now suddenly you got these fundraisers, these $10,000 plate, $50,000 plate, $100,000 plate dinners where you go in and speak for 20 minutes and
And
walk
then
out with $2-3 million.
yes,
Come on,
that's what they were
they
doing.
don't that they still doing it today. The biggest thing for me when they changed the rules and said that you can now get lifetime benefits as a congressman for only serving one term.
Yeah, yeah.
That's 2 years. Now, the rule used to be you had to at least serve 3 terms before you could get your lifetime benefits.
Yeah,
See,
but
when
they
they
can't have
when they
long.
changed that down to 1, and you telling me I'm going out here working, I cannot stand bleach blonde, bad built butch body. But you
See,
telling me I'm gonna have to support her for the rest of her life?
yep,
Oh,
yep,
you
and
blowing smoke? No.
yeah, and then on the thing of it is too, the other thing that's relevant in this conversation when we're talking about rising is that those are the ones who are afraid now. It's because now they won't have a space because all of what they gave up is going to go down in the drain with them. And the new approach, the new ways that we are acting now with social media joining so many of us together, we don't feel like we are forced into just accepting them because they black or accepting them because they saying something, one thing, and we gave them a whole list. So now they don't know where their place is. And so they're on social media as much as we are trying to get a mindset on what they need to stand for, because every other thing, all that arrogance, all of that bigotry, all of that stuff that they got away with, the people are going to bring them down. Target learned the hard way. Now they're trying to talk to people and want folks to come and talk to them. Talk to you about what? You made your decision. And so now, because so many Americans are just tired, I mean, we're broke, we're tired, we've resigned ourselves to.
Go ahead. Finish it. I got something to say after you. Go ahead. Finish it.
Go ahead and say it. I'm just talking. We're just kicking it.
Yeah. Listen, this is what they don't understand. I'm gonna read the scripture to you guys, and I know
Okay.
I know y'all are gonna get it when I read the scripture. But this is what I can't say they don't understand, but they're coming to understand that a lot of these unalived bodies that they've been leaving behind are really seeds.
Come on.
Verily, very truly, I tell you, unless a kernel of wheat falls to the ground and is unalived, it remains only a single seed. But if it is unalived, it produces many seeds. Anyone who loves their life will lose it, while anyone who hates their life in this world will keep it for eternal life.
Wow. And that's the thing. We got some seed.
This is a self-fulfilling prophecy right here. We are at the point. Listen to me. The president's now has been saying, see, what they don't understand is because of one Rodney Hinton, because of one Rodney Hinton Jr., it's now going to be many Rodney Hinton Jr.
And that is the fear. That is the fear. They never wanted this to. This is taking like wildfire.
They're going to try to come down on this brother as hard as they can, but it's not going to work out the way they wanted it to work out.
Wow.
They slow it down just mow us down like a field,
like they usually do.
They tried to roll over us like tanks, right?
It ain't gonna work.
They don't understand that those tanks that rolled us over just buried us.
Thank you.
More.
Because what does it say in Genesis? From the time the world and earth start until it end, it will be what? Seed time and what? Harvest. Seed time and harvest. That was the one thing that would never change.
Seed time is what our ancestors did.
Yep.
They did seeds. Harvest time is what we're coming into.
We into. That's what we into. And we have to be responsible because they're trying to snatch that from us with all these distractions.
What they're trying to do is they're trying to limit the harvest. They're trying to they're trying to the harvest. See, listen, the reason why cops have been allowed to unalive us with impunity and get away with it is because they've been controlling our number. They have to have a way to control our birth rate. That's number one. That's why abortion was so popular, and why they wanted abortion to happen in our community, and crack and the crack epidemic It was all to control our birth. Because listen, we don't have negative birth rates. They do. Why do you
Okay.
think they're trying to depopulate the world? Not just the United States, the world. Because whose numbers are less? Our numbers are melanated numbers are plenty, but non-melanated numbers are only 7% of the world. So their mindset is to propagandize and depopulate because they want to be the dominant. They want to become the dominant force on this earth. That's the only way they can take it over. They have to take over the world through colonization and depopulation.
Yeah, because after slavery, we were like 25, almost 30. We comprised more of the population than they did right after slavery.
But
And
that's why they had to have
Why they
them
had to
200 million
end
visitors
immigration.
cross under the Statue of Liberty.
yeah, but we were
Bringing in the white settlers from in the 1890s and the early 1900s.
we were there.
Listen. We've always, for the most part, been the majority in the U.S.
Yeah.
because we were the original Americans.
We were the original
They brought
ones.
over some Africans to mix in with us, but it was already. Listen, think about this. That's why that's why these natives. That's nothing I got to give Trump props to. Trump is so gangster. He will send a Native American and deport him. He will deport a
Before
Native.
this, some Navajo Indians. I tripped out. I couldn't believe it.
Listen, Trump will deport Native
He
Americans.
did already. Yeah.
There are only 3.1 million. There's only 3.1 million Native Americans in the United States. And guess what? None of them have lineage to the United States. Not one of them. If we do their DNA, it's going to point them back to Central America. All of them. That's why they're so afraid. That's why they're so racist. Even.
They getting ready to sue. They getting ready to sue the black one, calling them pretendians. They getting ready to sue. I said, what? You suing black people? You gonna sue us? They getting ready to sue.
Let them. They're going to lose.
Yeah, this girl and they actually got lives now.
All we got to do is say we require DNA now,
Yeah.
and we want your DNA to show that you have native here in the U.S. What percentage of native here in the U.S. you have? Because you can't be looking Italian, Hispanic, and YT and claim indigenous to
Oh my God! And they head up. They all chiefs now. They all
See,
chiefs.
we have the technology to be able to do this, which is why Israel forbids or bans DNA. Okay, we have the technology to be able to track you back to where you was at.
Come on.
So now, listen, no. That tracking stuff, no. The heck with that. No, that's illegal. That's forbidden.
You go to jail if you come over there with that. Them people actually put.
Come on.
See, I have no love for that country over there claiming to be those of.
The game is up. When Trump said no to Netanyahu and cut the phone communication off.
Cause you know the ICJ done put a warrant out for Netanyahu. He finna go do international. He going to the Hague, baby.
This is the whole thing they've been trying to do. They're trying to keep their fellows who are looking like them out of criminal courts. I mean, the simple fact of the matter is they don't want to be held accountable, as I said before. It doesn't matter what they do. It doesn't matter the crimes. And I can only look back to this American cat that most people viewed from the American perspective as a good guy. But the rest of the world thought he was an absolute horrid person and should have been in prison. Henry Kissinger. He did some things. He did some things around the world that were just.
He hated the civil rights era. He hated civil rights. He even, there are papers. I've read papers that this man in 75, I believe, he was giving them the blueprint on how to undermine the black community. And he basically worked with Nixon when this war on drugs supposedly started. They knew all of this. He pretty much was part of the plan to weaken the community with these drugs. and it's written. And they had, I can't remember they got all these operations, such and such, and I can't remember. COINTELPRO was basically pinned by this man. I mean, if you look at it, and I don't have all of the stuff in front of me, but he had a lot to do with the way COINTELPRO was instituted in our communities. And I mean, that's just the truth. And
Fanny, forgive me, because I try not to normally do this, but you said some things, so I have no choice. How old are you, sister?
I'm 60. I'm
Okay.
60.
I don't normally generally like to ask my ladies their age, but yeah, we the same age because you rock in the same time frames hard as I am.
Yeah, remember we were in the switch. Remember we were looking forward to being able to go to Coca-Cola and just walk up and get a job. And by the time 82 came around, what did they do? They brought something called a resume, something we never heard. All we knew to do was go fill out an application. Remember that?
Please, my brother, I can tell you like this. My brother got fired. He started working at one of the major plants. But quite honestly, he was working at Ford plant.
Right.
And Ford plant at this particular time was huge. Okay. My father got him the job, so he was working there, and he ended up getting fired from this job over here. He knew he could not come home and tell my father that he got fired. So what did he do? Well, the next day, he got his hand parts up, went on the other side of the plant, and got called in and started working again.
That's what I'm saying. You could get a job. You could get a job.
That's how it was.
Yeah, you used to could get a job at the city, the county, anywhere you could go, fill out application, and if you couldn't get that job, you go to your church and get the pastor to call in and get the pastor to speak for you, and the pastor or either one of the elected, if somebody could speak for you if you didn't come from a family that had means or whatever.
Connections.
Yeah. If you didn't, your pastor, it was a time that the preachers had such a strong lobby in the city and county government that you could get them to go and they would help you get a job. Even if it was ditch digging, they would help you get a job.
The sad thing is that time frame, and with those preachers, pastors, and political or religious leaders, they have so abandoned our community. I'm sorry to say it like this, but they really have abandoned our community. You got some Mr. Dollar out here talking about prosperity, loving, just send me this, and I need $5 more million because the 60 million y'all gave me wasn't enough. I need $5 more million so I can go on and get my own private plane. Are you what?
I'm telling you. What did God do? God have exposed all the people. He let them have a run just to let black people get all this out of our system. He let us.
I'm gonna give you enough rope.
Oh, yeah.
And then I'm gonna let you go swing yourself. I'm gonna let you strange fruit yourself.
That's right. Because look at what happened to slavery in the Bible. The Israelites had hundreds and hundreds of years before they were able to get out of that mindset. We are just 200 years. I mean, 100, maybe 100 and some years outside of this institution that was built on top of us like this. So we still are in the throes of post-slavery situations and conditions. But what God is doing is he's letting us, just like he did with the Israelites, they lost themselves. We lost ourselves. But because time is sped up, it's not going to take hundreds and hundreds of years for us to be restored and reconciled back to our original purpose on this earth. But what's happening in the meantime is we losing ground because we won't unify. We won't unite. We won't talk to each other. We judge each other. We still caught up. But, again, technology gave us a hand up if we choose to go that route. Now, what I like about these media places and the spaces, I met Too Much on a space. I didn't know if I was gonna like him or not. He treated me so well. He treated the women on that platform so good that every time I see him, even if I can't stay, I try to tune in. So because
the idea is to always, yes, make sure and be respectful. Give your brothers and sisters an opportunity to speak so that they feel heard.
Thank you.
And when anybody feels heard, they are going to respond in kind.
Right. And that's what he did. If we had more like this, if we had someone who was even-minded and even-hearted, like, he don't have to agree with me. He don't have to agree with me. I don't have to agree with you. But if we are saying that we are sane individuals and respect each other. That's the one thing that I found out. Y'all know that basically the whole problem with the whole problem is that you have one set of people who are determined that they're never going to respect anybody else. Don't y'all know that that's the crux? That is the core of every discussion. Both realize it's the fact that we refuse. They refuse to respect us as individuals.
So, cousin, you'll be happy to know, brother. I sent a message to our brother 𝗔𝗯𝗏 Nasheed.
Wow.
I sent an email outlining everything with the FBA coin.
Who'd you send it to?
𝗔𝗏𝗏 Nasheed, inviting him to be a part of the coin. Part of the
He didn't get back with you yet?
Not yet. I just sent it to him. I've been trying to get on his live to talk to him about it, but I'm very respectful. I don't want to jump in the live and make it all about me or change the topic. So I figured this is probably the better way to do it. And even when I was creating the coin, I didn't want to come to him with a coin that wasn't finished. Right? I wanted to make sure I had some groundwork into this thing before I said, "Hey man, come be a part of something that's not even legit."
Right. Give him something to look at and investigate and check out.
So what I did was I gave him the website. I gave him the rundown of what the coin does. I also said, "Hey man, you started this foundation. You started the curriculum towards where we're at with the codification. Now here's the financial piece to what you're trying to do." That's kind of how I introduced it to him. This is the financial piece to it. If you can bring the codification in with the blockchain technology, and we get our people in the mindset of blockchain technology and get us all on accord with blockchain, man, listen, we may be another kind of seed.
Oh yeah, what I'm not saying, but is that what you're doing in your heart with this. What I'm not saying is what I planned on, but trust and believe. We hear you. That's all I'm gonna say. We hear you. We hear
And see,
you.
what I would say when it comes to Tariq is primarily you have a background in finance, whereas he has a background more in documentary films and historical films. So his level of expertise might be light when it comes to this aspect of just his knowledge base.
And
So
you're
give
right.
him a chance, an opportunity, because if I'm not good at this particular subject, you can't come in telling me, okay, this is how you get an A, bruh. Let's slow down and let me work up to this A.
Right, but here's the thing. Here's the thing. Here's one thing I know too. It's hard to find loyal people, and sometimes you box yourself in, and you only deal with the people that you deal with, and they don't know everything. So a lot of times you got to come through to get to somebody like Tariq. You got to go to people that he trusts, right? Than just going directly to Tariq, because he's gated up. He's gated up. He got all kinds of gatekeepers that are gonna look at that. Like I'm not even though I sent it to his email info@tariq.la. Even though I sent it to his email, he might not be checking his email. He might have somebody gatekeeping those emails to tell him which emails are important for him to even take a look.
Well, yeah,
I would think that the number of emails that he's getting is in the thousands.
Oh yeah, hundreds of thousands.
Right. So it's gonna take him some time to get there.
So my thing is even this. Listen, I'm willing to go forth with or without Tariq. I'm willing to go forth. I'm willing just to trust God that the right people are going to join to
right because the young ones,
because it's the right thing. You know what
yeah,
I'm saying?
the young ones are going to definitely chew it up. If all you have to do is market something, they said if you build it, they will come. They will come.
So that's
right.
I would love, like I said, I would love for a scholarship like a Tariq Nasheed to be a part of this coin. But again, everybody have their position and their role that they play. Like I said, he might be in this lane, and that might be the only lane he wants to be in and he wants to dominate in. Now I heard him say he wants to start his own coin. But my thing is it going to be another meme coin, brother? Because we know what meme coin just makes the
You know, you just gotta let them do them because
yeah.
right now we're concentrating on FBA the way you got it going, simply because you've been holding that line. I mean, you stayed the course where others have jumped on and off, on and off, on and off. I've
I'm
seen you
willing.
stay the course.
I appreciate
Is
it.
that
I'm
am I
willing
right
to be
about that?
alive with this thing. I'm willing to, I'm willing to put everything I got on the line.
Yeah, that's what I thought. And so, you know, because that right now we looking for stability, okay? Everything is flying off everywhere. Like you think you got something, even with the reparations movement, we were really, really pushing, 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 pushing. And then when it stalemated, it was because Yvette Cornell, I hate to call her name, but it was true. Everybody was behind her. She was talking that talk and blah, blah, blah. Then all of a sudden, when everybody got to moving and the movement started, and everybody was saying, look, you be the leader. She's like, I'm not a leader. This is a leaderless thing. It's a leaderless thing. And so, okay. So then every state started picking up their own charter from off the main charter. And then they were trying to lock in. Then all of a sudden, it was something else. All of a sudden, she backed out and said, people trying to take over her movement. Then all of a sudden from that, she started, you know, bad mouthing the it was a mess. And so then people just started pulling back, and that was how the reparations conversation actually got stalemated back in 2020. But it was done by design, COINTELPRO, and all of that. And nobody wants to admit it. But I'm telling you, I know. Something happened. That girl got a visit or something, because that movement was pushing. And then we had boom. You had the C-19 hit, and then people had time to sit and listen. Bam, 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 bam. It moved. It was moving, moving, moving. And then it stopped because people start bickering. It started that in the thing. So what I'm saying, and I brought all that up to say this, I know I took a long way around. That's old people. You know, we just do that. But the reason I'm saying it like that is because you stayed the course, and you're basically asking, opening a door for individuals who are interested in what you're doing. That's a whole lot different. See, when people come in and volunteer and they come in, then you can vet them one by one, because they're going to come in slow because ain't nothing jumping. The minute that thing jump off, that's when you're going to need your loyal people that are close to you, basically with the information. So I'm encouraging you to keep putting the information out, baby. That's all I can say. I mean, keep on staying where you at. And stable coins, a lot of people don't know what the coins are. They don't know the difference between a meme coin and a stable coin. They don't know the difference between a blockchain and, different forms of systemic ways to have financial freedom. All of this stuff is very new. Meme coins, I had to learn, but I wanted to learn. I wanted to teach myself. Why? Because I got grandkids. This is not for me. It's for them. It's not for me. But FBA is going to, I introduced it yesterday for Mother's Day. We were out and I talked about you too much to them. I got 4 grown kids and I got 10 grandkids. So I have 1 grandkid that's grown. So I
Congratulations.
Thank you, cousin. I've been missing you. I've been trying to catch you, but you ain't been on. So I figured I didn't know what happened. But
I don't host them. I will sit in on a panel or two, and I'm
okay.
very particular about the cats that I sit in on.
Find you. I've been trying to find you. I couldn't find you. I'm glad now. I'm gonna follow you again. TikTok. TikTok messed me up, so I missed y'all. I explained it too much what happened. I had to change my name but they messed me up. So I'm trying not to be too vocal. I try to be quiet, but I'm just telling. I'm encouraging too much right now. I'm pushing him because that music keep me going. That music, man. I don't know if y'all have gotten the music, but I encourage everybody to get the music. Y'all get the music. The music is phenomenal. I mean, oh man, looking at this man and listening to what I was like, oh, I know a superstar, man. I'm finna get in here. I'm gonna be his friend. And so, but the point I'm making is I talked to my kids, and when I say FBA and I explained what it was, do you know they all lit up? And my kids are 42, 37, 30, and 33. They all lit up. They was like, what? I was like, yeah, it's called FBA. Y'all, we are FBA. They was like, oh man, yeah. And you could just see it go down the throat. You know, you could just see it.
That's
So
because we've been. I'll say it like this, sister. What's happened before TikTok? I'll say it like this. We were in unison. We just were not connecting.
right, that's what.
Everybody had this. Everybody had the from grandma, great grandma to just born. They understood and feel where we are,
Right.
but we just did not have a connecting voice. And now that we have this connecting voice, that's when they are starting to see how powerful we are.
And
And it's a
unapologetic. I'm not apologetic either. Go ahead.
no, it's just and no, that's the primary thing because they know they can't. Again, you can't send in a Reverend Al Sharpton to say, "Okay, here's what black people." No, 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 no. You can't send in. You can't send in a Joy Reid. You can't send these cats out just because you gave them a platform. Does not mean that they have sway within the community. And that's what the dominant society has been doing to us to keep us distracted.
Absolutely. I could not have said it better. I could not have said it better myself. And I want to, I just want to
And,
see
and
this
I,
where.
I'm gonna say one more thing. 60 ain't old, baby. Don't be saying 60 old.
Well, I mean, really, I really
I prefer
want.
seasoned.
Oh, seasons. I got you. Okay, the next time.
Let me tell y'all something, man, which is a true statement right now. Older women, they not old. They not looking like grandma, like the grandmas back in the day.
I know. That's true. That's really true.
They keeping themselves up. And let me tell
We
you
ain't,
something, man. These 20, 25, 30, 40-year-old men out there is looking at them.
shoot, that was yesterday for Mother's Day. I'm telling you, if my grown kids hadn't been with me, I would have been in trouble.
Out.
Would have been in trouble.
I don't know
But
what it is. I don't. It's
yes,
maybe.
you know what it is. We was eating off the ground. We ate out the ground. We didn't eat this food. You know, our families didn't go to no doggone supermarket, but to get what?
And I'm just telling you, man. You know these women. 60 ain't up. 60 ain't right. 60 ain't old.
It's only a number
You're
because
right.
inside you
I'm gonna
you
tell you the
still
truth.
feel 24 inside.
It's not even the young men that are checking it. It's the older men are saying, you know what, man, 60 ain't,
Yeah.
what
Look
am I
at
doing
Shannon Sharp.
chasing this? See, I think if Shannon Sharp would have got the message, because they try to tell them, get you a woman in your age, stop messing. I think the older men started to realize, man, messing with these young women ain't it.
Ain't it, baby? Baby,
You
they
know
can't.
she looking for a check and some security. And you got all that
Yeah.
paper on your side of the
If you get
ledger. I got to get some of that.
seasoned, older, good-looking woman, you gonna be happier than. It's gonna be happier, less headache.
Yeah. Look
Yeah,
at that. Yeah, look at down the
all the
road.
above. It's actually shifting. We're like, okay, it used to be older women was bringing the baggage. Now older women have lesser baggage.
See, that's what I'm saying. We learn. See, we're evolving. We're evolving, and it's just like I said. Nobody can put a so-called label on our backs now, because nobody can basically say. I mean, we have out. My mama used to always say, "You can outlive a lie." We have outlived the lie, y'all. We outlived the lie. So now they gotta create a whole nother set of lies. But we gotta be in the.
And hope we buy that one.
Yeah, we ain't buying it. And that's why the country crumbling is because there's nothing they can tell us. They have done it all. They use.
We have outlived the lie.
We have outlived it. We outlived that lie. We have outlived the lie, and their bag of tricks is empty. Oh,
Well, they got the same 5 cards in the deck. Okay.
I'm saying the
and
same damn five. You see what I'm saying? And then
we know every card.
look, they wrinkled up and bent on the edges. We know who's who and what's what. But I saw something and I heard something. I know that really a lot of Christian people probably don't don't. But I've been kind of coming out of just religion for religion's sake and start listening to other people. But I heard somebody say that not only are we at the reset at the 6,000, they said that we're at the 26,000 end of the cycle, meaning that the whole universe reset is now, not just a reset of mindset and like a renaissance type thing and like the end of, they said that it's 26,000 for the whole universal cycle reset, and then it's a 6,000 I think year reset, and then it is a for the Judaism it's the 7 of the 70. I don't know, all of the resets, y'all. It's happening right now.
Listen to what you know what the Great Reset is. This is what they don't want you to think. They want you to think we're gonna start back in the cave or no technology and nothing. No, the Great Reset is the truth.
That's right.
That's right. Balance.
See, and then what I'm saying,
yes, the truth is being rediscovered. Absolutely,
all of it.
That's exactly what's happening. When they talk about the Great Reset, they want you to be afraid like it's going to be all these WARs and we're going to go back to living underground and everything going to have to start all over. No. See, there's a reset and then there's the Great Reset.
See.
The Great Reset is proper alignment. Now you're going to have the technology. Right. You're going to have access to the information of old, information of new, and now you're going to have the proper foundation.
Absolutely.
Everybody else was building on foundation that only had half truth. The Great Reset is going to be everybody's eyes going to be open.
Look, even the secret societies are now being brought to naught. The secret societies that always had these the mystic schools, that they were all talking about this great end, and all of them had a different take on it and everything. All of that's supposed to happen right now, and it's not. So now they're even finding out that they've been deceived. I mean, the whole deception is being exposed. All of it.
I was on a panel, well, not on it, but I was listening to this panel a little while ago, and we spoke briefly to the birth dearth in the YT community, in the dominant society's community. And Guy pointed this thing out. I hadn't realized it was this bad for them. Say the average age in the YT community now is what? Take a guess.
It's old. I know that.
No,
it's not.
It's in their mid-50s, I believe.
Oh, really?
45.
Wow.
Now you have to understand, when they were subjecting their community to doctor prescriptions, okay, those parents who got caught up, their children went and got raised by grandma and grandpa. Okay, now the longer that they kids are with grandma and grandpa, the longer their kids are getting grandma and grandpa's disposition.
Come on.
That disposition is the thing that they want to call I'll say the conservative lifestyle, quote unquote. Make sure and put that out there.
Right.
And they are not able to reproduce at the rates that we are. This is why they're trying to do away with their ability to just have ABs on demand.
Well, cousin,
because they are literally running out of bodies.
Right. Cousin, hey, do what you got to do, because in 5 years, 2030, they will be the minority, and they know it, and it's written, and it's just like they set up and told us in 2053, the value of our black wealth will be zero. Well, you got to get to 2030 before you get to 2053. I mean, am I wrong? I mean, maybe my math is off. I don't know, but 2030.
All I'm telling y'all is, don't believe a lot of these stats coming out here. They're going to make our numbers look smaller than what they are. It's all about perception. If we perceive that we're small, then we're going to think small. But if we know that we're big, we're going to think big.
Doggone right.
understand that they use stats against us, they use all these things against us, but who's fact checking the fact checkers? That's all you got to understand.
Yeah, you're absolutely right too much because I was sitting up there
The
and
fact.
they basically have never told us that in that same time, 2050, 44% of Americans are predicted to be biracial. See, they ain't talk. This is, I mean, they got all these numbers flying around our community, but I was like, okay, so if y'all got all of this, because they live in 50 years ahead of us, but now all of a sudden, black people rising up, you don't have, now you 50 years ahead, surely you've accounted for some of the changes that you see right now. They didn't
So,
account for
Hey,
any of
lovely
them.
days.
no. Hold on. Let me tell you what they're accounting on and they're betting on. They're betting on colorism. Okay.
Right.
Oh,
The
okay.
separation of the
It is the
biracials.
right. It is
Okay.
the mindset of the white. See, white people. If you notice, you have a lot of Hispanics and a lot of even black people, Myron Gaines out there who are speaking with a white supremacist mindset. Do you see that? You
Right.
got, remember that thing with Carmelo Anthony
Yeah.
and that white supremacist dude on top of the mobile home, and he came down. He was talking to Metcalf's father, and the guy was black guy here. You're looking weak, sir.
Oh, man.
They're
Ooh, that shit
using
felt.
the
That shit,
minds. Listen, it's not
man.
white
It's,
supremacy.
he
Is
was
not
clearly
about
bought and paid for, so
right.
y'all
White
know that.
white supremacy. No, they didn't even have to buy and pay for them.
This
They're
Negro here.
doing them.
Woo.
They're growing them like seeds from the earth. Okay, listen. They understand that the immigrant mindset is the easiest mindset to switch over to white supremacy. The immigrant
The only
mindset,
one they can get.
easiest mindset to switch over to white supremacy because they already have them under a deep spell. They already have them. Listen. Our minds are the most difficult to control. That's why the propaganda in America is stronger than the propaganda in North Korea, stronger than the propaganda in China, stronger than the propaganda all over the world. Because why? Black Americans, foundational Black Americans live here, so their propaganda has to be stronger, tighter. But over there, they're more subject and easily controlled because the propaganda is they're born into a white supremacy mindset whether they know it or not. Think about that. Africans have American names. They have 2, 3 names. They're named after. They have names like Caleb. They have names like Johnny. And they have. Why do they have both of those names if they're not under a colonization or they haven't been under a spell or witchcraft? They would just keep their African name and say, "You're going to call me whatever my African name is." They got them with the Toby mindset already. They're allowing themselves to be called Toby. We
Man, oh, they already know we ain't, man. They already know. It's some shit'll jump out
working
real.
against the system. We've been calling ourselves. We've been making up names from the jump. 𝗤𝗶𝗴𝗵𝘁𝘀, 𝗤𝗏𝗏𝗄𝗏, Shaniqua.
Right.
We've been saying, listen, we don't want their names now. We use them because we're American, and it's also part of the witchcraft and the colonization power as well too. That's why I keep trying to point back at those symbolism and statues. Everything you're seeing is part of witchcraft propaganda,
Yep.
messaging. That's all spells that are being casted.
I'm
That's
glad
why
you
it's
said
important
that.
that we remove some of these monuments because those are spells.
Ooh, I'm glad that you said that. I'm so glad you said that. It's
That's
the
what it
truth.
is. Those
It's
are
the
those are
truth.
spells. They're
Them is
using those
spells.
monuments to control. Listen, dude, they're like they work very similar to our original power centers. Notice that airports and everything are strategically placed. Notice that. Notice those buildings that they call Victorian era. That's not Victorian era. Why would Victorian era be in the United States when you understand what I'm saying? Those are
Thank you.
our buildings. Those are our power centers that they build, and they never destroy them. They just build on top of them.
On top of them, I saw that before. They got buildings, whole structures underground.
These buildings are.
Magnificent, magnificent.
I don't want to say thousands of years old because nobody's gonna believe me if I tell you that these buildings been around
And
These
they look like structures, mansions.
here before
Temples.
the Europeans got here, and they're
Yes.
still here today.
Man, them people went up underground and they were talking about this this
Still
they
here
talking about this whole
today.
them tunnel systems. Them tunnel systems was already, but a lot of them were down there because they are looking at large concrete structures that are built. I
Look at
mean,
the court buildings and why they got these 15-foot tall doorway openings, and then you have a smaller door up under that.
come on, man. Look, it's that. I mean, like you said, what is the Great Reset? The truth.
The truth is
Truth.
coming forth, and we're gonna know it all. And then now, see, the great reset isn't gonna come. Is not gonna come without a great tribulation.
Well,
Because
yeah, because we're gonna try to hold that.
following the great truth, the great reset is gonna come a great tribulation to challenge that great reset.
Thank you, because they don't want us to know that. They don't want us to ever jump
So
over on the right side
we
of things.
gotta be able to withstand not just the great reset. The great reset's gonna be the easy part because it's just gonna be you either gonna accept the truth or you ain't. It's gonna be like, do you want to go back into darkness? Because
Yeah.
the great tribulation is gonna
No.
challenge the great reset, which is the great truth or the great awakening, and it's gonna be heavy, man. It's gonna be like, are you willing?
This
to
is why the spirit of discernment
Thank you.
must be fed and fed strongly. You develop that muscle.
Thank you.
That muscle of discernment has atrophied in too many within our diasporic community. But it is coming back into focus.
Listen,
Man, look,
I'm
something going
gonna tell you
on.
where it's coming from. I listen. I used to be against our youth. I used to be like, our youth are the dumbest youth on the planet. That I don't know. We should have never went through the crack era. I used to talk like that. No, I don't know what happened in these last 15, 20 years, but I see the spark of genius in these kids again.
Yes.
No, I can tell you what happened, brother. It's not hard. They actually were unfortunately, because they were the byproduct of that sea area, they came up and witnessed and see all the things that we endured, went through, so forth and so on, and said, nope, not today, not here. It ain't happening.
I'm gonna keep saying this, and I'm gonna keep because I've been watching this brother, man. I've been studying this brother. This brother 𝗵𝗲𝗵𝗵𝗵. Oh my God.
That boy there. Woo, he don't give two damn.
𝗵𝗲𝗵𝗵. He is the future, man.
Man, that boy is unrepentant. I said some of the
He probably don't even know I respect him and talk about him as much as I do.
man, that
Hey, you see, he part of my rocking community.
Yep.
When 𝗵𝗲𝗵𝗵 first came to TikTok, he came to my platform first, just so y'all know.
And he sounds like a little youngster,
He
you
came
know.
up in our platform, he was asking questions. He was the one to be like, hey man, how do I work TikTok? How do I do this? He came in this platform first, and then he just bloomed. And then he's exploding, doing his thing on TikTok. And
Yeah.
that brother, I'm expecting that brother to surpass me on the TikTok app because that brother is so sharp.
He came off of X. You know, he was big on
He
X.
came off of X. See what happened was everybody from X start coming over to my. When I started my platform, has it been a year already? Close to a year? I don't remember. Maybe like 9 months, 8 months, 10 months,
Something like that.
something like that. When I started my platform, I started with just a rant. I just started with ranting. And then I started noticing that I started getting people from TikTok, and there was a specific woman that was from TikTok that kept telling everybody to come to my platform. I don't know what was going on. I don't know what was going on TikTok or on X. They were getting tired or something, but everybody was like, nah, man, it's going down on TikTok, and we got to switch over. And they were all flooding in my platform. All of them flooded in. I mean, boom. A lot of people started their platform off of my platform. I was just like, I was throwing everybody. I was like, go check out this person. Go check out that person. Y'all follow. Y'all keep the conversation going. Blah, 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 blah. But it all started, if we want to be truthful, it all started with this here platform here. And everybody just kind of, just started exploding. Everybody started talking about FBA and boom, 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 boom. I mean, during election time. I mean, matter of fact, I started before election time because I remember people were trying to crit. I was like, man, I didn't do nothing to no election. They were watching the great 𝗔𝗶𝗴𝗵𝘁𝘀𝘁 and the grassroots before they were looking at what I'm doing over here. You know, shout out to the
And
brother.
quite honestly, if I'm remembering early during the election time, you actually tried to avoid politics.
Yeah, because I kept getting taken down.
Yeah, but the idea is they were looking for something that wasn't, and they found you and got greater.
Yeah. So you know, and it's cool, man. Listen. My thing has always been this: the message is more important than the person.
Oh, for sure. I got put out for X. I mean, they completely destroyed, took every video thing, everything, because I used to be over there and I was with all of them, you know, Afro leading them and all of them. They were all running. Like if you ran, like everybody was running in that group. So if you saw somebody go live, everybody jumped on the live. You could always see, you know, all. And I just noticed that I was in that little tribe of individuals because that was where my interest was, and at the time, and I got on a couple of them and said a few things, but then I noticed that one day I went on to get on, y'all, and I ain't have no, it was gone. I mean, wiped completely out. I was like, wow, they got me out of there. And I just stayed out. And so when they started TikTok, I came in slowly because my son was like, you need to get on there. I was like, nah, I ain't fooling with no more social media. And got on there, and I'm on here now. You know, it's just been a few months. I think I got on in November sometime. It hasn't been long.
Yeah, I was on TikTok talking about way other things. You know, I went from relationship coach, men and women dating and things like that. And I just said, you know what, man, my heart's always been about talking about doing something for my people, for my land. My heart's always been there since high school, since way back in high school. And I don't know how I drifted off into just talking about men and women relationships because I learned everything from my father and from my uncle and from my aunts, and they really taught me well.
You know, we was out here. We've been out here. You know, y'all. We have to stay out here. You know, we don't get the chance. Like you don't have the luxury of sitting back. You've gotten too much invested. Right. Cousin, I listened to Cousin when I first met. We don't have the luxury of pretending not to know. That's going to cost us in the end. We're going to pay for that if we don't do right.
Generation X is an anointed generation.
Baby.
Who are the carriers of the information that's going to build up the youth and the generations to come.
Come on up, Malik.
If we get it wrong, it ain't never. I ain't gonna say it ain't never gonna be right. It's just gonna take a long.
No, it's gonna. I mean, look at the information that we already have, and that is no longer available. Okay, what about all the lost information that people don't know? What about all of the books that's been burned already? What about all of the lost information that just in our
of the real ones that seen it before technology came in, that have an understanding, that still connected to the ancestors? Really, like my dad was born in 1942. Who's more connected to the ancestors than that? Because if you go back to 1942 and go before that, you're dabbling into slavery.
I'm about to say you in slavery time because that's the first generation outside. That was the first grandgeneration. There was the grandchildren of the slaves. These were the grandchildren.
I told you I can go as far back in my genealogy, right, as of just right now, because I haven't pushed any further, 1833.
That's what I'm saying. I can go back there. I can go back about that month. Yeah.
Nobody can tell me that my great grandfather was not a slave, because he was, and nobody can tell me that he wasn't indigenous, because he was.
And he was, and he told you he was. That's what's getting me. They told you who they was.
So when I hear some of these people say, I was never a slave.
What? Well, good for you.
Right. They just denying it. That's the problem.
What the heck is a sharecropper if it's not a form of slavery?
And a tenant farmer. Hey, Malik.
I mean, come on, let's break down.
They allowed you to go home and live in your home, but you had to show up here.
Man, look. Look,
You have to
child.
share your
You
crop.
owe me for the shovel to plow the land that I got.
And
In
then
that
time
shack,
out.
and the
And then
shack that I'm
time
living
out.
in.
Let's just update it to modern day slavery. They allow you to go to work and get a job and go home.
That's all you're the working poor.
And
That's
let's
all.
upgrade them little
Exactly. In
tokens that they
uniform.
used to give you, them little tokens that they used to give you on the plantation. Let's just call it fiat dollars.
Come on.
Exactly. Slavery
Because they
repeats
took
itself.
away the gold, they took away the silver. But they used to give you gold. We used to have real copper coins. We used to have
Real
silver
copper.
coins. You know what I'm
It
saying?
had the weight. The weight was different. Yes.
Now we don't have none of that.
They took everything in
The
the 80s.
American government's only power is through its military and police force.
Thank
That's
you.
it.
That's it.
That's it.
That's true.
You took away everything. And then what I'm saying is, too, is that not only if we don't speak up and we don't have the luxury of sitting, but if we don't continue to keep a conversation or two going, it will all stalemate. And our children, aside from being miseducated or not educated at all, what they're banking on is for this next generation to be completely oblivious to civic education, completely oblivious to how the government works, completely oblivious to what community
So
is.
let me ask you this question: what weapons do you think they're using to do that?
Oh,
Go ahead, Monique.
I mean,
Come on,
They-
I want you to say it.
They have weaponized. They have weaponized. Go ahead, Monique. I'm gonna let you go first.
there's the hold on. Everybody being as one. You know what I'm saying?
Unity. Yeah.
No, not unity. Of course, they're afraid of unity.
Let me help you. What weapons have they used to dumb us down?
Well, besides music,
Don't
TV,
come into the Great Reset.
Media,
The media.
music, and
Right.
education.
TV shows.
Okay,
Now let's-
and you want to know what the biggest one is?
What?
Religion.
Religion. Who?
No,
Video
no,
games.
no, no,
Oh
no.
yeah, video. Yeah.
Video games. That's dangerous. Yeah.
He got a lawsuit now for video games because these people's children are addicted. Can you imagine an addiction to video games?
Game.
Now you got to look at it. I'm not a Walking Dead fan, but the idea of a TV show that completely desensitized a nation
Wow.
That's
to
true.
how do you eliminate a zombie, y'all? And they had this on, and this is desensitizing a people to the idea of unaliving. It's just okay now. See, before this was never the American system.
No, but
That
I
wasn't
mean,
what we were about.
that wasn't what we were about.
Well, I'll say it like this a little bit.
What do they want to do? They want to take the spirituality and the soul away from the people. How
That's
do they do that?
Exactly.
How do they turn you into the walking unalive?
baby.
How do they turn you into a zombie?
See, the one thing is that one zombie got to bite you to turn you into it's the bacteria coming from the one zombie that if they bite you or
They turn you.
they turn
Right.
you.
Right.
So if you're exposed,
Another agenda is LGBTQ.
Yeah, that's the word I was looking for. The
Yeah. The Skittle community.
That's what I was going
Yeah.
with. The ambiguous.
They want to make you non-binary.
and then another one is
That's how they take.
if you look at the Bible, look at that.
Is how they take the soul and see. Once you take away the masculinity and the femininity of a person, they're a blank slate. You took away the program because that's something that's already in you through DNA. If they could take away the XY chromosome that makes you who you are, type of thing, and you're just a blank slate, they can replace it with anything.
Right. Feminize you.
I've emptied your cup, and now I'm gonna fill your cup up with my wine.
And just think about the one that they added a new one in the last 10 years, biological warfare. biological warfare, meaning that now the DNA can actually be customized to just killing you. Because it's designed and customized now that they can design a disease that would just kill just you.
Yeah, they can do that. From my perspective, the unfortunate side for them is they're going to get caught up in it too.
See,
Right.
that's what that zombieism ended up. That was the first side of zombieism, came out of them trying to create a man, which was Frankenstein. If y'all look back, y'all know we older. So if you go back. The first thing was they were trying to redesign humans, because their numbers have gone down in history throughout the ages. That's why I'm still doing my research, but I try not to say too much about the Cabbage Patch Kids and the incubator babies and I'm trying to do my research before I just actually bring that out. But they figured out a way to, reconstruct a human being or rebirth a human being without a mother, but now when I got into that, I started realizing why the Bible said, why Yahushua said, he said, you're going to have to be born of the water and of the blood. I never understood that until I started seeing what these people are doing. And so we're dealing with individuals who were not born of the water and of the blood, meaning that they don't have no soul, y'all.
Yeah, that's true right there. It's like, what else they're taking away? They're preventing a biological male and biological female and creating kids.
Yeah,
Yeah,
period. That whole process of intimacy is being undermined.
right. That gender divide, that's the new agenda you see now.
Another matrix again. That's another attack. The breakdown. But see, hold on. This is the breakdown. See, this is why I got into talking about male and female relationship, because I wanted our people to understand the attack that was happening to us. What they're doing to our women is they're using the patriarchy and the matriarchy, and they're putting them against each other. When the matriarchy can't exist without the patriarchy, and the patriarchy can't exist without the matriarchy. They're actually the same.
Absolutely.
They're not opposites.
And I don't want to exist without the male. I don't want to exist without the male.
So let me break that down real quick, okay? Because in a matriarchy, the man is left alone to be the man, and the women just deal with the children. And in a matriarchy, a man has multiple women, and there's one male. How do we know that? It's called the lion and the lion's pride. That's a matriarchy. There's a bunch of women, and they only deal with one man. And the reason why it's designed that way, because they're designed to influence that one man. Those many women are designed to influence that one man. In a patriarchy, it's different. In a patriarchy, we think a patriarchy is one man and many women. It's not. It's one man and one woman. And that man just dominates that one woman and the family and the children like that. But it's really supposed to be a matriarchy and a patriarchy, because the moment you remove a man from the picture, there's no more liberation. You cannot be liberated. You cannot be liberated from white supremacy without male domination.
See, because that's a covering.
That's true.
You need male domination to fight against the system of oppression of white supremacy. You will never be liberated. So a lot of our women, what they will do is they will liberate themselves. And they're thinking they're liberating themselves, but all they're doing is switching from a matriarchy to a patriarchy. They're saying,
Hey, Red Heels, come on up.
I'm willing to sleep with the enemy, which is the white man, and get up under the white the white mindset and the system of white supremacy. That's what they're doing, and they're still a slave in that system.
Right, and it's still, and then again,
they're
like you said,
using their body and their genes, and when they get done with you, what do white supremacy are known to do with their tools after they use them up?
throw them away.
They break
Break
it.
them.
What do they want to do?
Yeah.
White supremacy says, I want to make kids that are biracial that are going to have the white supremacy mindset, because the children
Right.
are going to adopt what the father says, not what the mother says.
Well, they're not, and that's not working out too good for them, simply because they got family members that break the mind
So
of these
if you
kids.
understand that the two things and this is why I never get mad at women when they show aggression, or they get angry, because I understand where it's coming from. It's all coming from white supremacy. Our women are angry that they're under white supremacy and they're ready to be liberated. That's why they lash out at us, fellas. If you don't understand why they try to dominate and take control and try to put us down, they're actually trying to do what the white supremacists are programming them to do, which is put us down at the bottom too. But they need to be lifting us up, because we're the only ones that can defend their ideology. They cannot defend their own ideology without a man. You need a power system to defend your ideology and your information and your beliefs. Without
Especially
a
if you're
power
going against
system, a
it.
warrior class to protect you, to
Yep.
protect the women, guess what? Anybody can come in. Another woman or another man can come in and just wreak havoc and dominate you. So the only way our women are going to be liberated from white supremacy is they have to learn how to uplift that man. Put that man in the proper place, and he will gather together the skill that he needs, the weaponry, the brotherhood, whatever he needs to be strong enough and nourished them. That's why the man eats first, because you got to feed. If your man is hungry, he can't defend you.
See, I
Everything
mean,
is
yeah.
designed to cater to the man first, not so he can control and dominate the women. Because black men, we're not known to dominate and control our women like that. We're not. That's not in us to do that. That's a
No.
white supremacy mindset. If men are dominating women, that comes from the white supremacy. That's not the patriarchy doing that. That's the white supremacy mindset. Because the white supremacy mindset says, if I can't dominate the world, I must dominate my woman first. Think about that.
Exactly.
The first person the white supremacists oppressed were their women.
That's true.
Why do
Ooh,
you think their women are rejecting the YT man right now and bucking?
me.
Because they were oppressed first.
Man,
Before
them
they
women,
oppressed the
them women
world,
coming
they oppressed
hard.
the woman first. Remember the caveman? What did he do to the woman? He hit the woman over the head.
Put her
Bam.
in the head, drag her in the house.
That's where it all comes
That's
from.
kidnapping.
That was the first oppression, and they just great pillage.
It's never stopped.
They wanted to their own women
Nope.
first,
It
and
never
then their
stopped.
women started feeling better when they started doing to outside people. They said, "Well, as long as they're not doing it to
Exactly.
me,
Right. As long as they ain't doing it to me, cool. I ain't got no problem with it. Good. I'm with you, Daddy.
I can vote before the black man, cool.
Yeah,
As long as
but
I got more privileges than the black man, cool." You see what I'm saying? That's where their women are at.
and that's why I didn't understand black women in the women's liberation movement. We ain't never had that. We never had to fight for our freedom like that. We
Only way
never
our
had
women
to.
are going to be liberated is you must make sure your man's mental mindset, because the war is psychological first,
Right.
is on standard. It's up to par. You get the man's mental right. You feed him. You nourish him. You love him. You think, oh, no. You're doing this for your own benefit too. It's not just for him. You're doing it for yourself.
Right.
You're doing this for your protection, your provision, and your generation and generation to come that come out your womb. You're doing
That's
this
right.
this single independent woman trope. This I don't need a man. That's white supremacy talking points.
Yeah, and
Exactly.
then they pushing this lesbianism to the to the
That's prevalent in their community because
yes,
listen,
and they push. That's not
incest,
part of what man.
incest and PDF files is deep in their culture. Incest, listen, man, they like to keep it in the family because the family don't tell.
Okay, and the monarchists did the same thing, so it ain't just on one level. So it's
It's
multi-level.
deep in their royal bloodline.
Yeah.
Hey, you know what also is dangerous too? That cause us to not get together is they weaponize the interracial relationship. Like they don't.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they don't want to see foundational Black American men and women get together. They gotta make sure they put an FBA man
Mix
with
it
a
up.
white T woman or an FBA man with a melanated woman who is not FBA. And they do that to set the FBA man up to take us down. Like that situation we see with Smokey Robinson.
It's
He
all
came.
about generational wealth. They don't want us to pass down
All
generational
right.
wealth.
Like he getting
Why do you
he
think
getting accused.
Why do you think Kobe Bryant's parents were so angry with him when he married the woman he married?
Yeah,
And
he married a
and
Latina, and
she
guess
dogged,
what?
man. She dogged that man. That man died. He needed some help. She didn't even help
Hey,
him.
they were angry at that because his parents understood. He said, "Man, listen, I took you to Italy so you can have a world view, not so you can adopt a white supremacist view." That's what happened. He took
And
his
he cut
parents
them
to
off
Italy.
too. He cut them off.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he cut him off. That was not right.
He
yeah.
cut them off, and then when he died, this in the last 3 years, his dad got sick, and they needed some money. And that girl, she was sitting on $100 million, and did not help his family. His mom and dad were having problems because he got sick. You know that heifer wouldn't help, but that's okay. Like I said, y'all want to marry outside of the race, and then you want to sit up after you've done all this and make excuses and blame black people for, saying something about it when we already know that money got strings on it. Look at the young men, the top 5 NFL draft picks, all of them had white girlfriends. The top 5. I just said,
We gotta start teaching our kids. See, that's why I say, listen. The biggest enemy
weaponize.
parents got.
Yeah, they're bleaching the race out.
The biggest enemy parents have is education system.
This
You
is
have to
true.
build
This is an actual fact.
the education system because it indoctrinates your kids.
Yeah. Yeah.
I would prefer that anybody who has children homeschool their kids. Why? Because you have that connection and that control with your kids. If they are going to public school, then you have to do something that they do in the military. You ever know in the military they do something called debriefing? Why do they need to debriefing?
Because they need to make sure that the indoctrination sticks.
Boom, bingo. So you as a parent need to make sure that your indoctrination sticks. You need to debrief your kids after sending them to school. What did you learn today? Tell me.
Absolutely. I do it every single day.
And then after they tell you, then you fix what you need to be fixed. And then when you send them back out, now they have the message that's unified and not the message that's scattered.
Okay.
Yep, that's right.
Let me interject right here because it's kind of on the same point. So when Fanny was talking about yesterday being with her family and mentioning FBA, how they woke up and got bright-eyed, bushy-tailed, like this is not a new idea, but it's new to them. Like, you know why we do that when we come across a community that we can recognize and resonate with is because this is how we were always. We came from tribes, and then we came from tribes, and we were all together in community, and this is what we are seeking right now. No matter what generation we are coming from, whether we are boomers, X's, millennials, even Z's. Z's they're seeking a community that is a little bit different because their community is by mindset and not by things that like what they believe in, not by what Xers and up are. You know what I mean? So everybody is seeking community, and which is why now what we have to do as Xers is because that's who's on here, right? Maybe Malik, are you a millennial?
No, I'm a Gen Z. I'm born in '97.
Oh, same age as me.
He's smart. So smart.
I told you, was too much said. The
So
youth,
smart.
they're privy. They've
Malik
seen
came
what
back.
we went through and experienced and said, not here, not me, not today.
I think Malik came back. Malik, I think you came back, baby.
People like Malik have shocked me. People like Afro Elite have shocked me.
Yeah, they came back.
I used to be negative against our young people. Why? Because I wasn't seeing that spark of genius in them that I used to see. I'm like, what? Did they just take all the Black American spirit out of these kids and just replace it with the Migos? Or what did they do to our children?
Where the ancestors is coming back because these
And
kids are
but
coming back.
now
Coming back.
Simon is another one. Simon, I mean, I'm looking at 𝗤𝗂𝘁𝗂𝘁. I'm looking at all
Phoenix Hebrew.
Too much.
Oh yeah,
What?
Phoenix. Yeah, he's on code.
Too much. I'm Jen. I was born in '75, and
okay.
I'm from Chicago. And when I grew up, I don't know if y'all know, but when we came home, because we never was taught that we was Africans. We always was taught that we was American Indians. You know, we have our tradition and everything. So when we used to come home, and our parents used to ask us, what did we learn? They used to tell us, don't bring that slave stuff in this house. Don't bring that in this house. They used to tell us that all the time. They're like, y'all not no slave. Um, so when Jesse Jackson pushed that slave narrative, my grandfather used to be with him. My grandfather's name is Wesley Jackson, and he's from Arkansas. And they had a big old fight, a physical fight. My mom, because I told my mom one day I'm gonna have her on a panel. She almost 70 to tell about the fight because they didn't want that African American tag on us. They literally had a physical fight because before it was Operation Push, y'all don't know it was Operation Breadbasket. So the
Right?
reason why,
It was.
yep,
It was.
it was Operation
Breadbasket.
Breadbasket. And the reason why he did Operation Push because he had to bring that African name attached to us to be able to get the funding. And
See,
people don't know about that. And I have the article too much.
I never liked Jesse Jackson. I mean, especially what he did with all the radio licensing and media licensing. How he coveted that and did and I mean, he did some terrible things with those licenses.
Yeah,
There
he
you go.
was a
Stop
fat
right
And if
there.
y'all
rapper.
can
Don't give up.
look up Clay
Don't get
Evans.
too much of that.
Hold on, look up Clay Evans. Clay Evans, it was my grandfather, Wesley Minor Jackson, and it was other preachers. They actually had a physical fight inside of a church because the government gave Chicago funding and it's supposed to be allocated to the black people, but Jesse Jackson didn't give it to nobody. And my mom, I told my mom one
A
day,
minister? Is Clay Evans a minister?
yeah, Clay Evans, the minister.
I heard that name before.
Baptist pastor, founded the influential fellowship Missionary Baptist Church in Chicago, Illinois, famous for gospel music.
And my grandfather's church was Clear Lake Baptist Church, and it was on. I gotta ask my mom what street is on, but it was a bunch of pastors together. They literally had a physical fight, a fight. And at Clay Evans' brother, off my cousin and off my mom two cousins. So like I told my mom one day I'm gonna have her on the panel when she's feeling well to talk about the issue because people don't know that we wasn't for that. Well, they wasn't back in the day. Wasn't for that African tag to be on to us.
Make sure I don't miss that. I want to hear that.
Okay, I won't.
You say they offed them. You say they offed them?
They off my cousin, my mom cousins, two of her cousins.
Clay Evans did.
That
Not
should
Clay
not.
Evans. Clay.
That should
Not,
not surprise you, though, sister.
not Clay Evans. Clay Evans' brother.
Okay.
Wow.
And my cousin name is, if y'all can go on Facebook and y'all can look her up, her name is 𝗤𝗶𝗴𝗵𝘁𝘀. She's I think like 98 years old, and those was two of her kids that he offed.
And why would they do that to them?
I could tell y'all. I have to tell y'all the story when it's a private.
Okay, that's fine.
They were strong black men who wasn't buying the propaganda.
That's what I'm saying. Jesse Jackson, I left him alone. I never really trusted that man because I'm a little older than y'all. And when Dr. King died, Jesse Jackson put his hand in Dr. King's blood and put his hand on his T-shirt and left the scene, ran and caught the airplane to go back and be the first one to holler about Dr. King was killed by this and he was right there. He saw it all. He gained all of what he had off of that event of Dr. King being slaughtered. Instead of him staying there, he left and went and caught the plane out before everybody else.
Oh, Fanny, it's crazy. I just came back from Memphis 3 weeks ago, and when I came back from the site of the Lorraine Motel, what made me upset is like you said, like Reverend Jesse Jackson was always a sellout, and it does piss me off to the point where this man got unalived and got set up by him in Memphis, and he just, like you said, left the scene without
Yeah,
even getting caught.
yeah,
And when I met some FBA Memphians, when they told me like it was all plotted, and they showed the actual building where the actual pew pewer was at, and that's where they aimed at him, and that room 306. I was just like so upset. I was like, man, why did they let Reverend Jesse Jackson go in? Between him and Al Sharpton, oh, they were such sellouts.
And do y'all know one of our mayors in Chicago, one of our first black mayors in Chicago, Washington, you know, he was off too. And they
yeah.
think Jesse Jackson has something to do with it.
Let me tell you, let me tell you how this works. Okay. The white community is not going to come into the black community and basically be directly destroying our leaders. Okay. They have to go through somebody who looks like us to get that done. Okay. They have to go through somebody that looks like us to get that done.
Agreed.
And if you
Right.
look at what happens is that you have these people who elevate and they ascend to positions of power in our community that they're gonna push for their people, but at some point they're gonna pivot because they're gonna get that wake up call, they're gonna get that phone call, they're gonna get that visit,
Come on.
and they don't want to die. Okay, see, because you gotta pay. Dr. King would not. If y'all listen to his last sermon, what did he say? I may not make it there with you. Okay, you remember that? He said, "But I've been to the promised land. I seen it. I looked over and I saw the promised land. I may not make it over there with you." That was the coded language to tell the people that I got the offer, but I refuse. You know what I'm saying? Nobody don't really pay attention to the little things. And the painful part is that where you can resist, you get to stand alone. Even if you at the top, people that say they for you, all they actually really see is the day you gone, and they'll get a chance to pick up where you left off and use all your shit, and they gonna sell out, get everything. Things that you work for, they gonna let you work it all the way to the top. They gonna let you get rid of all the kinks, and I mean, they gonna let you get it all.
Miss Fanny, you heard of Harold? You heard of Harold Washington,
Yeah,
right?
what I remember what happened to Harold. They put that woman in there in that motel with
Yep.
him. I remember what they did to Harold, but
Because the
nobody
day
talk
before
about
that,
it.
he was
Nope.
digging ground. They was about to build a new building, and then the
Thank
next
you.
day he passed
You.
away. How?
Harold was not with the program, and they had to get him. They had to
Yep.
get him.
Same
What?
thing. Same thing with Fred Hampton and Jimi Hendrix.
Right.
Like when what happened with Fred Hampton when he had the most powerful of the Black Panthers, somebody who was part of the Black Panthers had to unalive him like that. And the same thing with Jimi Hendrix, who also had alliances with the Black Panthers. That's why he got unalived in London.
Right. And see, the thing of it is that these were people that were. These was deep color COINTELPRO, deep cover COINTELPRO,
And then
and
don't
they
you
were
notice
infiltrated.
when that happened, all them Africans started flooding into America.
Yeah,
They was
because the door
flooding
was
in.
open. The door got open for them to come here. But they were the ones that were also double agents. And
And see,
so,
I can only add this little bit to this scenario. We're talking about mayors. I came up under Mayor Coleman Young in Detroit.
okay.
Okay. Now, there was a time early on, his mayorship started under Jimmy Carter. And he and Carter were close. They had a good rapport, quiet but close. About 15 or so years into his mayorship, the
Foreign
Krugerrand and the South
nationals.
African issues were an issue in America. And he had learned through a previous connection through the Carter administration that this guy was work that he had pulled into his staff was actually working for the other side, and that he was getting ready to plan and try and set up Coleman Young
Right.
for a fall. See, this idea that they are not and haven't been trying to attack our strong leaders that would be a disservice to the community to not understand that they have never stopped trying to undermine us. Okay. 𝗥𝗶𝗴𝗵𝘁𝘀𝗀𝗶cie Kilpatrick had a party in the Manoogian Mansion. Coleman Young found out early on that the three-letter agencies had gone through that mansion. When he found out that they went into that mansion, he never spent another night in that place. Not another night. Was mayor for 20 years. He never spent another night in this place, and they'd been in there in year 6. Kwame had a party there one time, and suddenly Kwame got all kinds of dirt found out on him.
Yep.
Okay, do not think that they're not out here trying to look for any and every little crumb that they can turn you on.
You don't go out at these parties. You don't go drinking. You don't do none of that stuff at these parties. You go sober. That's why you go like Donald Trump. You ever know Donald Trump? He don't drink. He don't do no drugs. But he's at these parties with all these people. He got
Trump won't even live in the White House. Trump was told him he wasn't living in the White House. That is not where he lived.
You understand what I'm saying? I mean, you gotta be. I mean, you gotta be. He knows how to play the.
Now hold up. If I can get the American people to refurbish my multi-room, multi-million-dollar acreage, you think I ain't gonna do that? George Bush had his place. Every president who has their outside residence gets it upgraded at the expense of the American people. The problem with Trump is he taking weekend trips every day to go golf and then tell us he working hard. That ain't happening.
No, you know what it is? This is what people don't understand. When you figure out a way to work more efficient, you got more time to do. See, Trump is getting a lot of things done in a little bit of time. So therefore, he's got time to do what he really wants to do, which is golf, which is have a good time. But as long as your efficiency is high, you don't have to work as hard. See, working hard is a myth. They keep telling us you just got to work hard and you're gonna be successful. That's not what it is, because there are people who are working hard all the time and still are not successful. It's about working smart and becoming efficient. And if you know how to be efficient and delegate and do things, you can get a lot of done.
Yeah, the point is delegation. But
all he gonna do is start some shit and go to the golf, and while everybody else discussing what he just did. See, that's all he's doing.
And if you're a business owner, you understand that you're working even when you're not working. You're working. Everything is a business, so you work.
See, I've had several governors in Michigan who have been business owners, and I got to tell you, the state has never prospered properly under that tutelage. The last mayor or governor that we had before Whitmer, that's the boy that had the issues with Flint. But he purposely set up Detroit, Bright Harbor, or Brighton Harbor, I forget the name, and these places so that they would fail. He put an EM or an emergency manager in front of or in charge of the school system because the school system was $200 million in debt. When that guy left, the emergency manager left, the school system was $300 million in debt. He was not there to help. They've only put cats in there to be a benefit to the dominant society and take away from what we were able to get done and accomplished. Well, they tried to come in and bankrupt Detroit. They tried to come in and take Detroit's art collection out of their museum. Okay, that's what the state wanted to do to the city. See, they were not out here trying to help. They were trying to get in there and raid whatever we had built up and had. And they're still doing it again today.
Plus, I have a question to ask you.
Shoot.
Was
Wait a
Obama?
minute,
Hold up. District Love.
Somebody
District
need
14.
to mute.
Can you mute up, baby?
Somebody need to mute their mic.
Thank you, sweetie.
Okay, because was Obama responsible for doing the economic crash in Detroit in 2008 that caused our people to go homeless?
Yep. He
I
didn't
would
have.
not. I would classify it like this: because of the housing industries, come get this house, little or no down, bad credit, no credit, the predatory nature of the housing industry at that point in time, that had a significant influence in what happened in the city. So I
And he
cannot
inherited
blame
it.
him per
Yeah, he
se, but
inherited
he
that from the
was the overseer of it.
Bush
And when it
administration.
Right, but
Right.
when it comes to the financial distress that Obama had, no, Obama walked into all of that. He walked
He was getting
into
elected in
a crater,
2006.
a smoldering crater is what he walked into when it came to the American economy and the American system. The issue is he stabilized and made everybody feel comfortable and made everybody say, okay, we're going to take a deep breath, we're going to slow down, and we're going to relax. The issue from the other side was they didn't want that to happen. They didn't want the relax. They wanted the insanity we have today then. They wanted everybody worrying. We just gave $700 million to these people. Okay, now we just gave another $2 billion to these people who wrecked the economy and who have never been held accountable.
Right.
See,
And that
these are the things that made cats turn on Obama.
Kevin, but you talking as if Obama wasn't down with the program.
I'm not. No, I'm just saying. He asked about Detroit specifically.
Yeah, I just had to ask because Detroit was about to make an economic bounce back at that time to Yale. The white supremacists and Obama kind of killed it for Detroit. It was unalived it for Detroit because Detroit was about to make a bounce back for real.
Well, see, you got to remember too. Detroit had already been privy to a quote unquote $100 million empowerment zone from Bill Clinton. Okay, so
Right.
but the idea was you had to, in order to take advantage of this $100 million, you had to go into the worst, hardest, roughest neighborhoods and set up a business. Now, what business do you think is going to thrive in that community?
And at the same time, they had already lost the car industry. It was already
Right.
at the bottom,
Right.
at the floor. And they outsourced all of those jobs. Okay, I just wanted to
Trust me,
add.
mine was one of
Right.
them.
Yeah, all the car businesses they all moved to Cali. That's what happened.
No, they moved. They moved to Mexico, bro. They didn't move to Cali. They moved out of America. I was in Ford at that time. I'm gonna tell you, NAFTA was not a friend to the working class man.
At all.
Okay, they instead of paying me $25 an hour, they went down there and paid them $8 an hour. They moved all of those jobs out of the country.
That's messed up.
That's what happened with the
Yeah,
factories.
they moved all of them, and then they tried to make it seem like a good thing. And when the people didn't take it, they basically just bogarted you and did it. They just basically did it.
Exactly.
And then from the NAFTA agreement, then people started feeding into um, those empowerment zones, but the empowerment zones were set up to fail. See, that was a buffer to keep the people from rising up. Because in an empowerment zone, you have to go into a poor place and then start a business, and that business has to produce a certain amount, which how could it if it's, I mean,
It
it
was
was like
already underwater.
it was
Right.
like
It's
a
already
cat
underwater.
chasing his tail. Yeah, I mean, it was like a snake eating his tail. I mean, there was no way that was supposed to work, and it was done like that by design, and they kept on doing it, and eventually
It's just a
people.
pacifier. That's it. That's all it was.
Right.
It's a
And you know what?
pacifier
That's
for the
the
strongest
big
black community in the country.
Right, and
Because
they
the war on drugs was the crack epidemic, the war on drugs and all that had already started back in the 80s. Had
and
already,
then yeah, and
especially
then
Exactly.
families in black communities were beautiful. They used to have well cut lawns, mom and pop households, nice homes. They own land. Black people was doing pretty good. And when this all hit, we got hit from all sides. But the biggest hurt, the biggest pain, the biggest thing was the deception. Because when black people came for an answer, they were lied to and they were misdirected. And all of the funds that were supposed to come to the community to help save the community got redirected each time by lower government entities. And so it never made it to us. And so Ronald Reagan used to call that, what was it, the trickle down effect?
Yes, the trickle down theory.
Yeah.
He
And
said it was
what's the crazy part? From the 1920s up to the 1970s, all it was manufactured jobs that kept black people successful. But once they moved the manufactured jobs out of America, out of the early 70s, that's when things started tanking.
absolutely. Son, we abandoned agriculture to come to the city to get those jobs. You know that, right? That we dominated in agriculture because we had been slaves. And from that economy, we were actually at the front of the game. But we abandoned that to come into the city. In the early 1900s, after World War One, they needed help in the industries, and black people started coming for those jobs. And so we actually abandoned our first love, which wasn't love because of the slavery. So people just said, "Oh hell no,"
I'm
But
getting from up under this oppressive
right,
southern evil, and I'm
yeah,
going up
but
north to take my
it was
chance up
also
there.
right. It was a patriarchy, though. We destroyed a part of our family structure because the father used to be the one to give the son or the wife or whoever. The daddy was purely in the top of the family, and the grandmother was also strong as the grandpa because they had to work together to keep food on the table, to keep something going. And so when we left our agriculture, because agriculture is not just farming, it was also a way of life. It was family. It was ownership. It was beneficial to us in other ways other than slavery. We built up what we have now as family then, but it got destroyed as we began to seek. We abandoned that and we came into the cities for better opportunities. When we got those better opportunities, we reorchestrated those old beliefs into that current thing, which is how the boomers got pushed forward. Ain't nobody gonna tell you all that. With us fighting for rights, we were also undermining and using the experience we had from slavery to do the same work ethic, to have the same mindset about doing work, to have the same mindset about raising a family. We only brought it out off the field and into the cities. And so we had strong roots. I wanted to just throw that in there because, people got you thinking that we didn't have anything. No, we had a lot. But what happened was we lost it over time as we try to, coexist with other races and other things and other issues, Jim Crow. And then later on, we had mass incarceration. Later on with drugs. Where we are now was not the hope of the slave. I say that. And I'm gonna land.
The evolution, but we didn't just leave for better opportunities, leave those farmlands for better. There was a lot of farmland, hundreds of thousands of acres that were stolen.
Yes, there we go.
That were stolen, that we owned and got pushed off our land, and had to go towards the north because it took till 1900s. I can't even call it for black people to know that they weren't slaves. 1900 something, they had already been free since 1853, right? Since the Emancipation Proclamation. And it took years upon years for the people that were down there to realize that they were no longer slaves. And that's where, in between the South and the North, in the middle of the country, is where the majority of the slave sharecroppers were. They had to take what they were growing and give to the slave owners as payment for them to be able to farm the lands that they own.
That's true right there.
So, yeah,
the better opportunities is not the only reason. Literally, it was the Great Migration because we were trying to leave that. Like, we ain't own. You can't keep us here. We don't belong to you. We never did, but y'all had us hypnotized, believing we were. And a lot of times, with your generation from ours, they say y'all let them do whatever. No, we had to go along to get along because we were trying to formulate a plan. We saw the devastations that they were doing to our community, mass unalivings, burning down, our business districts, Greenville, Redwood, all of that. You know what I'm saying?
Rosewood, or
Yeah.
Overtown in Miami.
Right.
We knew about the Green Book. We knew about sundown towns. We knew all of this. Nobody ever, the information was spread in little communities that were in each other's houses, throughout our like little towns and cities. And it wasn't from coast to coast until probably the 70s. And when information was uh, spread easily by books. Oh, we can write our own books. And
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
only the people who were actually trying to back us and trying to be allies were the ones that were publishing it. And we used pseudonyms of white names to get the things published.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And it's the crazy part, even when we did left the South to get more opportunities in the Midwest, the North, and the West Coast, the one thing our Southern relatives were right about, that we was still going through that anti-blackness even when we went up into those other three regions. Like, we got to remember that one line they said in Centers, like when some Smoke said, like, Chicago is nothing but Mississippi.
Yes.
Instead of plantations, it's tall buildings, and they did the same Jim Crow onto us, and they didn't want us to succeed. So
Mm-hmm.
it was a repeat.
Yeah. And the North didn't even fight the South in the Civil War because they wanted to end slavery. They got tired of them taking over politically, being outvoted in the political scene. And they have the economics caused the Civil War, not their decency, common decency. No.
Mm-mm.
Mm-mm. No.
And Missouri was the last state to actually be free. So what is that? Right in the middle of the Midwest.
Because
Wow.
we had to work 2 more years, and here in Texas, we had to work 2 more years before we even found out.
Go so slavery never ended. Like, it kept going on until the 1900s and even later. Like, so
Yeah, and
we
so
went
now,
through slavery for like a 500 year, or even over 400 years. Yeah, that's a very long time.
that's a long time.
Do you know we're still sharecropping right now to this day?
Wow.
Yeah, we still are.
And we're
You know,
across different industries. That's what a temporary employee is.
Uh-huh. That's true. That's
That
true.
is sharecropping right
You
there.
have no benefits. You're right.
A company gets paid for your work, and you get some of the money.
Right.
Even
That's right.
Amazon runs like a plantation. Like, the jobs that you see now, they run just like sharecropping. But the difference is you're in uniform. You're in an
Mm.
actual factory, and you're sharecropping like products.
Wow.
Mhm.
Wow.
It's the
I guess you
same
just
can
never
thing.
never.
forget what Willie Lynch said.
Oh, Lord.
We'll have them for 500 years. If we can do this, we can have them for 500 years. My position is that since that letter, we are in year 410, 415.
Wow.
Since that letter,
Wow.
Wow.
that's why this great awakening is happening. Because we
Okay.
are coming up on that time frame.
Yeah.
But when the queen died, the order was broken.
Yeah. Well, that was the beginning of it right there.
Hold on. So let me say this. This is what they're. I keep telling you, there's great tribulation that comes with the Great Reset or the Great Awakening. This is what they're banking on. That we won't care what is happening to us once we know the truth. That some of us, just like we have house Negroes and field Negroes, some of us are going to choose to stay at Master's house. Some of us are going to feel like, well, there's no other way. We might as well just keep allowing this to, and they go back into. So the movie The Matrix is very important. Remember the guy who was living in the truth and he just wanted to go back to the lie?
Mm-hmm.
They are expecting a lot of us to stay because remember, the lie is more attractive than the truth. The lie, if I can convince you're a slave, right? If I can convince that you're a slave, you'll wake up. But if you can convince me that you're an employee, you're working, and that this benefits your family in some other way, then you're going to stay asleep. A lot of people have a problem with the word slave.
Right, and
They
that's
don't
why
want to
they
be
that.
called or identified with a slave. So when you say that, they're gonna be against it. No, I'm not no slave. They go. That's what they're expecting to happen. That they're gonna have enough people who choose to be a slave and just won't they'll just never admit that to themselves, because if they admit the truth, then then they have to admit that they were always living a lie, and people would rather believe the lie and act like that's the truth to keep up status quo, right? To keep up whatever little bit. You got people that'll choose welfare before getting a job. Think about that. You got people who would choose to live off of $1,000, $2,000 a month rather than go out there and make $4, $6, $8, $10,000 a month. You got people that choose it. You got people who are homeless on the street right now that will choose homelessness, the vagabond life, instead of entering into society. So you got to understand that great reset, that great awakening that's coming, that's about to happen in full force. They're banking on enough people that they're gonna want to go back into the matrix.
That's
Well, we're
true
gonna
right
leave
there.
them Negroes right out there now, and they welcome to go. Cause I'm gonna let you know, Negroes, if y'all listening, I will not be among that bunch. I just want everybody to know. When y'all hear me, just come on and get me, cause I'm not going back. No, no, no.
I
I
figure
won't be
I'll be
going
in
back.
crossover and transition at that point.
Oh, okay. So I'm just saying, cause my grandmother was born in 1907. And all three of her children, my mama, my uncle, and my aunt, all were college graduates. My grandmother said, and she was a graduate. She said, "Ain't none of my children picking cotton."
But here's the thing: the great reset and the great awakening is not for you. You know what it's for?
Okay, I'll accept that.
The generation below us, the millennials, the Gen Z. They are really the ones
And them
that
the
are
ones that's fighting like hell, because I don't even know how they even came up with that, because them the last ones that's gonna go along with that program.
but that's what I'm saying. This tribulation is for them. They already know. See, we're on our way out. So as we get older, we're on our way out, and they know that. So we're not. So at some point, we just gonna be like, man, I done seen everything anyway. Come get me, because I'm already there. I'm already like, you know what, whatever happens, happens. I'm already at that level where there's nothing they can entice me with that's gonna make me get off my square, because I done seen it all already. I done seen everything I needed to see in my mind. But it's the younger generation that is really going to be tested because they haven't seen anything yet.
Yeah, and then they done shut down the education system, so they making sure they never see very much. But
Well,
see,
that's
Yep.
actually a good thing. But believe it or not, even though they're working it out for it to be different, for it to be against them, that's actually the best thing they did, because a lot of kids did when they didn't have school. They started waking up.
oh yeah,
They
oh yeah,
started
they on
waking up.
social media.
That
I'm
shutdown
on
that they
YouTube
tried to they
University
tried
right
to
now.
suppress us with, that shutdown that they tried to suppress us with, that's what caused a lot of people. Again, that's what caused a lot of people to wake up. When
Yep.
COVID hit,
Yep.
millions of people woke up. So it had the
Oh,
adverse
good.
effect of what they wanted it to have. Millions of people said, you know what, something ain't right.
Yep.
Now that
Because
I got time to think and slow down and really look at
hmm
the picture, something ain't right. Go ahead,
And
Monique.
it's got to change today.
Right. Go ahead, Monique.
I was gonna say, yep, they got unplugged from the matrix.
From the Matrix.
The rat race was stopped. It was at a standstill. So people with all this ADHD and ADD, people had to have something to do, and they couldn't go outside and not breathe the air because everybody was masked. What could you do? Read. That's all you had to do was read. Was be online, sharing information, getting connected with
Exactly.
other people.
To this day, YouTube University is where that's my first. I mean, I do if I don't know how to do something, I get on YouTube. Somebody that made a video.
Come on.
Yep.
Come on.
Somebody that made a video. I was up there trying to figure out uh how to connect something in my house, and it was old. So I said, God, they probably don't even have these instructions no more. I got on YouTube. There it is, right there. And
It
so
took me a while to even realize how effective YouTube was.
YouTube is university. I mean, the kids don't even need to go to school. They got everything they want, and all you don't get on YouTube, come on this TikTok right here. Somebody talking about
Absolutely.
something that you got going on.
Yep.
And you can get you a little tribe like we got right here. Give me a little tribe. I feel pretty good about myself right now. You know, I'm just like, wow. You know, but we start talking about sharecropping. My great grandmother was a sharecropper. I was alive when she was alive. We breathed the same air, and she died at 99. But my great grandmother and them, they had a house on this man's property. They would do when the harvest was time to come through. From what the word was, they always got screwed on the amount they got. They always got screwed
Of course.
because the owner of the property owned the general store. So they couldn't hardly, some of them couldn't read, and so they would sign an X by what they would go get, like sugar, salt, flour, that kind of stuff from the general
Oh yeah, they got in debt because of their daily needs.
So you
And when
had
it came harvest time,
you had to settle all that.
right? You owe me 600, and your crop was only 800.
See, that's what I'm saying.
So you end up coming in with $200, and now you're like, man, I done all this for, but
not to mention that ain't the new crop. You ain't even gonna turn the land over for the new crop for months. Okay,
right? And they got you again. Them little shacks. Now, if black people, if you don't remember anything, just try and remember the housing that your elders actually had to endure in.
Yeah.
They had multiple family members. Multiple family members. If you were lucky, you had a 2-room shack.
And you didn't have no windows.
And can I say this though? Can I be honest with you? That was the greatest time for black people, because I am totally against buying a new family home or buying new property. You build on the house that you have, and you keep your family together. The moment we started splitting out and getting away from family, that's when we started losing that disconnect. That's when the spell and the witchcraft was actually started to work. The moment they got us out of segregation, the spell and the propaganda and the witchcraft worked.
It sure did work. And that's the truth, because everybody have a family home, and then there was always one that would stay back and keep it going. But everybody got greedy and started wanting to come in, and we have some stuff inside of us too that we're gonna have to break up. We always trying to compete in that competition, and
generational wealth.
No, I'm gonna say wanting a better life is never a bad thing.
No.
That's never a bad thing, wanting a better life.
You can want a better life, but some people's perception of what better means is different for everybody.
Now, in that case, yes, we lost a significant amount.
And then, you know what's crazy? We did better when we were segregated instead of being integrated. When we brought all those homes to pass on generational wealth and pass it on to our cousins.
Our dollar did not leave our community. Our dollar would stay in our community for weeks.
Generational wealth is built through community, not through independence.
Yes, this is true. Right. This is true.
Whenever you move away from your family and you take the money out of your family instead of keeping it in the family, children should be paying rent to their parents at a certain age. You know what I'm saying? Not paying rent to some landowner or some lease owner. See. Here's the thing. Even I was guilty, because I moved out at 18. I got away from my dad as quick as I could, because my dad was so strict, and he was so empowering. I felt like I wasn't able to be me. But the truth is, man, when you're 18 to 29, you stay under your family's tutelage until you are mature.
That was
I gotta say it like this right quick.
That was the one thing that happened on the farm. That was farm life.
you rent. Yeah. What I should have done was I should have paid rent to my dad, not pay some $900 to some joker I don't know that's gonna kick me out if I'm late on my rent. If I'm late on my rent to my dad, I know I still got a home. But if I'm late on rent to my landlord, I know I'm out on the street, and then I'm begging my dad to come back home. You see what I'm saying? We need to feed into the generational wealth plot, not take away from the generational wealth plot. Generational wealth is built through community, it's not through solidarity at all. And we just got to understand and know that we need to be 5-10 people up in one house sometime until we all can buy our own house. The
We
same
gonna
Now,
way,
see, that's
the
what
same way a
that's
lot
what
of
my
these
coworker
immigrants
did
do
at the
it.
plant.
Yeah.
He
The
was
same way these immigrants
literally
do it.
making plant money
Mm-hmm.
and was still staying with his mother and father. Now, this white guy. Now, his mother and father did not charge him rent. They told him, no, that's your money. Keep it, get your stuff together, get your house in order before you go buy a house. Make sure that you are financially set before you walk out of this door. He said, but let me pay you some rent. And again, it's like, no, this is for you to do so you can get yours. Shortly thereafter, a couple of years later, man went out and bought a decent home, pretty decent home, put a significant amount down on it, got married, had all these things, but he was never, ever in a spot where he was financially hurting.
see
That's a
And
that was
smart
that's how we
choice.
have to move.
that was the glory of that 3% loan that we never got. That when they had those 160,000, like Dr. King said, they're giving away millions of acres of land. They had to reclassify the Indian populations, and the West was being settled because they thought it was a gold rush. They were giving all that land away to these white folks that came over here, and they had taken everything from us and reclassified the Indians, the indigenous peoples, as Negro, and that gave them the right then to take the land. So they had land. So now when they gave these loans, they had given free land and free houses and 3% loans to people. Yeah, you can give your son, you can let your son sit and make money. I mean, you building wealth. We didn't get that. We didn't have that. We were not privy to that. Yeah. So yeah, you're right about that.
Agreed, sister. Agreed for sure. Because the idea, just too much is right. Sometimes, rather than being the rebellious teenagers, because that's what we were, wanting to get out and go do our thing and not have mom and dad say nothing to us, we needed to humble ourselves and realize that mom and dad might know a little bit more than I do.
You're
But
right, cuz.
because we were too independent in that time frame, we would again run out here and make the mistakes of the youth, which we're supposed to do, but you're supposed to do that while you're at home with your parents, with your umbrella. This is what now
Facts.
speaking as an older cat, the idea that what we're trying to do now is make sure that we are the tree that the youngers can come under and sit under and be protected.
Facts. Now let me tell you,
When
this is the real game right here. I'm gonna give you the game on the blueprint on how we should be moving as communities, as collective families. Your child at 18 years old, you need to push him out to go get a job. Go get a job, go to school, do both, do one, doesn't matter. Go get a job. Okay? I don't care if they're making $2,000-3,000 a month, that's cool. Their job is to save a minimum $1,000 a month. They do that for 5 years, they have $60,000 saved. They should not be leaving the house without a minimum of 60K before they leave and venture out on their own. Really, it's supposed to be 120K, so they need to be saving that $1,000 for at least 10 years.
Other cultures do that. Other cultures do that.
So
That's
I
when
just, the
they're
only thing
able
I
to
gotta
leave.
interject here too much is these kids, these I'm gonna say 24 down. There's no way they're gonna settle for $2,000 a month.
well, that's
There is
because they're living
no
in the
way.
American society of today, though.
No. I get what you're saying. You don't want them to settle for $2,000 a month. You want them to make as much as they can,
They're
right?
not. They're probably
But you
not. They're
want them
not
to
working for
save.
anything less than $100,000 a
What
year.
what they need to make, and they need to be saving though. See, I don't care how much you're making; it's how much you're saving. You need to be saving minimum $1,000 a month. That generational wealth. Generational wealth starts with 100 grand. That's the beginning of it. If these kids are not leaving with a minimum of 100,000 in their bank account, they're starting in the negative, negative, negative. And that's why they're always playing catch up, no matter how much money they make. Because see, you can make 100 grand and you're going to spend all that 100 grand. You see what I'm saying? But if you got 100,000 in the bank and you spend that 100 grand, guess what you still got? 100 grand.
Absolutely.
That's
See,
the
the thing,
beginning
y'all remember
of
that
wealth.
line in Joe Clark movie? They did a movie about Joe Clark. Discipline is not the enemy of enthusiasm. And too many of our youth see the discipline that their parents are giving them as the enemy.
Come on.
And it is not the enemy. It is the structure upon which you will eventually build your foundation.
You know what discipline is? It's love. It's called correction. Correction is true love. That's the
Right.
agape love. The agape love is I love you enough to correct you when you're wrong and not care how you feel or think about it. That's true love. There's different forms of love, but the truest form of love is I'm going to correct you and set you on the right path. If you're not disciplining your children, you're loving your children, but you're not truly loving your children. Soft. What's that word? Soft ass make a hard.
Yep.
Hard head make a soft ass.
You know what I'm saying? Or spare the rod, spoil the child.
Yep. And that didn't mean give them everything. That means make them rotten.
You know what I'm
No,
saying? There are parents who are literally saying, "I love my child," but they're turning them rotten.
Yep.
One thing I
I
can say
gotta
about
let
my
me share
dad.
this if I can, right quick.
Go ahead.
I had a friend of mine. My boy grew up with, been knowing each other since kindergarten, and now actually watching us growing up together. You know, he's seeing my life, I'm seeing his life. I got issues with my dad, so he has issues with my dad because that's my boy. Now, time has passed, years have moved on. I've grown. I've seen my father's disposition and viewpoint. I reconnect with my boy. He still has the old animosities that I had as a child towards my father. Okay, no problem. But I had to let him know, actually, man, dad was right. Okay. I couldn't see it then for what he was doing, but now that I've hit adulthood, now that I've hit maturity, now that I've seen these things, I can see how right he was.
Correct.
But he eventually came and realized, you know what? You're right. As he was right. If he was saying all this, and he knew he was, but when we were in our youth, we could not see that. And that's I think a significant issue in our communities. We want to, well, I won't say in our communities, I will say it like this. My father was of an elder generation, so they didn't necessarily know how to share their information without a heavy hand.
Come on. Come on.
And that heavy hand got looked at as just that. That's a heavy hand. I can't see around that heavy hand. And unfortunately, for those of us who did not take advantage of that, we ended up having a much harder road to hoe. And it didn't have to be that way for us, but we ended up making it that way for us. And when we did that, we made it easier for the dominant society to manipulate us.
Right. And you know what? You know how like parents always teach you how to be frugal with your money and only spend it when it's like necessary? I think that's the one thing we've been missing in the black community a lot is being frugal with our money wisely. The more wisely we are with our money when it comes to like buying a home, passing generational wealth, starting up a business, yeah, we will have a lot more structure.
Correct.
And I think that's what we've been missing, like as the blueprint.
Well, that a lot of that has to do with,
Yeah.
unfortunately, keeping up with the Joneses. Because let me put it out here in the real simplest terms.
Mm-hmm.
particularly for us old heads. How many cats you know had a rocking, a flat out booming system in their car?
A lot.
How much of that money was wasted?
A lot. All of it.
All of it. See, but you keeping up with the Joneses because your boy is booming over here with a 15, so you got to go get you an 18.
Exactly.
See, it's that level that we should have avoided, that should have been, I'm not going to say taken out of us, but that should have been, we should have had the discipline to know that this was not a beneficial move. When you keep looking out, again, when you're looking outside, trying to compete with this one over here and this one over there, I have never been one to try and keep up with the Joneses. I could give two rats behinds what the Joneses is doing, because the Joneses ain't never paid a bill over here.
Man, it's true. We was trying to keep 2 pieces of bread on the table. 2 pieces here you can put together for a sandwich. No, so keeping up with the Joneses was not a thing for us.
Yeah, see, my father was actually, I grew up in a real blessed community, blessed household. My father had 7 children. We had all of our needs met, and 80% or more of our wants. Okay. But the idea of having him sharing how he got to that point, that's not what they were good at doing. They weren't good at giving that information. Listen, you need to do it. As Too Much is saying, y'all need to be saving this money. That wasn't my father's strong suit in telling me how to properly prepare. His thing was, again, as you're 18, enjoy that outside. Okay.
I mean, but that's your generation to do what I said, not what I do.
Right. And so we've had to learn what our elders, our parents couldn't share with us. We knew what we were lacking, and we made sure that the kids under us did not have what we were lacking. This is why we were able to share these things with them. And unfortunately, some of them have gotten the wrong message.
Yeah, I know. Mm-hmm.
So what we have to do, again, make sure you give proper love to your kid. Don't be a helicopter parent, but you also can't be a dump truck parent and move all of your children's problems out of the way.
Right.
Because when you do that, that child is going to grow up thinking, why did you tell me no? I've never heard no in my life. My dad never told me no. Well, your dad was out of pocket. Your dad was wrong as 2 left shoes.
It's called.
You should be hearing no as a child. Not on everything. But you are bringing an entity into a social structure, and you're not giving them any instruction on how to live in this social society.
So let me ask you, Malik, if you hear no, do you need an explanation why the answer is no? Or can you just accept a no?
I accept the no.
They should just accept the no, because I used to hate when my father did that to me as well, right? You always want to know why. But the why is in the application of the thing, not in the telling of the thing.
Right. I can accept the no, because it teaches a balance where you have to really get it on your own, and then sometimes it's necessary that your parent told you, not giving you this because of this reason. Like, so, when I tell you no, you gotta accept the no, and that's how I kind of learned how to accept no's a lot.
Well, actually, it's opposite. Let me tell you that the kids that have the most problem with the sales position are the kids who've been told yes a lot, because they don't know how to take a no. When they hear the word no, they become discouraged. But if you're used to being told no, guess what you do as a kid? You figure out a way how to get a yes.
Right.
Do you see what I'm saying? So You're really harming your kids in the world, because everything is sales. If you tell your kids yes, they're used to hearing yes. So when they get a no, they get crushed. And then they don't assert themselves, they shrink. But when you tell a kid no, and they're used to hearing no, why do you think black people play the dozens a lot? Why we used to kick jokes on each other? Because that made us stronger. Now when we go out into the world and people try to clown us, we don't get discouraged like other groups do. We just clown them back, and
Right.
they were like, it's like it's a way to take the power back, right? Because people used to try to son of, oh, you're a boy, you're this, okay, I'm a boy, but you a cracker.
Right.
We'll come back tough. We'll come back harder. And they used to, and they don't understand, how are we so resilient? Because we're used to hearing no, and we figure out, because we're still child. That's why that child mind is amazing. We're still childlike enough to figure out a way how to get around it.
See, and then if you don't say no, if you don't remove the thing that the child wants, or you know what I'm saying, or limit to it, they have a sense of entitlement. And when they don't get what they think they're entitled to, they have a whole, and this is 8 to 80 Black crippling crazy, a whole tantrum. And that's the kids that are throwing games, breaking TVs, busting out windows, stealing cars. Those are those kids.
Y'all remember the affluenza team?
Let me tell
Y'all
you.
remember that guy, right? The affluenza team. He was too rich to know what the rules. Y'all remember that cat? His parents gave him everything. Did not pay any attention to him growing up. And he was 13, 14, stole a car, got drunk, stole a car, had a little girl in the car with him, crashed the car. She got knocked out. He was literally getting ready to SA her when they came up on him. He paid no penalty for any of that. Now, what happens a couple of years later? Boy ends up mowing down some people in the car. So this is when not hearing no leads to this. See, that type of behavior, that's antisocial behavior. And you cannot have a unified statehood, place, nation if everybody's out here talking about, I'm all about me. How can there be any unity if it's all about me? And that's what we have to, again, from my perspective, we have to remove that out of our community and get back to being more communal based. We have to get back more to the village is helping to raise the child.
See, this is, but I understand what that means. I don't think it means like how that sounded, like how you just gave it. But when it being all about you, not all about you, but you putting yourself first, as making sure that you are healthy and in a state where you can be a giver. Like you're not so depleted that you can't give anything. You know what I mean? And that has been a position of, especially us as Black women. We have been so depleted trying to be superwoman for everybody that we forgot to do anything for ourselves. I mean, there's situations where mothers, they know their kids are hungry and they're in a bad situation, they're by themselves, they're living in their car or whatever, and they make sure that all these kids are eating. They make sure that they're staying up all night watching these, being protection for these kids, to the point where by the time she gets a chance to drop them off at school, they can eat. She might be able to go get somewhere, and they're protected in their school. She's too tired to go to work or have a job or whatever. She's exhausted because she didn't do anything for herself that day. She did, you know what I mean? She didn't even get rest.
Yes, sister, I agree with that. I agree with that.
I think that's what and if there is that community, no one needs to be absent from these families. No one needs to be apart. If you have another family, if let's just say, Johnny went and made another family with somebody else, we need to be able to work this family thing out together. Because when you leave in broken homes, that's why our community got disrupted. We can go through the history of buck breaking and all that, but we don't need to do that right now. In order to build the community that we need right now, with the kids that we have right now, they're super smart. You know what I mean? They're immeasurably smart. We had to go along, get along, so we know how to tie these things together. We know how to communicate among each other, and it's the gap that's in between the two that needs to be filled. The millennials, a lot of they're highly emotional. They brought up the buzzwords of emotional intelligence and things like that. Not to say I'm not trying to take nothing away from nobody. What I'm saying is we can put all these pieces together and join our communities right back, sew them back up. And to go further into sharecropping, that's what we did in Africa. We grew our own food. I mean, you know, from Africa to slavery, we had to grow our own food. They was sending us, you know, scraps out. We had to make sure we were completely nourished. We can't just eat pig feet and hog maws. We had to eat the greens. We had to grow the greens, eat the greens. That wasn't nothing they were eating.
But you know what's the thing about it, Monique? We actually learned and studied the land even during slavery and then after. That's how
They
like gifted
literally
we
were.
are.
They
And
literally
that's
were
why we knew how
plucking.
to cook like great food, like soul food, because we knew that was good, like that it nourished our body, even though there's certain meats that were not good for our body, but it helped us a way to survive.
It was sustenance. You know what I'm saying? But they literally they went back to get um um horticulturalists and everything. Like they had to learn how to grow rice from Africans. They brought them to America to learn how to irrigate the
To just
land.
till the land and make sure that crops would grow. Of course, you
Exactly.
have to. Again, the idea is you're talking about. If you want to go back this far, you're talking about a people who were technically given 50 acres of land they've never seen.
Right.
And you go over here, you get this 50 acres of land. What did England or these countries know of tilling the land? Their land was bad. They
Right.
couldn't grow anything on that land. So they could not
Because it
know
was
anything
dry.
about agriculture.
Exactly. So this is what I'm saying. This is written in our DNA. You know what I mean? Like that's just what we do. And then the indigenous parts of us, come on, man. You know, we knew the medicine.
Hey, y'all, I got to take off. I'm rushing. I got to get up out of here.
Okay.
All right.
Man, man,
Thank you
great
all, panel, for coming
conversation.
through.
Yes,
Do
indeed.
not forget about the new Black Media, Professor Black Truth, the Black Authority, Too Much Moxie, Afro Elite, Torian Rain, Vicky Dillard, Lisa Cabrera, and a host of others.
All right, y'all. Everybody have a good day. I'll be back on tomorrow morning. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Take care.
We've been on 8 hours.
I'm telling you.
Peace.
Hey.
Yeah.